Let's ride.
Hey everyone, it's great to be back at GDC. You know, back in 2020, as the pandemic was ramping up, we were the last major company to drop out of GDC. We were the first to go all remote, and then we headed into the pandemic. It was a completely crazy time with thousands of people working from around their homes, but the company thrived. And so I'd like to go through some of the things that we've done since the last GDC. First of all, we launched Project Liberty, Epic's challenge to the App Store monopolies. Yeah, we're in front of the Ninth Circuit Court. Europe has passed some major new legislation, and the fight goes on for the freedom of all developers. Mediatonic joined Epic, launched Fall Guys for free, and brought in 60 million new players. Bandcamp, the indie music site, joined Epic. Bandcamp helps indie musicians reach fans online today, and we're going to build metaverse opportunities for all musicians in the future. Fortnite thrived during this time. We launched 2 major chapters, lots of seasons, and brought the Fortnite audience up to 500 million player accounts. Travis Scott launched the Astronomical concert into Fortnite. Ariana Grande launched the Rift Tour. And so overall, Fortnite had a really great time with tons and tons of players enjoying and the world constantly evolving. But we also learned some hard lessons. Epic entered into a massive settlement with the FTC. And it really brought home to us and to the whole industry that kids and technology are a pressing topic for all developers to take seriously, and that the expectations of regulators here in the United States and around the world are much higher than ever before. And so we've done a lot over the past few years to improve things. We've added huge sets of new parental controls into Fortnite and the Epic Games Store, and new child safety features like cabined accounts. And being Epic, when we solve a problem for ourselves, we like to bring it to all other developers so they can benefit from the work. And to that end, Super Awesome joined Epic. Super Awesome makes verifiable parental consent tools that are available to all developers for free, so it becomes much easier to comply with all of the regulatory laws around children's access to games worldwide. We also launched Unreal Engine 5 into early access during the pandemic. We went through a year, yes. Went through a year of early access, followed by release. We updated Fortnite to Unreal Engine 5, and then we spent a whole year visually upgrading Fortnite to the latest capabilities of Unreal Engine 5, which we launched late last year, and we'll be showing later in this show. Epic Games Store also thrived. The player base has grown massively during this time to over 230 million players on PC. We've paid out more than $1 billion to all developers. And we've also just very recently launched self-publishing, so it's easier than ever before to launch your game to all customers in the PC market with really straightforward tools and earn 88% of all revenue. But that's a summary of the past, and this Day of Unreal is about the future. So I'd like to invite Nick Penwarden to come up and talk about Unreal Engine 5.2. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Tim. Thanks, Tim. And hi, everyone. I'm excited to get to show you some of the new experimental features we've been working on for Unreal Engine 5.2. Let's take a look. All right, so last year, we added several new features to the engine to support foliage rendering, and the Fortnite team used those features to ship Battle Royale Chapter 4. At the same time, Jacob over there and the team at Quixel we're experimenting with what's possible for photoreal foliage environments, as well as testing out the latest functionality that we've been building for Unreal Engine. So, Jacob's here with us today in the Unreal Editor. Let's explore the environment. And what better way to do that than off-roading? And what better way to off-road than in a Rivian R1T? Now, Rivian uses Unreal to power their instrument cluster, including 3D visualization of their vehicles. So we worked with them to bring the R1T to life in this experience. Let's head on out, Jacob.
Sure thing, on my way.
All right. So We're building tools for interactive and dynamic worlds. So here we have chaos physics simulating rocks that tumble as we drive over them, leaves bend out of the way, and we also added some real-time fluid simulation. We worked with the team at Rivian to set up Unreal's chaos vehicle model to simulate the suspension of the truck and how the electric motors drive each individual wheel. Chaos also simulates how the tires compress and deform, and Meta Sounds enabled the team to precisely resynthesize the sounds of the electric motors and mix them with the ambisonics of the jungle. So Rivian provided us with a highly detailed model of the truck, about 71 million polygons that we're able to render in real time thanks to Nanite. Now, the Rivian not only looks incredibly realistic because of Lumen and Nanite, but also its materials. And today, we're introducing Substrate, our new material framework. And to better demonstrate it, let's swap the paint out for opal. Now, of course, you can't order a Rivian with opal body panels, but opal was the internal code name for this project, and also a really great demonstration of Substrate's capabilities. The base layer models the iridescence, refraction, and reflections that occur inside of an opal. And on top of that is a layer representing the polished surface and how light is absorbed as it travels through that clear layer of varying depths. And now we can add back on the dust and dirt layers. And notice how the reflection changes when interacting with the dust layer, and that there are no artifacts along the transition from dirt to dust to opal. So Substrate is more expressive, enabling artists to create materials like this with different shading models and compose and layer those materials as they see fit. All right, let's head on out, Jacob.
On my way.
All right. In terms of performance, Substrate materials that are similar to the current Unreal Engine shading model cost about the same. But now, artists have the freedom to author more complex materials for extremely detailed use cases, like in cinematics and in film. So we're going to drive under this fallen tree here, and everything that you've seen up to this point was painstakingly hand-built by the environment team at Quixel. Everything since that fallen tree has been built using our brand new experimental suite of procedural content generation tools, entirely in engine that are flexible, deterministic, and artist-driven. Our guiding principle in building these systems was to empower artists to make tools for artists. So Jacob's going to go ahead and add a procedural assembly to the world. And the cool thing is that it communicates. Thank you. Yeah. Pretty cool. And the cool thing is that it communicates with other nearby procedural elements in the scene, like the creek bed. So let's say a designer comes by, wants to direct the player to drive to the left. Jacob can simply move the assembly to the right, and everything updates to accommodate that change. Game design is iterative, so let's say the designer comes back, wants to give the player the choice of going left or right again. Jacob can simply move the assembly back over. Now, the artist who created this assembly also added some additional handles that Jacob can use to art direct where rock slides occur. Allows him to customize the piece a little bit more, make it a little easier for the Rivian to drive by. So we started by handcrafting that original part of the level to set the visuals and art direction for the entire piece, and then built out procedural tools that allowed the team to create a much larger play space much more quickly. Now let's see how we can use these procedural tools to make larger sweeping changes to the environment. So Jacob, let's start by removing some of the trees in this area.
Absolutely, that's easy enough actually.
All right, a little too much. Let's add some trees back in.
Okay.
And let's also add in some cliff formations, give it a little bit more variability. So the procedural systems are all deterministic. As Jacob is experimenting with different sets of input parameters, once he finds a set that he likes, he can always go back to it and get out exactly the same results. And the procedural systems aren't just placing trees and rocks, but also fog cards, bugs, birds, everything that's needed to bring this environment to life. And everything that you've seen here works at scale. This environment is 4 kilometers by 4 kilometers. If we hide all of the procedural elements, we can see that original hand-built area about 200 meters by 200 meters. We believe that there will always be the need for hand-building environments, so we designed these procedural systems to be tools for artists that work in concert with hand-built content. Both Substrate and the new procedural tools will be available in experimental form in 5.2. And everything you've seen here is running in the Unreal Editor in real time on a developer machine with an Intel 13900K CPU and NVIDIA RTX 4090 GPU. So Jacob, thanks for being here and helping us out today.
Thank you very much, Nick, for having me. It's been a pleasure.
All right, so come visit us at the Unreal Engine booth on the expo floor. You can check out this demo for yourself. And this afternoon, here in the YBCA, we'll have a tech talk diving into the details behind this demo. In addition, the Preview 1 build of Unreal Engine 5.2 is available now. So you can test out all of the experimental new features we showed today, as well as numerous other improvements. Head over to the Epic Games Store to download the binary build, and also get the full source code from the Unreal Engine repository on GitHub. Now, I found that we make the best technology for developers when we use it ourselves, when we really put the engine through its paces, both through tech demos like this one, as well as full game productions. So to talk about how the Fortnite team used the latest Unreal Engine 5 capabilities to ship Battle Royale Chapter 4, please help me welcome John Loff.
Thanks, Nick. For Chapter 4, we wanted to show Fortnite in a way players had never seen before. We upgraded with broad strokes, using Lumen, Nanite, and other UE5 tech. We worked directly with the engine team to improve these features and ensure they scaled on all platforms Fortnite ships on. First up was lighting. Now, our options in the past to improve lighting have been somewhat limited because Fortnite is a really dynamic game. Big lighting just doesn't work because the moment a player destroys a wall, light maps are invalidated. So we were really excited to give Lumen a shot. It updates global illumination in real time as the environment changes. Early in Chapter 4 development, we captured a video of Lumen enabled in a Fortnite test build. And the player in the video destroyed a wall, and light just came flooding into the room. And honestly, it was pretty stunning. It brought new life to the environment, and the realistic bounce light worked great with Fortnite's vibrant style. While initial results were exciting, nothing is that easy in game dev. And as we discovered, real-world lighting can create real-world problems. Playtests revealed areas of the map, like attics and basements, that had no windows and were just too dark for gameplay. And it was also the first time we were using auto exposure, and it was causing bloomed out areas when players were in dark interiors looking outside. We solved these issues using UE5 features like local exposure and some art-directable controls within Lumen that enabled us to provide a final image much better for gameplay. While the art team refined content, the engine team provided some new scalability options so that we could run Lumen on next-gen consoles at 60 frames per second. In addition to lighting, Nanite opened the door for us to add an incredible amount of detail to the Fortnite island. It was introduced in UE5 as a virtualized geometry system that supports extreme mesh complexity. So we spent some time experimenting, looking for a good balance between stylized art direction and detail, so we could increase visual quality, but still maintain Fortnite's iconic style. Now that artists weren't limited by triangle counts, we scaled our content pipelines to support Nanite on high-end hardware. Tech artists modeled new vegetation assets, and the art team created some high-detailed props and some amazing hero assets. But this still left us with a large building library that needed a visual upgrade. We resolved this using an offline process that took displacement maps from our materials and created high-resolution nanite meshes. It was really cool to see these classic Fortnite materials like brick, stone, and wood get a high-resolution facelift and pop off their surfaces. Now, past nanite demos have relied on static hard surface environments, but Fortnite's an animated world. Trees blow in the wind, and buildings wobble when hit. So we worked with the Nanite team, and they extended the material pipeline to include masked and animated materials on Nanite geometry. The island in Fortnite is constantly evolving, with major changes each season and complete reboots when chapters launch. So it's essential that we evolve our workflows to. During Chapter 4 development, we started utilizing 2 new UE5 features that changed how we build levels: World Partition and One File Per Actor. World Partition automates the level streaming, and it allowed us to work in one large level. We use level instance actors to group content logically, like a building and all of its props. One File Per Actor ensured our large dev team could work in this space without source control conflicts. Now, these features hadn't yet been put to their paces by a large dev team, so there were some early bumps in the road. But our LDs were in daily communication with the engine team, and we saw consistent improvements. Not long into production, we were developing Fortnite in a much more collaborative environment. Our goal for Chapter 4 was to deliver an awesome experience to our players. But we also hope by using and improving the engine's newest features, we've improved your experience as well. Now, with a look at the amazing work developers are already doing in UE5, please welcome Dana Cowley.
Now, even when you have great tools and amazing content at your fingertips, making games is hard, and it gets even trickier when you're trying to ship while you're upgrading your features. Now, we put a lot of effort into making sure that the transition from UE4 to UE5 was as smooth as possible, and you've proven that it worked. And we've been impressed with all of the teams who have made the jump over so quickly. You know, many of you moved your games over right in the middle of development, and quite a few of you have left internal tech in favor of UE5. And as of last month, 77% of all Unreal Engine users are on UE5, and that's rapid adoption en masse. And over 750,000 of you are actively building with Unreal Engine each and every month. You've invested in us, and we're investing in you. And beyond games, you're telling amazing stories across live action and animated entertainment. And to date, more than 550 television and film projects have been made with Unreal Engine in production. Now, these are some of the leading studios using UE5 today. This represents a brain trust of talented game developers from all over the world, and it's getting bigger every day. You've validated that we're on the right path, and we're blown away by how you've embraced the tools and shown us what's possible. And now, you're about to hear from several talented teams who are bringing their awesome games to PC, console, and mobile. First up, we have Qubit Studios, a small team whose game Infinitesimals has not only received an Epic Mega Grant, but it's also coming to the Epic Games Store with the help of Epic Games Publishing. Here to give you an exclusive new look is Michael Borjard.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I was invited here today to share our story with you. Qubit Studios is a small studio from Europe, and we have one mission: to bring the world of Infinitesimals to life. In our first game, you play as Captain Okni Rodin-Reg, as he and his crew explore a mysterious planet filled with lush environments. Now, a universe is already big at our scale, but when your main character is only a few millimeters tall, it takes on a whole new meaning. As a studio, we have big ideas. As a small team, we need to make choices. And that's where switching from UE4 to UE5 made a big difference for us. It has empowered us by giving us time back. Let me take you through a few examples. As Okni is very small, we want players to truly feel his sense of scale by having a large space to explore. By using world partition in UE5, we managed to save months of dev time. Not just because of the size of the world, but also because we can build on top of it. It allowed us to spatialize a lot of systems very quickly. And with the built-in HLOD, we get strong runtime performance while being able to load the entire world visually in editor. A large world is great, but it doesn't do us any good if it's empty. And that's where the new packed actors and level instances came in handy. A level designer can use prefabs to quickly prototype ideas, while artists can refine those prefabs in editor by assembling assets together. And with one file per actor, it all happens in parallel. On the animation side, motion warping allows us to use a single animation for a large range of situations. And with Control Rig, we can quickly create those first pass animations in Editor. But the most outstanding features are Nanite and Lumen. We don't need to spend time on topology optimization and can directly use high poly meshes. Lighting is more realistic, and we don't have to use tricks for transition between exterior and interior. All in all, working with UE5 has been a tremendous time saver for us, and upgrading from UE4 was surprisingly easy. We were up and running in a couple of days. We can now iterate more quickly, focus on gameplay, and allocate time to riskier ideas. But enough talking. Go on the Epic Games Store and wishlist the game now. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Your team has built a beautiful game, Michael. Fantastic work. Now, our next partner is one that needs little introduction. Kabam develops and publishes world-class, highly social, multiplayer mobile games. And today, they are here to make a special announcement. Please join me in welcoming Vice President of Product, Tyler Black.
Thank you, Dana, for that kind introduction. Hi, everyone. At Kabam, we've worked with the world's biggest brands and created our own stories to bring some of the most successful mobile games to players. Today, we're proud to announce a new project, one that ushers in a whole new era for Kabam. King Arthur: Legends Rise. It's a new cross-platform squad RPG set in a stunning reimagined Arthurian world. When we began this ambitious project, we knew that Unreal Engine was the only solution that had the tools to bring incredible visuals to both mobile and PC at launch. So here's how we put those tools to use. King Arthur: Legends Rise allows players to explore campaign stages and interact with their environment using a variety of animations. If we were to use traditional animation techniques, the number of assets that we would need would be massive. Thanks to Unreal's advanced animation technology, like IK rig retargeting, motion warping, and property access, we can create high-quality, detailed, and attractive animations with relatively few resources. But that isn't the only way that we're using Unreal Engine 5's tools to deepen the player experience. We're also making use of dynamic weather to affect character strengths and other stats and keep the battle gameplay fresh and immersive. That's all from us today. We can't wait to share more with you about King Arthur: Legends Rise in the coming months. So check out our website, playkingarthur.com, and sign up to stay up to date on our newest game.
Thanks, Tyler. Now, the next developer coming to the stage was founded a few years ago, and they're already making a big name for themselves. Hexworks is a CI game studio, and they are capturing the imaginations of fans of dark fantasy with their new action RPG, Lords of the Fallen. Creative director Cesar Vitosu is here to give you an exclusive look at how they're using UE5 to build one of this year's most highly anticipated games.
Thank you, Dana. Thank you, Dana, for the introduction and handling my name so graciously. Hello, everyone. I am very excited to be here and represent Hexworks, our incredibly talented multinational team behind Lords of the Fallen, our upcoming dark fantasy action RPG. And today we'll be sharing how Unreal Engine 5 has helped bring our highly ambitious and decidedly grim vision to life. Please enjoy.
Welcome to the Lords of the Fallen Technical Showcase. Here at Hexworks, our goal has always been to create the most immersive game experience possible. Today, we're journeying to Skyrest Bridge, one of the game's early locations, to demonstrate just some of the impressive ways Unreal Engine 5's state-of-the-art technologies have helped us deliver on this ambitious vision for our upcoming action RPG. We want players to feel fully immersed in our world by playing as their own unique virtual persona. To achieve this, we have used a combination of technologies, including 3D scans of real people and UE5's own character customization tech. Players can create unique faces and bodies by dynamically morphing between a huge range of shapes before finessing the finer details. our extensive selection of armor sets seamlessly adapt to whatever shape the player chooses. It's really important to us that we represent as wide a proportion of our audience as possible. Being able to customize your hero in Lords of the Fallen is only the beginning. Each and every one of our characters is incredibly detailed, using high-resolution textures. Get up close to any surface in the game, like this tunic for example, and detail texturing provides incredible levels of micro-detail. How these objects move and behave is also crucial for player immersion. UE5's Chaos Physics engine facilitates advanced simulations for clothes, chains, hair, belts, and a whole lot more. This helps to substantially enhance the secondary motion in all our characters, making their movements look much more lifelike. The lighting in Lords of the Fallen takes full advantage of Unreal's brand new Lumen GI. We've been able to light our complex environments in real time, meaning we can immediately see the effect of a light bounce, for example, without waiting for the traditional slow baking processes. Watch how the lighting reacts as we move our light source around this environment. Global illumination like this can be quite demanding on processing, so we also make use of emissive shapes to add additional details to the lighting of any space. We can then fine-tune these light bounces on our nanite meshes, providing our world with impressive levels of detail and minimal impact on performance. Perhaps the most important element of Lords of the Fallen is the ability to travel between two worlds: the realm of the living, Axiom, and the realm of the dead, Umbral. We've created our own custom toolset within UE5 that allows us to intricately craft these two environments side by side and seamlessly swap between them. This means our artists and designers can ensure these worlds feel intrinsically linked, like two sides of the same coin, even if one side is decidedly more horrific than the other. On behalf of Hexworks, thanks for watching today's brief tech presentation. The twin realms of Umbral and Axiom await fearless adventurers later this year when Lords of the Fallen launches on PC and current-gen consoles.
Looking awesome, thank you. This next team is known for making some of the world's most popular MMORPGs. And recently, they've been pushing the boundaries of cinematic storytelling, and the results speak for themselves. Here with more is NCSoft's Chief Strategy Officer, Dr. Song-Yi Yoon.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Dana. Good morning, everyone. I'm excited to share our latest production, Project M, with you today. As you may know, NCSoft is recognized as one of the best MMORPG developers thanks to our blockbuster franchises like Lineage and Guild Wars. However, we're not content with this achievement. We're always pushing for boundaries and exploring new technologies. So let me introduce Project M to you. It is our latest innovation, harnessing the power of cutting-edge AI and graphics technology to an unprecedented level. With the help of Unreal Engine, we have achieved our vision for Project M with seamlessly integrating our foundational AI technology, resulting in breathtaking detail. So to give you a sneak peek, we have prepared a video featuring our CEO and Chief Creative Officer, TJ, who will personally guide you through our newest creation as a digital version of himself. Thank you so much for your attention, and I hope you enjoy Project M.
Project M is one of NCSoft's most ambitious projects to date. What would it mean to you if the world was comprised of informational particles instead of physical particles? Oh, I got a little ahead of myself. I am TJ Kemp from NCSoft. Welcome to Project M. How would the fabric of simulated reality change our perceived world if we could tamper with the arrangement of those particles? This very idea is what sparked Project M. The informational particles that shape Project M's world can transform reality based on your choices. And each choice you make will change your experience. The information that exists in the present reality determines how the world will unfold. Value every encounter and every moment. These will be essential in the world of Project M. This is where our journey ends for now. I look forward to seeing you all again soon.
Thank you, Dr. Yin. Project M is looking amazing, and it's unlike anything we've seen. And thanks to all the teams that have given us a new look at your incredible games. Like we just saw, the worlds you're building feature awesome-looking characters with loads of detail and authenticity. And our team understands that believable digital humans are at the heart of great storytelling. And for more on that, I'm happy to hand it over to our CTO, Kim Libreri.
Thanks, Dana. Thank you. Some incredible games, sir. Hey, everybody. Wow, it's great to be back after 4 years. It's good to see you all. So, it's been 2 years since we released MetaHuman Creator. This cloud-hosted tool allows you to create photorealistic digital humans for your game or experience with the simplicity of an RPG character creator, yet with a level of realism and customization that you've never seen before. Our community has created millions of metahumans for their Unreal projects, and the work we've seen has been unbelievably breathtaking. And I'm sure a bunch of you in the audience are actually making metahumans as well. Let's take a look at some of this work. Amazing. You know, there isn't a day that, thank you. So there isn't a day that goes by that we don't see some post on LinkedIn or Facebook or wherever showing us amazing usage of metahumans. And I think it's been a really big game changer for anybody trying to tell a story in their game or their experience. But today we want to take things to the next level. So I'm going to actually introduce two of my most favorite friends to the stage. Our head of digital human technology, Vladimir Masilovich, and the actress best known as Senua from Ninja Theory's fantastic Hellblade series, Melina Juergens. How are you both doing?
We're good, thank you.
It's been a while since we were last on this stage. In fact, I think it was 7 years ago that we went through this ordeal.
That's a long time ago.
A little bit of PTSD triggering there. But it was the first time we all came together. Ninja Theory, Epic, Cubic Motion, 3Lateral, to do something that we thought would wow audiences here and sort of set a template for the future of using characters in games. So anyway, I think we're in a pretty amazing place right now with the industry, but we do want to take things to the next level. And what I want to do a little bit about is how's things going at Ninja Theory? How's the new game going?
Yeah, the team and I are doing really good, and we're just extremely busy working on the follow-up to the first Hellblade, which will be called Senua's Saga Hellblade 2.
I can't wait. The first game was fantastic.
Thank you.
I really can't wait to play it, so get it out soon. Anyway, I'm going to leave the stage and let these two take over. Go and blow people's minds.
Thank you, Kim. Hi, everyone. Our guiding vision for MetaHuman has been the democratization of complex character technologies, allowing you to work faster and see the results immediately. A character is only truly believable if its motion fidelity matches its visual fidelity, but animating at this level is a hard task for even the most skilled studios. Some of our best work leveraged 4D capture, but this took specialized hardware and weeks or even months of processing time. While MetaHuman Creator gave you the ability to generate high-quality characters, animating them still wasn't as easy. This is why I'm very excited to announce a new capability to the MetaHuman product, MetaHuman Animator. MetaHuman Animator contains the essence of our 4D pipeline, but optimized to run on a single machine. It is able to use iPhone, as well as stereo professional systems, and today, we're going to demonstrate how it works. For this, we're going to need Mel, our technician John Cook, and just the phone. Mel, can you take your position, please?
Sure.
Yeah. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
Okay, and action.
I need performance capture to work like a mirror. I need it to capture whether I'm acting scared or angry. And sometimes, all I need is a look.
Cut. Thanks, Mel, that was great.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay. Our technician, John, is currently pulling Mel's performance from the phone onto his machine, where everything will be processed locally. We have updated our Live Link Face mobile app to capture all data at the best resolution possible with the device. MetaHuman Animator uses video and depth data to convert this data into high-fidelity performance animation, and it can even use audio to produce convincing tongue animation. John is currently scrubbing through the take to pick the section that he wants to process. John, are we all good with the data? Awesome. So from now on, it's just a single button click to kick off the processing, which for a performance of this length will take less than a minute to convert into animation. So Mel, while that is processing, let me show you something else.
Yeah. Oh, is that me?
Yeah, this is what we refer to as your MetaHuman DNA.
Cool. And this is generated by the capture we made earlier, right?
Yeah, that's right. So from only 3 frames of video and depth data, we can generate a rig that predicts all of your facial expressions in just a couple of minutes.
Wow. And do you only need to do this once for each actor?
Yes, that's right. It calibrates the solver to your face so that we can produce the performance in a way that faithfully reproduces your original performance.
That sounds cool.
Yeah. So let's check back on the processing, which today is on the latest CPU and GPU hardware from AMD. MetaHuman Animator uses a custom Epic facial solver and landmark detector. We can interactively look at the animation while it's being solved and compare it to your original performance. So it looks like it's almost finished. After this, it's going to do one more pass to make the curves more stable, which is really quick. And from here on, we just need to export the animation. This takes only a few seconds. And then John needs to drop it in the level and add the audio so that we can see the result. So Mel's MetaHuman should now be ready in the level. Mel, you excited to see the results?
Yeah, can't wait to see it. I need performance capture to work like a mirror. I need it to capture whether I'm acting scared or angry. And sometimes, all I need is a look.
Thank you all. So, Mel, what do you think?
I think it's incredible because it usually takes months between performance capture and getting any results back, so this is blowing my mind.
And all of this is solved directly onto animator-friendly controls. In this case, we are using a bespoke 4D rig, which we created together with Ninja Theory for Hellblade 2, but it's also ready to use on any metahuman or any other rig that follows our new metahuman standard. Let's have a look at that.
I need performance capture to work like a mirror. I need it to capture whether I'm acting scared or angry. And sometimes, all I need is a look.
So the scene take works even on stylized characters. Thank you all. These technologies are completely redefining our creative process, as they will redefine yours when we release MetaHuman Animator to everyone in just a couple of months. We've got one more thing we'd like to show you. We haven't forgotten about the needs for full performance capture shoots. What you're about to see is animation that has not been polished or edited in any way, and it took MetaHuman Animator just minutes to process start to finish.
Yeah, so here's one of my favorite lines from Ninja Theory's upcoming game, Senua's Saga Hellblade 2, and I really hope you enjoy it and the rest of the show. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sign, perf, cut, take 13.
I see through your darkness now. I see through your lies. I will show them how to see as I do. I will not appease your gods. I will destroy them.
Good? You like it?
Man, was that cool. All right, let's talk about the future of our creator marketplaces. We all know one of the biggest challenges in game development is the time and cost associated with making great art and visually stunning environments. Now, we've seen that by giving you access to high-quality, game-ready assets like Quixel Megascans, world building can be faster, more efficient, and more economical. The resulting explosion of creativity that we've seen from our Unreal Engine developer community has been awesome. In fact, it's inspired us to double down on a mission that started several years ago. Since the launch of Unreal Engine Marketplace in 2014, we've been working to aggregate and organize all the world's best digital assets for you to use in your work. In 2018, we joined forces with Quixel, whose Megascans have now been downloaded over 40 million times. In 2021, ArtStation became part of the Epic family, and we welcomed a community of the world's best digital artists who've since uploaded nearly 12 million projects to the site. Later that same year, Sketchfab joined Epic and now has more than 10 million registered users who are using the platform to discover, share, and manage 3D models on the web. Now, each of these businesses has their own unique superpowers. Incredible content, of course, vibrant communities, and killer capabilities. We're now working to bring all this together into a unified offering. Let's take a look. Later this year, we'll be merging our content offerings into a new unified creator marketplace called Fab. Built on the strong foundation of Sketchfab.com, we're going to drop the sketch and go all in on Fab. Fab will be an open marketplace serving the entire digital content creation industry. That means we're going to offer assets for all game engines, all digital content creation tools, and metaverse-inspired open worlds. So whether you're a studio making a blockbuster game or a movie, or you're a player building your first island in Fortnite, our goal is to bring you everything you need to build your world in one place. We'll have 3D models, materials, sound, plugins, animations, visual effects, and more. Fab will be the new home of Quixel Megascans, MetaHumans, and other incredible epic content designed to push the limits of what's possible. We'll also bring you the high-quality assets and environment packs from leading art studios, AAA game developers, media companies, and even musicians who are taking fan engagement to the next level. But our primary focus is on bringing you the best stuff out there from millions of independent artists who will benefit from the lowest fees in the industry, pocketing 88% of revenue from their sales so they can build real businesses and invest in making more great assets for you to use. That's right. Now, with millions of assets, we have to make it super simple for you to find what you're looking for and get inspired along the way. We'll leverage automated tagging to consistently and accurately describe content, and we'll give you the ability to inspect 3D models before you download, making it easy to understand the game readiness of an asset so there are no surprises. Building on the success of Quixel Bridge, the Fab plugin will enable you to search, discover, drag, and drop content right into your scene without leaving the game editor. We want to improve your workflows by connecting Fab to all industry-leading digital content creation tools. For example, our partnership with Adobe will make it easy for you to export and publish models from Adobe Substance Painter directly to Fab. Finally, leveraging Sketchfab's digital asset management capabilities, Fab will be the place where you go to store, manage, and share assets either privately with teammates for collaboration or publicly on the web to showcase your work. With collaboration tools like this, we want to help small teams do big things. Now, it's no longer just major studios who are driving our industry forward. World building has become accessible to everyone. And we're seeing this today with tens of millions of new creators building awesome experiences in Fortnite, Roblox, Minecraft, and other open worlds. This is increasing the demand for ready-to-use content, and it's creating an exciting new opportunity for asset creators to reach massive new audiences. We believe an open and fair marketplace where artists and developers can come together to buy and sell assets is essential to the creation of the emerging metaverse. Now, we're going to keep you posted over the course of the next several months as this rolls out, and we're looking forward to partnering with you all to make this an industry-wide success. And now, please welcome Sax Pearson.
It's great to be here today. We've been working towards this moment for a very long time. This next segment is exactly why I'm here at Epic, to move the industry forward and help make developers successful. I'm here to introduce powerful new tools to existing Fortnite creators, powerful new opportunities for professional developers. Fortnite is becoming an ecosystem. That means new tools to design, develop, and publish games, and a new economy that rewards developers. These updates bring us one step closer to Epic's vision of a connected metaverse where billions of players enjoy high-quality creations made by millions of developers. At the center of this all is Unreal Editor for Fortnite, available today in public beta on Epic Game Store. It's a new PC application that brings the power of Unreal Engine to the scale of the Fortnite audience, deeply integrated with the game with new workflows that allow PC and all other platforms to create together fast and fluid. We call it UEFN for short. But first, let's talk about how we got here. Fortnite changed when we released Fortnite Creative 4 years ago. Creative is an in-game toolkit for players to make sandbox games inside Fortnite. And because of Creative, Fortnite is already much more than a game. It's already a place where players find games and developers find players. But why should you develop in Fortnite? Well, our players are highly social, content hungry, with over 500 million player accounts, massive PC presence, and the largest console player base. It's the best, most vibrant place for developers to find an audience quickly and publish new games. Islands built using creative tools already account for roughly 40% of playtime in Fortnite. That's billions of hours a year, and we expect that number to keep growing with UEFN. So this is a sample of games in Fortnite today. What we have noticed is that players are more engaged, they have more fun when they play Epic's own games like Battle Royale and community games made by creators like you. Like, the combination is what makes Fortnite special and what is going to help us all grow. As we've shown in Unreal Engine, Epic's mission is to deliver an awesome suite of tools for developers. Unreal Editor for Fortnite is for experienced game developers, like many of you in this room, but it's also for the growing community of Fortnite Island creators that are ready for Unreal Engine's proven PC editor workflow. As you're going to see in the demo coming up, UEFN and the existing creative toolkit is already a great combo for developer and Fortnite creator teams to make incredible experiences. Of course, our long-term goal is to make the entire feature set of Unreal Engine, or bring the entire feature set of Unreal Engine to UEFN, but also over time to expose many of the other services that Epic offers. Bill just announced Fab. Fab is launching today also inside UEFN in an alpha version. And products like MetaHuman will be coming to UEFN in the future to support your creative vision. For the next stage of Fortnite, and ultimately the open metaverse, we also need brand new tools that solve really hard problems. Interoperability, scalability, and resilience are real issues when you operate at this scale and expect this level of durability. This is what led us to develop Verse. It's a powerful new general programming language designed specifically for this purpose. You're going to see us use it in the demo in just a moment. The second thing we're working towards is high interoperability between UEFN and Unreal Engine that will enable you to take your work anywhere. And by the way, behind me is the new Creator Portal, also launching today, where you can manage all your islands, one-click publish them to the world, and when you publish to UEFN, your original IP and your assets are yours to take anywhere. Now let's take a closer look at UEFN features and workflows. We put together a short video, and then we're going to do a demo. Thank you.
Let's start with the basics. Unreal Editor for Fortnite runs on PC and is integrated directly with Fortnite, so you have access to over 4 years of content, all for free, to get you started. What's special about UEFN is what we call Live Edit. Live Edit allows anyone on your team to join a UEFN session from any platform that runs Fortnite. That means someone can join from a console using the normal Fortnite client, and they're able to work alongside and collaborate with PC users. UEFN has access to all Fortnite creative devices, our modular gameplay systems that work in the in-game editor. This allows you to instantly add gameplay and quickly bootstrap your game from the hundreds of gameplay devices already available. The UEFN beta has many of the same features we use to create Fortnite, including the landscape editing toolset. You can edit the landscape to change the look of your island, or make sweeping changes to create something completely new, and then quickly play it in-game to check out the results. So even though you have access to tons of Fortnite content, with UEFN you can make content that looks nothing like Fortnite. This is a section from Forest Guardian, a tech demo built in UEFN that we are launching today. A big feature of UEFN is the ability to import your own custom assets, so we used a few 3D models, textures, and materials that we built just for the project. And all the lighting in the cave was made possible thanks to Lumen, our real-time global illumination system. You can also find more content like Quixel Megascans and Sketchfab models in our initial alpha release of the Fab plugin for UEFN. All assets are curated and optimized for use in Fortnite, and the full version of Fab will launch later this year. You can also create and modify materials, so you can change the look and feel of objects easily. And you can import skeletal meshes, and then animate using Sequencer and Control Rig. Everything you've just seen is available today in the public beta version of Unreal Editor for Fortnite.
So it's a short video of just like the most condensed way we could show some of the the more important workflows. But I think a much better way is to tempt fate, and let's do a live demo on PC running on Fortnite public servers right here on stage. Welcome Michael and Ray to the stage. Take it away.
I'm glad that went well. All right. Hey, folks. So let's talk about how all this was made. Michael here has the scene open in Unreal Editor so we can take a closer look. For the environment, we built this level using Quixel Megascan assets, many of which are available in the Fab UEFN plugin. We also used custom content that we built just for this demo. For the gameplay you just saw, we hand-placed enemies using a creative device called a guard spawner, which generates the aliens that you saw at specific locations. However, we wanted to do more and introduce dynamic play that goes beyond what the current creative devices can do. So to do this, we used our new programming language called Verse. So in this short section of code, every second, we grab the position of the player. And for each spawn location, we then calculate the distance to the player. And if it's within a certain threshold, we tell that guard to spawn into the level. So now we have gameplay that's more reactive to the player's actions. This is just a short example of using Verse, but for a deeper dive, check out the Verse Tech Talk later today. Now, Michael is going to show us how we put the intro cinematic together.
Hi, everybody. So before the gameplay section, we played this quick cinematic animation. This was actually created entirely in UEFN using Sequencer. Sequencer is our multi-track editor, and it's been used in everything from in-game cinematics to Hollywood feature films. So let's take a look. Now all of this stuff is available right inside UEFN. So let's take a look at this last shot from a slightly different perspective. So the other thing we featured in this section was a bunch of Niagara. Niagara is now available in UEFN, and it's our high-end VFX system. So, and just like in the movies, you can frame up shots and have great effects. So what we're going to do here is just set this up. So just like in the movies, you can have slow-mo too. Makes everything better, right? So these are just a sampling of some of the stuff that you can do inside Sequencer. But let's get back to the game.
All right, so now that we're back in the game, in UEFN, you have access to Fortnite's time of day system. Or you could use what we did and do what we did and use a completely custom lighting solution. And thanks to Lumen, both daytime and nighttime look great. Now, let's go to the final gameplay section and let's close out the demo. But as a reminder, everything that you're seeing here was created in the same version of UEFN that we're releasing today.
I think I'm going to jump in here and help you, Ray.
I'm all for that.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Michael and Ray, everybody that put this together. The demo came about when we asked the special projects team inside Epic that came straight off the Matrix demo to, why don't you put UEFN through its paces? And one amazing fact about this demo is that it's less than 400 megs, it downloads and plays in less than a minute, and it plays on any platform that Fortnite runs on. Like, that is the promise of what UEFN is. So again, Unreal Editor Fortnite is available today in public beta in Epic Game Store. If you want an early glimpse of some other technical showcases that our internal teams made, with UEFN and Verse, check out Deserted Domination, Forest Guardian, and The Space Inside. All three are available to play right now in Fortnite Discover. So we've talked about brand new tools and the Fortnite ecosystem. Now I want to talk about the next generation of Fortnite's economy that both Epic and creators will participate in. We call it Creator Economy 2.0. Here's how it works. The money in the economy comes from player spending in the item shop. Fortnite generates billions of dollars a year in revenue from player purchases. Fortnite players who have fun engaging in islands tend to spend more in the item shop. Creators who make popular islands are bringing real value to the Fortnite ecosystem, and we're going to share the resulting revenue with them. This is the engine powering a Creator Economy 2.0. We believe this so strongly, we will distribute 40% of Fortnite's global net revenue to eligible creators who publish games in Fortnite, both independent developers and Epic. Anything we make, like Battle Royale, Zero Build, also participates in the pool shared with creators. This will be the primary way that Epic will pay for our own game development in Fortnite going forward. This is I'm glad you feel it's a big deal, and I feel it's a big deal too. So, this is transformative and a big gut check for us too. We imagine thousands of third-party development teams building businesses and thriving with this model. Payments from the pool are based on performance of your island. We take into account data like island popularity, engagement, retention, attracting new players. And the benefit of this new approach is rooted in player fun and rewards everyone's creative work, both yours and Epic's. There's no need to design cunning monetization loops or extractive gating items. You make an island the players love. That is all you need to be part of the new economy. Creator Economy 2.0 is live right now. For eligible creators who are currently publishing, we are backdating the engagement payouts to the beginning of this month. And for more details and to sign up, go to create.fortnite.com. Everything you've seen today represents Epic's biggest bet ever, the release of advanced tools that publish directly into Fortnite on PC, console, mobile, and cloud, lowering the barrier for developers to be part of one of the biggest entertainment ecosystems. We welcome anyone to join us in the future, where original content is owned by its creators, where developer earnings are a function of fun, and where ecosystem can be directly linked through community language standards like Verse. So to support developers who adopt UEFN, we're broadening the Epic Mega Grants program to help teams bootstrap projects that use UEFN and Verse. We're just getting started, and we hope that you'll join us and help shape the future of development. Now we're going to give you a look at what UEFN can do right inside Fortnite. After the video, Tim is going to come back out to talk about Epic's future vision. Thank you very much.
Thanks. We think this is going to be a really powerful combination, putting together Fortnite's 70 million monthly active users with the power of the Unreal Editor and a new creator economy to share the revenue with creators who create engaging experiences. And it's another milestone on the path to a new kind of entertainment medium, which science fiction literature calls the metaverse. Because there's a crazy amount of hype around this whole topic, I'd like to step back and take a long-term look at what we see here. And at the core of it is some very real growth, starting with Fortnite's 70 million monthly active users, Roblox's 250 million monthly active users, Minecraft's 100 million, and PUBG Mobile and Apex Legends, and numerous other metaverse-inspired games, is leading to an identifiable audience today of over 600 million active users in these virtual worlds. And it's on a growth trajectory that will put it at billions of users by the end of this decade. And so we can set aside the crazy hype cycle around NFTs and VR goggles. These technologies may play a role in the future, but they are not required. This revolution is happening right now. And the core of it is something that every gamer already understands. It's you and your friends getting together online and going around as a group on voice chat, having a fun time, and social entertainment experiences. And some of these experiences are serious games like Battle Royale. Some of them are going to a concert and dancing, or chatting with friends and just having a good time. We see this as the next big change in gaming and in Epic's evolution as a company. We started out back in 1991 making 2D games. We recognized the opportunity with 3D, so we built the first Unreal Engine and the first Unreal Tournament game. We evolved to make console games like Gears of War. Then we evolved to make online games like Paragon and Fortnite. But when Fortnite shipped first in 2017, it was just our game. But over time, we recognized the opportunity to bring it to a much wider audience. So we built Fortnite Creative Mode, and then the Unreal Editor for Fortnite coming out now. But we see the future of this medium primarily not about Epic's work, but about the work of independent creators. And we're building towards this open metaverse from two different directions. First of all, we're taking the Fortnite audience we have and enhancing the development capabilities with the new tools and this creator economy to support everybody's work. But we're also helping developers building standalone products evolve towards building metaverse experiences themselves. The Unreal Engine is a tool for this. The Epic Games Store is a distribution vehicle for it. Epic Online Services has taken Fortnite's and Epic's 700 million player accounts and 5 billion social connections and opened them up for free to all developers so they can plug into voice chat and participate in these social experiences in a very easy-to-use way. And all of these are on-ramps to the future metaverse. We really think that over the next decade, today's separate apps and ecosystems are going to join together to form tomorrow's open metaverse. And because the last couple of decades have been about walled gardens, walled gardens, walled gardens, let's back up and talk about how open systems have successfully come about in the past. This has happened really big time back in the early 1980s and 1990s when the open internet was built. Back in those days, there were a bunch of closed networks at different companies and universities that couldn't talk to each other. And so the industry got together and defined open standards to connect these closed networks into one big open network. They connected email systems by putting the @ sign in email addresses so people on one service could communicate with people on other services. And then they began to define open standards like JavaScript and HTML for the open internet so that any user could participate. And the rule at that point was that any company could connect as an equal into the system just by following the open standards. Now let's talk about what this means for the open metaverse of the future. We have the opportunity to take all of these different online ecosystems for gaming, like consoles and publishers, and connect them together into a single place where anybody can talk to anybody else. We have the opportunity to turn today's game engines into tomorrow's metaverse browser engines. If you take a look at Unreal Engine and Unity and Godot, you have some very powerful 3D engines that have an increasingly common set of features and are increasingly adopting industry standards as ways of communicating with each other and with other tools. There's the GLTF content standards, there's Pixar's universal scene description format, and then there are a lot of new standards bodies that have formed to help to standardize the metaverse. There's Kronos Group, there's the Metaverse Standards Forum, there's the Academy Software Foundation and the Open 3D Foundation. And we have the opportunity for all developers to work together to define the future of this thing. And there's also the opportunity to connect the economies of these different ecosystems. What a user would really like is to be able to buy a cool-looking outfit in one place and take it everywhere they go. And as we were designing this new Fortnite creator economy, one of the things we were constantly thinking about is how this could, in the future, be connected into an open metaverse economy. And there's no reason that the core model there, in which revenue from item shops are shared with creators of experience based on engagement, couldn't be turned into an economic model for the open metaverse at large, with economic peering overseen by governance groups to make this work in a safe way for all players. And this gets us to a really key question here, and that is, who is going to build the metaverse in the future? And we believe the answer has to be all of us together. It has to be a combination of indie game developers together with AA and AAA game developers, and Fortnite creators and Minecraft creators and Roblox creators, each bringing their best specialized knowledge to the new world. And brands like Disney and Ferrari and Ralph Lauren, who've already experienced the metaverse through crossovers with Fortnite, we think that this is just the very beginning of a very long-term opportunity for all these companies to have a much larger presence in the digital world, in which it becomes a major and first-class business line for all of them. Future open metaverse will be about musicians and music labels and film and television studios who are using virtual production today to build world-class photorealistic content, being able to bring it and launch it playably in the metaverse, timed together with their film and television experiences in an endless stream of awesome entertainment content that's open to everybody to participate in. Now, Epic has a long history of supporting developers this way. We've built a lot of different services that are available to everybody to use. There's the Unreal Engine, there's Epic Online Services, which are open to all platforms and all stores. There's the Epic Games Store, which is open to software built on all engines using all different online services. And we believe the metaverse has to be open. It can't be another Monopoly's walled garden. And Epic is all in on this. We went from the pandemic to the tech downturn, the crypto implosion, and now banks are failing. And it's a really crazy time again, but we're investing very heavily in the future with the belief that companies who invest now through these hard times are going to come out the strongest company in the future, the strongest companies in the future. Some of these investments we're making in Fortnite initially and then bringing the work to Unreal Engine. Some things we're building in Unreal Engine, taking to Fortnite. But the aim is to support everything that AAA game developers are doing today and more. And this project, to build this all out into an open system, is going to take most of the decade. And that is the journey from Unreal Engine 5 to Unreal Engine 6 that will happen over this time period. It is the same journey to the open metaverse. But there's no need to wait because we're doing it live. We're building all of these systems and deploying them as we build them right into Unreal Engine 5 openly with partners. So we hope you'll download this stuff, download Unreal Editor for Fortnite, download the Unreal Engine and get started, and come see some of our tech talks where you talk about this in way more technical detail. So thank you very much for your time.
God's green earth and we
An ancient horror has awoken from its slumber and is hungry for blood.
You keep lookout.
Look out for what?
Peeps of the war zone have uncovered what appears to be an underground storage facility.
It's the game that no one ever thought was going to exist.
We like doing all sorts of things that are not common. Depending on the layout of the engine, that can be very difficult.
Having made games for 20 years, I almost feel lazy in the amount of polys I can push through this engine and still run fast and efficiently.
Double Fine Productions has been around for 20 years now. We're here in San Francisco, California. We're about 70 people. We started making our first game in 2000, which was Psychonauts, our flagship IP. And we just made a sequel to that now. So that's the 20-year history in a little bookended nutshell there. Can you bookend a nutshell?
Beware the cows! Not all milk is enriched!
Psychonauts is a very special franchise for Double Fine. We learned how to make console games making that game, and a lot of the same team is still here 20 years later.
You'll need one of these.
Now we're talking.
It's kind of our legacy, to be honest. It's this strange game that would not normally get made, but we made it, and it's kind of the soul of the studio.
Bacon.
It's very, very important to the identity of the company, and we obviously took building a sequel to it very, very seriously.
The only reason we wanted to make Psychonauts 2 was because there are people out there who love Psychonauts 1. And so we knew that that group was watching, and we couldn't get the spirit of the Psychonauts wrong.
We wanted to make sure that we maintained the original feeling and character that the original game had, but at the same time, it was really important for us to modernize kind of how the gameplay felt.
Unreal was a good fit for Psychonauts 2 because it checked all of the boxes that we needed to check on the art side for sure. Allowed us to quickly iterate on levels and build a massive game with a pretty small team.
The Unreal Engine gives us a really robust content pipeline that allows us to tackle all kinds of different things from gameplay to visuals, and allowed us to focus on adding new things and not have to deal with basic rendering functions, which if we were rolling our own engine, we would have to worry about.
Here goes nothing.
It also provides a lot of extensibility to the programmers. With full source code access, we can go through and modify anything that we need to, add any new features that we need, which given the kind of setup that we have for a game like Psychonauts 2, there's lots of custom stuff that we're messing around with.
One thing that was a boon to us is that we took the spline mesh actor and we made our own version of it called the multi-spline mesh actor, which allowed us to take a statically built object and organically populate it through the world based on a spline. If we hadn't had that bit of technology, there's no way we would have been able to make enough content to fill this game, and we wouldn't have been able to do that without Unreal Engine.
One of the things that's really helpful about Unreal is that using Blueprint, designers can mock up an idea for gameplay and see if it's fun or not before they actually request a feature to be coded by a programmer. So we can do a lot of experimentation, which is always good to test out ideas in a rapid way.
It's really nice because it acts sort of like as a common ground where Designers, artists, and programmers can all contribute to logic that's stored in Blueprint.
Like a lot of studios, we had to deal with shipping a game in quarantine. I mean, I feel really fortunate to work in the games industry because we were able to work that whole time. A lot of people couldn't work during quarantine, but we could keep going, and we ended up shipping Psychonauts 2 from our homes.
Having full source code access was really, really important to us because we were able to quickly develop this custom application that we used in order to synchronize drive data cache when everyone started working remotely. And so being able to distribute that work across a lot of different machines saved up a lot of time over the last year and a half.
Having all of our files be in sync was the thing that helped us the most. Just having source control on this project was the only thing that kept us going. Without that, it would have been madness. Yeah, we wouldn't have been able to make this game without it.
Ew, the slime is so sticky.
After all we've been through, the ups and downs, it's been quite a roller coaster. And then to make a game that's been so well received at the end of that 20 years, it just feels really good because it feels like we, I don't want to say still got it, but maybe someone, we'll pretend someone off camera said that. Oh, still got it? Yeah, that sounds good. Still got it.
Earlier this year, we released Unreal Engine 5, making the next generation of real-time technology available to the public. We've created many new tools and features that make working in real time faster, more efficient, and more collaborative. Let's take a look at a few of the tools in Unreal Engine 5. First off, you can create games and real-time experiences with massive amounts of geometric detail. By using Nanite and virtual shadow maps, UE5 can intelligently stream and process only the details you see. Each of these buildings are film-quality, multi-million poly assets dropped directly into the level. Thanks to Nanite, we don't have to bake details into normal maps or manually author LODs. And to display these assets in their best light, we've developed a fully dynamic...
Hey guys, my name is Julien Leroux, and I'm the lead tools programmer in the Unreal Engine Procedural team, and this talk is new tools for building photoreal worlds in Unreal Engine 5.2. So, oops, sorry, double click. Let's start with PCG Framework, because that's the thing I work on. So, what is PCG Framework? It's a fast and iterative procedural content generation framework in Unreal for world creators. So basically, we're trying to provide you tools so you can build your own solution for whatever procedural thing you want to do in your game, your movie, or any kind of project. So why are we here? Well, as you might know, in UE5, we released World Partition, and that allows you to build bigger worlds. And with bigger worlds, you need more content. And procedural is a pretty good way to approach that problem. So that's exactly what we've done in the Matrix Awakens demo. We've built this incredible city, all procedurally done, and it was awesome, right? But we kind of noticed there were some, production challenges, workflow issues that we wanted to try to address. And as you might have heard just a couple of minutes ago, with UEFN, more and more people are going to have their hands on UE, and we wanted to make procedural content generation a lot more accessible. So all of this drives the vision of what we're trying to accomplish here. We want procedural content generation in Unreal Engine, so no reliance on external processes, even though, I mean, you can add them if you want to. Runtime and live editing focus, so you can use procedural content in your games at runtime, or at least have a very good iteration speed in the editor. Because it's procedural and deterministic, you're going to have non-destructive workflows, and you're going to be able to do manual interactions, as you've seen in the demo. And finally, it's a framework, right? So it needs to be easy to extend. And we'll dive a bit more into that later. So the overall concept is nothing very new. Looks a bit like materials. Like materials, you have materials, material instances, and material graphs. So we're starting from the bottom here. We're introducing a new thing called the PCG graph, which I'm going to talk to you about in a second. At the instance level, we have the PCG component, holds basically the graph you want to run, and at some point in the future, some parameters so you can tweak. And somewhere in the future, we're expecting to have, what you see is what you get assets that you drag and drop. You have a couple of sliders, and just behaves the way you would expect it to. So let's talk about the node graph. It's an editor like, maybe something standard like the material editor. You're able to drag new nodes, drag pins, or in your right click, add something. There's a node palette on the left side, which will actually show the nodes you've created yourself if you want to. You have the settings on the right-hand side in this case, where you can tweak whatever you want. And because it's procedural, you want to be able to see the results. So any node you can inspect, see the results, the properties, the points, the metadata. You can also turn on visual debugging, so you can show cubes or whatever mesh you want. But as you might have seen already, everything is interactive. You change the parameter, it shows up live. You add a new node, it shows up live. You remove something, it shows up live. You can also change the landscape, it'll update. So it makes for a very interactive experience, and it's very useful, and hopefully you guys will like it. So let's dive in a bit more on the data side of things. So conceptually, in PCG, data is a probability density function. So that means that you're going to expect density values from between 0 and 1. So let's take one example, the landscape here, right? If you're on the landscape, density is 1. If you're outside the landscape, density is 0. To take another surface example, well, if it's a texture, well, density can be driven by the pixel color, for example. So you can have values in between 0 and 1. That mathematical approach enables you to do intersections, unions, differences, interpolation, and be able to be very precise on exactly what you want to do. Concretely, we've already mapped a couple of engine types to be able to use in PCG. So landscape, you can raycast against the physics or overlaps. You can use splines, landscape splines, any kind of volume, primitives, collision shapes. But most of these you'll end up sampling from, and then you end up with points. And points are the core data type in PCG. So basically, points are very simple things: transform, bounds, density, and then some metadata. And metadata is what you're going to use, well, attributes, to build logic in your graph and come up with something cool. On the node side of things, the nodes basically, they do one of either two things. They do transform data, or they spawn or create artifacts, so spawning meshes, spawning actors, or any kind of resource you want to track. And PCG is going to help you to track those and manage those transparently. Of course, on the nodes, you can set up whatever value you want. Like this is a transform node, so you can say, OK, I'm going to change the rotation from minus 45 degrees to plus 45 degrees or something. But maybe more importantly, in native nodes, if you tag your properties as overridable, you can easily have the pins. Well, it's automatic, actually. You're going to have the pins so you can dynamically drive those values in the graph. If you're using a node created from a blueprint, any instance editable variable also will create those pins. And those pins will allow you to create logic and, in between the different data types or data in your graph. So let's say you build some trees. Maybe you want to put the roots around them, right? So you want to keep them in a logic way in your graph. Right. We're already providing you a small library of a bit more than 40 native nodes. But maybe more importantly, we're still providing you with blueprints. And that kind of ties in the next slide, which is extensibility. At the moment, it's very easy for a technical artist, or even less technical artists, to build a blueprint node for PCG. You derive from the PCG blueprint element class. You implement the execute with context method, and then you can use one of the loops we provide you if you need to loop on some points. And this loop is going to be multi-threaded by default. You just need to implement the body. And that allows you also to not only be quite faster, but sidestep some of the blueprint limitations, like the number of iterations. But you're still in Blueprint, so you have access to everything in the engine. All right. On the execution side of things, I've already told you the nodes can be multi-threaded, and that's true. The graph itself can run multi-threaded as well. If multiple nodes, their inputs are previously computed, well, we can run them in parallel. But maybe a bit more importantly, for runtime purposes and live editing, everything can be time sliced as well. It's pretty simple to do, and it's something we can expand on in the future as well. And that's very useful for games that want to do runtime generation. Finally, we have a cache to allow iterations very quickly in the editor. So if you change just a part of the graph, well, we don't need to recompute the rest. It's already computed once. We've cached those values before. All right, so all of this is exciting. Hopefully, you guys are excited as well. But this is experimental 5.2, right? So don't get too attached to the UI or the API. We're still working on these. But we want to try to make these as simple as possible. So we'll streamline the APIs. We'll extend more stuff. And there's a couple of big topics that we're going to work on in the next couple of months and the next couple of releases. The first being graph LEDs. And JS will give you a good example and a good justification of that a bit later. We'll look into GPU microscattering soon enough, and we need to address a couple of production things, like per platform settings or different workflows. Sometimes you want to bake everything to the final game or something. But that's it for me. Hopefully you're still excited, and I'm going to leave you in the hands of the very capable JS to talk to you a bit more about the path we've taken to get to the Electric Dreams demo. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you, Julien. My name is Jean-Sébastien Gay, and I'm a technical art director working with the Unreal Engine development team on procedural and world building. We started working on a PCG framework just about over a year ago, and we were able to build the Electric Dreams demo that was presented earlier in the keynote by leveraging all of the groundwork and internal prototypes that we did throughout that development year. So let me start by showing you some of the most important ones. It was clear for us that the framework had to support runtime and live editing. We started by doing gameplay prototypes in the Lyra Simple project, as we think that there's nothing else quite like games to prove the point. As you know, in-game means unpredictable peer input. And that's cool. That's what we want. That's what we love about games. But our procedural framework needs to answer to that with predictable, deterministic, procedural outputs. And that's extremely important. To test that, we built two simple prototypes with different variants for each. The first one combined control point mechanic and PCG. When a team captures a point, we spawn visuals around it, as well as new extra control points. Expanding the gameplay area up to a defined grid size. The team controlling more than 50% of the area wins. The second prototype is an infinite runner, where a single difficulty variable is incremented every time a player crosses a tile. This variable is then impacting the results of the upcoming tile, by increasing the density of what's coming up. And we made also a quick alternate version by adding a random rotation to those tiles. And then we updated the PCG graph to have arrows indicating where the player should go. And that was done fairly quickly. Actually, these multiple prototypes were built under 2 weeks by only 2 technical artists. And it allowed us to confirm that having that framework working at runtime within Unreal Engine for in-game and multiplayer content is an idea totally worth pursuing. Ultimately, we think that this framework can bring new gameplay opportunities for game devs. Next, we wanted to attack scale and speed in a much higher density in a large world. The demo was about switching realities using Fortnite, City Simple, and Quixel content. Here in the video, you can see the Fortnite variants being generated live during gameplay. It is made of 4 different PCG rules. It is made of a single PCG rule with 4 different presets. And they're applied when the player goes through those portals. To achieve this, we had to build a custom hierarchical generation logic in Blueprint as a way to support level of detail based on distance and orientation from the player. This hierarchical generation concept is to be implemented natively in the framework in the very near future. As with the gameplay prototype, this was all running at game time in a quick build, without any pre-generation during the quick time. Working on these really helped us on improving performance, multi-threading, scale, and parameterization. But, well, that's not all. We had to build well-building tools prototypes. We want this framework to be used by artists and designers to create their own tools for their own project needs. It's an open framework. It is not limited to a single task or domain. In this video, you can see the interrupt with the geometry tools to separate biomes using volumes, which are then processed within the PCG graph. But we obviously had to try some building generators, or it would not have been called PCG, right? So the first one here shows handles to define the footprint of the building, and then construct it using City Simple City Simple nanite modules. The second prototype here is a little bit more involved, as it's reproducing the concept of a defined grammar as used in the Matrix Awakens buildings. For each floor, the grammar is set within the node graph in this case, and adapts to the spline driving the footprint. So after seeing the great assemblies that the Quixel team was producing for this demo, we thought that it was a good opportunity to start looking about how we could be leveraging and crafting and procedural all together. We started working on what we call the PCG assets that can be used inside as instance nodes within the node graph. These assets basically stores a point cloud of all visuals contained within a level, with a full set of attributes, such as the mesh and material references, the scene hierarchy, and actor tags. With all that information accessible, it is then possible to augment these assemblies through procedural logic and increase iteration speed and quality overall. The lower half of the video here shows you how simple the rule actually is given the results above. You can also see the attribute list view being updated live as I'm extending the spline and enabling disabling nodes. The asset utility is distributed with the PCG plugin, so you can use it, just improve it, or use it as an example to create your own PCG assets type if you want. All of what I've shown here so far proves that we need to build for extensibility and interactivity. Effectively, what we want to do here is to blur the lines between procedural and traditional workflows. We believe that procedural tools should always help artists and designers to reach the best quality possible in the project's given time. Okay, enough of the prototype work, and let's jump into electric dreams. That was a nice music. Okay. So our objective with this demo was to show how scalable the solution already is using everything that we've learned and developed so far. We are literally generating pebbles up to the large Vista mountains in the background. We have 8 unique PCG graph total in this world, supporting complex multi-graph interactions and full parameterization. And we're also leveraging the concept of the augmented PCG assemblies that I've just talked about. Now, what we call the close-range PCG area is made of 4 of the 8 PCG graphs. There's the small and large assemblies, the ground, and the embankment sides surrounding the area. Within the PCG graph, you can get data from actors, and you can get even outputs from other graphs. The ground rule is a perfect example of multi-graph interactions because it's using all of its neighbors to construct itself. It starts by getting the embankment spline to create its surface. And then when adding the assembly to the world, the graph gets updated. And during that update, we compute a distance field to rotate points around the assembly to better conform them around its shape. Using our debug visuals that can be customized and applied to any node or to multiple nodes at the same time, we can see here the ground surface following the embankment spline and what's actually happening underneath the assembly when it's present in the scene. By moving that assembly left and right, we get callbacks triggering the graph update, and we respawn everything that has been changed by that manual interaction. The ground rule is not the only example with complex interactions. The large assembly itself is also aware of the embankment and the small assembly next to it. A good example is the fallen tree logic within that rule. The surrounding spline is used to find potential fallen tree target position, which are represented by the blue wireframe box in the image that are quite hard to see, I'm sorry. By testing for overlap between the potential fallen tree bounding volumes and these targets, we can define if the tree should be spawned horizontally, pointing down toward the ground, or just discarded completely. We can control the probability by adjusting the number of potential targets in trees, but we could also use helpers to precisely place one specific fallen tree if we wanted. Speaking of helpers, in the large assembly, we added landslide manipulators. And these can be used to customize the assembly interactively with full manual control. And then it was super easy to integrate the same logic when we are approaching the small assembly next to the large one. And this is the kind of interaction that we expect you to build and expand on when creating your tools with this framework. Now, the PCG asset prototype shown a few minutes ago has proven to be extremely useful. And that's quite a blinding image. In the upper right corner of the image, you can see the procedural assembly with all of its modules. And the same applies to the embankment rule, where we have specific modules with specific functions, such as the 360 landslide on the left, that can be virtually placed anywhere because, well, it can be rotated, right? And everything in there is scattered along the spline using the segment length, the curvature, and even overrides to address specific art direction calls. But we can also use world raycast on a surface as a surface to sample on. In the case of the clover patches here, we're actually raycasting on the output of the graph itself. Placing such assets using raycasts can return invalid position and causing orientation and floating issues. So we fixed that by creating what we call the flat area detector, using the subgraph feature, just like a material function that can be reused. Within that function, we reproject at the corners of all of these patches and define if the object can be safely placed or not based on overlap and orientation of these extra points. So notice the red debug points on the left, and where it's a little bit more flat on the right, we get a lot of green, and that's where you'll see Clover being spawned. And this is shown at a very, very small scale, but you can imagine that we're using exactly the same subgraph and the same logic within the forest to spawn rocks at much larger scale. In most cases, we use a static mesh spawner node that outputs optimized instance static meshes component on the actor holding the PCG component. It's not only the most optimal output for the engine, but it's also fully customizable as we've exposed ISM descriptors that can be edited per entry. And these descriptors, you can also create material overrides. And you can even use material overrides by going through per point attributes. And that's what we did a lot in the demo. But we're not limited to ISMs. We can spawn actors, and we have to, obviously. In the case of in this case, we're spawning dynamic rocks and plants all over the area, and we're even excluding the car bonding volume. And excluding the car bonding volume is not a new idea. Remember, in the gameplay prototypes, what we had to do is remove the player from the spawning of the assets, because we don't want any assets being spawned on top of them during gameplay. OK, let's jump onto the long range. The remaining 4 rules are the vistas, the mountain and base forest rules, and the fog guards. And pictured to the right, which is there, we have the forest graph, which supports the most interaction and customization within the demo. As you can see in this video, we've exposed a set of parameters to quickly edit the forest life. Those parameters come from variables on the blueprint with the PCG component, and then are read back within the graph. While this will always be supported, as Julien said earlier, we're currently actively developing our graph instance system, where you'll be able to expose the parameters directly from within the graph. So you don't have to go through blueprints and variables to do so. A little bit like material parameters, where you want to edit them into the material instances. Okay. The forest rule is following what you would expect from a procedural forest, where primary assets, such as rocks and trees, are surrounded by their own secondary and tertiary assets. And the rocks and the cliff are also removing all of the trees that are overlapping, so we don't have bad overlaps in the forest. And in the same way, we exclude the entire handcrafted area, as well as the PCG closed range area that I was talking about earlier. And we are even mixing both the mountains and the base forest rules together to blend them using, again, a subgraph with logic based on height and normals. You can see in the video that's live with the debug display applied on multiple nodes. Using the same parameterization approach, we built different presets for each layer of the Vista rule. The idea here is that we can have different configuration, store them, and apply them when needed, such as an in-game event, or a cinematic, or just multiple shots of a movie you're making. But you could also use those graphs into multiple worlds and across production and project. And within all of the rule of the demo, we heavily rely on attribute operations. And through those operations, We scale things based on distance. We create stacks of mountains and call trees behind those mountains. We reorient the fog cards toward the center of the world. And we even apply different vegetation material overrides per single tree in the forest based on the sun direction. And you can do so much more. To end this part of the presentation, these are some stats for each rule. The timing represents the total time of all nodes added together. Keep in mind that for us, runtime and live editing is one of our main focus, and we'll always keep improving on performance. But we think that it's already quite impressive considering the fact that we're experimental and that we're spawning over 1.5 million assets total in this world. And that's a 4x4 kilometer world. Now, if you're at GDC this week, please see us at the booth today or tomorrow, or attend the PCG tutorial at the Learning Theater. And if you could not make it, look out for the tutorials videos that we're going to upload on the UE Dev community website. But before heading off to the incredible physics simulation work done in the demo, and trust me, they're incredible, I want to say a huge thank you to the entire PCG Framework development team, as well as the Electric Dreams crew. Up to you now, Bryce, and thanks for listening.
So hi, my name is Bryce Criswell. I'm a lead physics engineer here at Epic Games, and I'm going to talk about some of the physics features we used for this demo. So first of all, we are very excited to have the opportunity to partner with Rivian this year and explore setting up their R1T inside of the Unreal Engine. We decided to use this as an opportunity to highlight some of the features in our vehicle system, our fluid system, and a new tetrahedral solver that models volumetric soft body dynamics. So first up is our vehicle system. The Chaos Vehicle plugin was utilized during the city sample demo for the destructible vehicle system and has been available within the engine since release 5.0. This version of our vehicle system allows for skeletal mesh-based vehicle setups, where we perform scene queries from wheel positions to emulate the suspension characteristics of a vehicle. And we also provide a torque model to help recreate a typical transmission-based drivetrain. So for this demo, one of our first additions was that we needed to add the ability to emulate the Rivian drivetrain, where each wheel has its own electric motor. So specifications regarding the torque and energy distribution of the Rivian's R1T electric motors was directly discussed with Rivian engineers. Our current system provides a maximum torque that is divided between all the active wheels of the simulation. However, for a Rivian, each wheel is computer controlled, and the energy is directed to the necessary wheel based on its interaction with the environment. For example, the wheel with the highest coefficient of friction will be given the most power, and it can provide the best traction for the vehicle. This means that the wheel motion for the Rivian's drivetrain is much more precise than a standard vehicle model. So for this demo, our goal was to model the rock crawl mode of the Rivian. This means that the throttle input was reduced to limit the full power of the electric motors. The torque curve was cut after 20 miles an hour. And acceleration was limited to emulate the feeling of a four-wheel drive's low gear setting. Now, keep in mind, the Rivian doesn't actually have a low gear, but it feels like that when you drive it in this rock crawl mode. It moves very slowly with a precise motion over a tough terrain. We used the existing engine braking parameters to simulate the effect of the motor's regenerative braking system. We set the transmission to have one forward gear and experimented with finding an underlying gear ratio within our vehicle that matched that of Rivian's. Resistance values were tuned in the interface to make the vehicle quickly deaccelerate when the throttle is not applied, which aids in the controllability when driving a downhill. But again, it was just more to emulate this four-wheel drive setting for the crawl mode. So the adjustment of the throttle and the braking parameters were all managed through our existing controls in the vehicle system. However, the Rivian's R1T had a few features that were not completely represented in the plugin, and we needed to add them. The most obvious differences were the wheel spin characteristics and the complex behavior of the R1T's dynamic suspension. So first, Rivian prides themselves on their ability to not over-rotate a wheel or slip or spin out a tire. Our simulation already had traction control, but we added a maximum spin threshold, which prevents the wheel from rotating too quickly when it's off the ground. Rivian indicated that the wheel will just slowly turn until it finds the ground again, and we incorporated that behavior into our model. The different drive modes advertised by Rivian will allow the drivers to control the height of the vehicle from the in-vehicle display. The rock crawl mode will raise the vehicle to 15 inches above the ground, while the sport mode will reduce its height to 9 inches. To emulate Rivian's ability to transition between the different drive modes, a new function was exposed to blueprints that allows artists to modify the suspension height of the vehicle at runtime. Considering the pace of the demo, only rock crawl and all-purpose mode were modeled for our asset, and sadly, the 0 to 60 in 3 seconds for the sport mode was not. So no driving game today, or racing game today, sorry. So let's transition now and talk about the Niagara fluid system. The water feature you saw in the demo was a real-time fluid simulation authored within Engine. The Unreal Engine's Niagara-based fluid system was released in Engine version 5.0 and offers artists and end users interactive, real-time water simulations. The toolset is fully incorporated within Niagara and controllable using standard gameplay setups. Over the past year, updates have been added that improve upon the system's capabilities and workflows. The Niagara fluid system supports a 2D and 3D gas and water simulation. With the interface completely built within Niagara, the artists are encouraged to explore the feature set, inspecting our predefined template workflows and mixing and matching features to achieve a desired look. As an artist, you are encouraged to tinker. As an engineer, you are encouraged to learn from our source and contribute through GitHub if interested. Niagara's tools provide several levels of abstraction for an artist when building setups and workflows. Here we see on the left an example of an emitter's summary view, which provides high-level simulation controls that simplifies an artist's interaction with the fluid system. However, as an expert user that needs a more fine-grained level of control, the emitter's underlying implementation is still available to expose all aspects of a complex effect. That's on the right. Artists will interact with the fluid system using engine blueprints. As you can imagine, blueprints provide artists with gameplay controls over the real-time environment, allowing for event triggers that can start and stop a simulation, control collision interactions, allow artistic direction using fields, and direct the fluids with velocities. Of course, if real-time is not your thing, and you need to utilize a more traditional visual effects pipeline for cinematic-based workflows, you can cache your simulation results and play them back within Sequencer. So for this example, we are running a live sim in Sequencer with a keyframe controller. We adjust the collider's timing to get the desired look, and then cache the fluid sim with a simple button on the cache track. We can then scrub the results or render using the cache, thus avoiding a heavy simulation every time we need to render the results. The liquid solver is based on the fluid implicit particle method, also known as FLIP. The solver simulates water particles moving through a voxel grid that defines pressures from the velocities of the particles. To represent interactions with the environments, collisions are stored as boundary conditions within the grid and prevent the flow of particles through scene geometry. Ultimately, the FLIP solver produces a velocity that gives a plausible, divergent-free motion, which can then be transferred from the simulation grid back onto the particles. Finally, to visualize the results of the simulation, the particles are stamped into a sign distance field so that a surface volume can be generated for rendering. The sign distance field is then smoothed to reduce noise artifacts introduced by the rasterization of the particles on the grid. Once the simulation is complete, surface particles and secondary effects like wet maps can be layered on top of the simulation results to add to the next level of realism. Here we see an example of a secondary particle adding a whitewater effect to the surface of the fluid. Also, within the demo, you will see trails of water that are left from the tires as the vehicle leaves the pond. To integrate this fluid setup into the Rivian demo, our artists first pre-computed the ground sign distance field that produced a watertight cup for the fluid particles. The Rivian was represented using mesh distance fields that pushed the water away from the vehicle. Also, the initial state of the pond needed to be still and glossy to kind of indicate the untouched nature of the surface. To keep the fluid in a perfectly still state, a trigger volume was created to freeze the velocity from within the blueprint. Similar trigger volumes were also utilized to hide the simulation when not visible, saving valuable resources on the GPU. Another aspect of bringing a bit more realism into this demo involved modeling the interactions of the tires with the environment. We utilized a tetrahedral simulation to model the deformations of the tires as it interacts with the terrain. This is a real-time simulation that constantly adjusts the relative volumes of the tetrahedron as it interacts with the environment and is gameplay directable through the use of animation constraints. The Chaos Tetrahedral Solver offers a stable, real-time simulation framework for the evaluation of volume-preserving lattices. One of the benefits of this solver is that it effectively gives us a dial to control accuracy versus speed depending on your target application. This is a CPU-based simulation, which is advantageous for several reasons. Rendering resources on the GPU can consume a significant amount of hardware budget due to the resolution of the geometry in the environment or the fluids or whatever you have going on the GPU. And also, having access to the deformable simulation on the CPU allows us to start exploring deformable models as gameplay affecting elements. For the Rivian simulation, we were targeting speed. The results needed to run on a reasonably high-end PC and remain stable and artifact-free, which can be quite a challenge for dynamics across volumetric meshes. For example, the density of the mesh, or just the number of connections across the mesh, can dictate the iteration requirements of the solver. As a result, a denser mesh will require higher iteration counts to properly propagate the energy through the system. Therefore, a balance needs to be found that allows the mesh to remain visibly plausible, but performant and within budget. So I intentionally added this bottom video to make a point about convergence and mesh resolution. The noise artifacts we see on the lower example are an indicator that the simulator is not taking enough iterations and will need more time to resolve. Unfortunately, this means that you will not be able to run at this level of detail in real time, and will need to consider reducing your resolution. If you actually need this level of detail in your simulation, you will need to consider our in-engine cached solution to get reasonable results, and then potentially play back a cached canned animation inside the simulator, or inside your game. Okay, so the tire's simulation geometry is modeled using a radial tetrahedral mesh. We experimented with different radial meshing techniques to help explore the bending characteristics of the tire. In this example, we are testing an isosurface stuffing tetrahedralization from Tetwild, which will be released in 5.2, along with a radial tetrahedralization algorithm developed for the demo. By varying the structure and density of the mesh, by varying the structure and density of the mesh, we can see that the simulation will produce dramatically different results. And we use those results to help configure the iteration requirements of the solver. The tetrahedral asset that drives the tire's geometry is also configured using an evaluated node graph, which assists in the procedural authoring of simulation setups. So the vertices of the tetrahedron along the wheel's rim are constrained using kinematic constraints, also known as infinite mass attachments. The constrained vertices will follow the rotational animation of the axle produced by the vehicle system as the player drives around. The connected tetrahedron that are not constrained by the animation are then carried along for the ride. And while the tire was affixed to the wheel using kinematics, the interaction with the environment was accomplished using raycasts through vertices along the surface of the wheel. The raycasts provide contact information at user-specified control points that then push the surface of the tire out of the ground geometry. This setup allows artists to configure the accuracy of the tire's interaction with its environment and also tune the resolution of the collision response based on CPU limitations. Collision interactions against dynamic geometry were also added using convex and analytic collision objects along the path of the demo. The vehicle will stream dynamic geometry into and out of the solver based on the proximity to the wheels. Here we can see the tires interacting with the dynamic rigid bodies as the vehicle drives through the environment. Lastly, to see the results of the simulation, we transfer the simulation mesh onto a higher resolution surface for render. This approach can target both nanite and skeletal mesh geometry types. For the Rivian, we are using texture maps to deform the nanite geometry. However, skeletal mesh deformations can be accomplished through an Optimus deformer as well. And I want to just pause here for a second and express how impressed I am with what the rendering team has been able to accomplish. This tire is roughly 1 million vertices, which is a very high resolution for a deformable gameplay asset. Being able to push the deformations into such a high resolution surface has really helped sell the realism of the tire. So the Rivian is just one example of how you can perform a deformable simulation in Engine. Because the solver we are using allows for convergence if you allow it to take enough time, you can also use our solver to produce cached, high-resolution simulations that can be played back within Sequencer. For example, this shows a multi-layered muscular skeletal simulation where the underlying muscles are simulated against the skeleton. On the left, we have a passive muscle simulation of a character against its animation. On the right, we see a fascia layer simulated on top of the muscles. Sorry, that first frame did not play. So please note, this example is not a real-time simulation and is experimental in 5.2. But it could be used in a character training pipeline to construct an ML-based GPU deformer if you want a real-time solution on the skin. So if you would like more information about our ML-based character simulation pipeline, please see our 2 o'clock talk, Metahumans, Framework, and Machine Learning for Next-Gen Character Deformations. So lastly, here's another look at the different elements coming together. The vehicle constraints, the fluid system, the deformable tires, all simulating in real time. Everything that we have shown here is available in the 5.2 release. Details for the Chaos tetrahedral simulation will be posted on the Community Learning channel in the coming days, alongside the existing documentation for the Chaos Vehicle plugin and the Niagara fluid system. And I also want to give a big thanks to the Chaos simulation team. It has been a tremendous amount of work to get us to a point where we can show these type of simulations, and we are all very excited to show the world what we can do. So please come by the booth if you have any questions. And now I'd like to introduce Marion, who will be talking about our new material authoring system. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Marian Alaoui. I'm technical artist for Epic Games, part of the Special Project team. Today, I'm really honored to present you Substrate, the new layering system for Unreal Engine 5. The beautiful jungle demo called Electric Dreams demonstrates this new powerful feature that improves a lot the visual fidelity. All materials in this demo are using this new material system by simply enabling the option in the project settings. But now, let's talk about what is Substrate and how is it working. Before going in the details, it is important to understand one of the core features. In traditional real-time rendering, reflection is calculated by merging all the parameters all together to output a final specular that's going to be more or less accurate. With this new system, Unreal is able to separate each reflection for each layer by calculating them separately, and that's going to output the result for you. With this in mind, artists will be able to work with accurate material based on an optimized multi-specular, also called multi-BSDF, that will increase the visual possibilities. By upgrading the new material graph, Unreal is offering more flexibility with less complexity by merging multiple shading models into a single node. Default lit, subsurface, skin, and fuzz would be all merged together. Each layer in Substrate are composed by an interface, here in yellow, and a medium in blue. Substrate help to reason about what we manipulate and how light would interact when dealing with those properties. Every node we are playing with are allowing physically accurate transition, but still allowing artists to do some variation and explore different art styles. Each substrate element will generate a spatial topology, allowing the engine to easily reorder the layering system. Substrate is coming with a new node called slab that offer a lot of advantages. With parameters, you can create a huge variety of materials that could combine different shading models into a single asset. Each BSDF is represented as matter, where stacking them together is resulting in a variable list of packed bytes that will change based on the complexity of the material. You can compare this topology of the system to a G-buffer, for example. This adaptive storage enables per-pixel topology and features scalability that provides a range of optimization without sacrificing the quality. This is one of the key elements of substrates. Don't lerp anymore, just use substrate operators. The new layering system allows you to physically transition between matters such as dielectric and conductors. Parametric blending is allowing per-layer optimization that gives you freedom to choose between performance and quality. Note that this is going to be inside the different operators I'm going to show you just after. Substrate is offering you two main types of composition. Horizontal, that will mix the two slabs on the same depth, computing both specular individually to mesh them together. And the vertical composition, that take into account the thickness or the depth of the top layer to apply transmittance and proper absorption based on your inputs. Finally, the weight coverage node that is working similarly to an opacity layer where you will be able to change the opacity of a specific slab that is also working per pixel. This is very useful as you could remove the entire slab from the material evaluation when the coverage is set to 0. If your project is currently using the old material system and you would like to upgrade to substrates, you will be able to use the substrate legacy conversion that allows you to automatically make your old material compatible with substrate. When enabling the option, all materials will be automatically converted using that node. You don't need to do any kind of manual work for this. But now that we covered the theory, let's go for a few examples that's going to be better. One of the best updates is giving the opportunity to transition between dielectric to metallic, for example. In this video, you can see the nice transition between the two types of matter. By calculating two separate BSDF, substrate will render the transition with accuracy. On the right, you can see the material graph composed by a horizontal layer blended with a mass texture. This example is a bit different, as you can see. Substrate is now allowing artists to play with the F0 and F90 values. This new functionality increases the possibilities by keeping the results physically correct. The F0 and F90 has been added to the slab to facilitate the control. Here, you can see the simplicity of the material graph by simply giving the two colors directly to the nodes. We also extend the possibility by adding a thin layer node. This is representing a layer of matter, that absorbs part of the light and allowing you to see this very nice chromatic effect. You will be able to play with the various parameters, such as IOR, normal, and thickness to vary the results. It is important to keep in mind that this approximation is based on the view angle only. By upgrading our new shading model, we are now supporting the second roughness as a default feature in Substrate. This will give you more control over the shape of the tail for the specular by just creating a new node called haziness. This is going to simplify the work a lot for you. The first model has been also improved a lot. The artists will be able to have more flexibility and we'll be able to work way better with this new shading model updates. Simulating the fuzz with improved physical representation will make your material more natural than ever. The rough refraction is a new feature implemented in Substrate to facilitate the process of creating rough layer by blurring the bottom layer for the opaque material, for example. But here, as you can see, this option is also working with translucent material by blurring the scene color based on the depth. With this option, you don't need to do any custom tricks anymore. This is just working. All right, now that we covered like some simple example, I would like you to go for a more complex one. We're gonna rebuild together the nice uproll effect we used in the Electric Dreams demo you saw just before. In the first place, we will create the bottom layer representing the back of the element. To increase the depth filling, we will create a fake refraction effect that's gonna be based on normal and the view angle by changing the specular. For this, we will play with the F0 and the F90 we just saw before. In order to decrease the strong contrast of the specular highlights, we will use the new haziness node to grow the tail in order to affect the reflection. The middle layer is a bit more complex. The idea is to add this nice chromatic effect created by the topology of the piece. We will first generate the parallax occlusion to simulate the 3D model inside the material. Then, by reading the depth saved in the texture, we can sample the material information directly inside the vertical layer. It is important to imagine this layer as a translucent matter that absorbs a certain range of the light in order to reveal the bottom layer. An additional anisotropy effect is used to break this linear reflection, giving a more natural look by playing with the tangent, for example. By adding a coating layer, we will increase the depth of the parallax effects. The clear coat, similarly to the previous example, will also use the substrate transmittance mean-free path that simplify the mathematical representation of the transmittance, giving us the opportunity to output the final color based on the thickness or the depth. You could imagine this coating has a thick piece of tinted resin, for example, that have been polished. Finally, let's add some dust onto this multi-layer material. By simply adding another vertical composition node, we can properly generate and calculate all those complex BSDF that are all very different. One of the advantages of substrates is the possibility to split each group of matter as an individual pieces on your graph, which gives the artist a clean material asset, which is very important. You can also use material function to clean your work in order to help the readability of the material. All right, with all those effects, you will need to control the performance impact of your creativity. To help artists and engineers to have some feedback, Substrate is coming with different tools to dig inside this layering system. Various view modes have been added to track your material complexity. As you know, stacking multiple BSDF could be expensive if you're not too careful. However, Substrate will help you to find the best combination between performance and quality. The first view mode is showing the number of BSDF you have per pixel. By simply looking at the colors, you will be able to approve the usage of extra layers in your material based on your target quality. It is a very simple view mode, but it's very useful and could save you a ton of time. The second image is showing an in-depth layers or an in-depth information on your different layers. You will be able to inspect each element, such as roughness, diffuse color, and minimal values. By hovering the material with your cursor, a 3D gizmo will help you to analyze each normal of your material. An additional information will be added to the screen in order to visualize the performance impact on your memory. That is very important to keep in mind. The last image is an example of many advanced view modes you have in Substrate. However, this requires to be enabled in the project setting. This UI is helping to inspect each layer and understanding how Substrate is reading your material. This advanced debugger is heavy on the performance and needs to be disabled if you are targeting for performance. It is important to note that the current system do have some limitation. This experimental feature is currently allowing the artist to have a maximum of 8 slabs, as well as a limited number of tangent space in your material. All right, so what is next? Substrate is currently not supported by the path tracer, but the team is working really hard to have it working properly. We would like you to still use both options in order to validate your result with the path tracer. As you know, a continuous effort is made by the developer to always improve the performance without losing the quality of your material. Both performance and optimization are in the radar of the engineering team. We are also trying to be listening for feedbacks in order to improve the stability of Substrate. All right, if you have any question, feel free to see us directly at the booth or attend to the session that's going to be also happening at the booth today. I would like to do a special thank you to the rendering team, especially to Sébastien Hillière and Charles de Rossier, who has been amazing creating this amazing framework. With all this in mind, I would like to thank you and enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah, when I started out working with Omno, it's been this huge mountain of work in front of me, and there's been so many doubts, and the pressure was insane. And when I look back on that now, I still can't believe how lucky I am that the story ended the way it did. My name is Jonas Manke, and I'm the solo developer of Omno and the founder of Studio Inky Fox. Omno is a third-person adventure with puzzle platforming elements and a strong emphasis on exploration. As a player, you're on a pilgrimage seeking a mystical light. As you go through the game, you reveal bits and pieces about the ancient culture, and you eventually learn something about the character that you're playing, or maybe even about yourself as a player. Making fantasy worlds was always something that excited me, and I grew up with a pen in my hands, and so do my kids. My desk was cluttered with drawings from my kids. They come in, put something on my desk and go like, this is my new dinosaur. You know, that inspires me to come up with some weird shapes for the animals and, you know, to mix animals. The urge to see something new, to discover new horizons in a way. And that's a feeling that I wanted to capture in my game as well. That's probably why I ended up emphasizing the exploration part that much in my game. Before I started with the production of Omno, I was a character animation artist for roughly 10 years, and I was working mostly in the film and television industry. Initially, the Omno figure was just a test rig for me to see how animation works within the Unreal Engine, and I felt like that little character deserves some more than just being, you know, ripped apart and pulled on. So I created just for myself, as a learning experience, a little landscape around him. When I started with the Unreal Engine to learn about the animation pipeline, I was totally surprised how easy it was to learn. Started watching online tutorials. I was watching a YouTube playlist on how to learn the Unreal Engine, on how to work with it, and it just clicked with me. I felt like I can get things into place quickly. I can see the results that I'm working on right away, which was really motivating, because usually it just takes a ton of time to make something look good, and that's not been the case with the Unreal Engine. It took roughly half a year or so until I had something on my hands where I felt like this looks kind of cool, and I was showing it to a friend, and he was like, hey man, you have to show that to other developers, and this looks really like something. And I posted it on Facebook back then in a developer group, and I felt like that all those professional people in there would rip my stuff apart. But that was not the case. I received hundreds of messages within just a few hours. My computer actually crashed because of that, because my browser couldn't handle that. I knew I have to move on with the game and handle all the doubts and questions that I had on the side, and handle the funding question. My biggest fear was that if I would sign with a publisher or like an investor, that they would have too much influence on my work. And it took me a couple of months to realize that I have to turn those offers down and realize that I just want to make that game. The mega grant allowed me to stick to my vision and gave me the funding to enlarge the scope of the game, to add more areas, to work more creatures in there, which eventually is what makes Omno what it is today, because there's more stuff to explore and to discover, right? Me as a solo developer, there's no one you can bounce your ideas with, right? You can't get feedback on everything instantly. There's no team that taps your shoulder and goes like, just keep moving. When you're in doubt, then basically the entire production is stuck. The mega grant gives you the moral boost and gives you like a true indicator that you're working on something that's promising and that it's worth it to pursue, and that someone's believing in you. That's a message with a really big impact.
At Gameloft Brisbane, the culture is everything for our studio. We've got a really relaxed team and a great group of like-minded, super talented developers.
Gameloft made Oregon Trail games before. Specifically, the Brisbane studio hasn't. So this was our first experience with the Oregon Trail.
How we kept the heart and soul of the original Oregon Trail was, really just at the start, going back and playing it and breaking the game down screen by screen. We took that and then, dove into researching what those actual locations were on the trail. Really just understanding where the original developers, what they were trying to get at.
Trying to keep as much real history in the game as we could was really key. So we really wanted to base everything in reality. And it kind of naturally lines up, right? Because the original did the same thing. It was just simpler. We basically tried to look at it as if we were making it for the first time, following the same guidelines as the 1985 version.
We noticed in the original there wasn't a lot of Native American representation. It's funny, the original developer in a Reddit, he actually called it out as well and said that if there was one thing that he could add back into it, it would be to tell more of those stories.
In early development, we broke out 4 key pillars, which were authenticity, nostalgia, replayability, and player choice. We took those 4 elements and sort of based all of our decisions around those and made sure that if we were including a mechanic or making a design decision, it matched to one or more of those pillars and sort of didn't damage or go against any of them.
We wanted to keep this very based in reality and make it very convincing. So I would look up what types of foliage turned up in certain areas of the environment, and I would go on Google Maps trips to make sure that I was following the terrain very accurately.
We're reading these travelers' journals, and they would describe these massive landscapes where you've got these huge prairies that just go for days. And then when we added the sky system and the little bumblebees and things like that, it really just brought it all to life.
The 3D environments, while we wanted to make them really beautiful and lush, didn't look too realistic compared to the 2D characters that we had moving around the environment. So we chose a very flat graphical art style for the texturing to keep the background in the background and let the characters kind of shine.
So when Unreal first came into Gameloft Australia, it was just such a smooth process. Quite quickly and easily, the team were able to pick it up and get started. And I think what's really amazing is that global community for Unreal. There's just so many resources that the team could pull from and learn.
Being able to work in engine like I could with Unreal was really important, and also all of the natural environment, landscape and tools that Unreal has really sped up the process because we had a very small art team for creating the environments. So speed was everything, and Unreal's foliage tools, all of their mesh painting tools were really important for creating a very fast pipeline for creating a lot of content quickly.
Working with blueprints makes everything much faster. Development and iteration process, iteration time between what you want to create and what you see is much quicker. So to create visuals, to create materials, to create post processes, anything that needs a lot of iteration is much easier to do through blueprints than, let's say, in C++ or other languages.
Blueprints gave us the flexibility to just create content very quickly and then iterate upon it very quickly as well. We have, I think, just shy of 400 events in the Oregon Trail. We wouldn't have had even half that with any kind of lesser system.
When we started using Unreal, it just made such a huge difference for our art team. It just meant that they could, finally be hands-on. I'm not going to name names with the other engines, but this one really just allowed the artists to jump in and create without boundaries.
It is interesting working with the person working with your wife or your spouse or whatever. It can make it weird, but I wouldn't want to do this project any other way.
Yeah, because when you fight, it's like a regular spouse fight, right? Both of us didn't want to give. So it's like, you know what?
There's
Let's
creative,
just put
small
both of
creative
them in
differences. Yeah, small creative differences everywhere. I'm Jordan.
And I'm Arisa, and we both make up Blue Curse Studios, and we're working on our first game, Snacko.
When this project started, we were at a pretty stable place in life. I was a full-time software developer making a pretty decent salary, and you were just about to go into the games industry on your own. And then we kind of said, you know what, we're not going to do that. Let's do the hardest thing possible.
Let's have no income.
Yeah, let's have no income, and then try to get people to trust in our vision.
Right before Snacko, I was still in college learning game art, so it was mostly 3D. We started doing these game jams because my college taught Unreal Engine. I think one of the best choices to do fast iteration on because of the Blueprint scripting system, so it was really easy to prototype and iterate.
It's the path of least resistance to getting your idea into reality is the way I like to think about it.
It's so fast, it's unreal.
Oh my god.
Ah, that was so funny. I'm so funny. So this all started, I had one cat, Mikan, and then when we met, we adopted another black cat together, Momo, and those two kind of became the base of Snacko.
And their personalities also kind of match. So Mikan in the game is a very skittish, nervous cat who's
likes to eat.
And then Momo is kind of a silent, strong, like she's the main character.
It's a marriage of an adventure game and a farming simulator. The adventure is you as the player figuring out why the island was abandoned and trying to revitalize it and invite people back to enjoy a quiet life where you're free from Slack and
capitalism. It's supposed to be more of an RPG feel.
You told me no farming. Under no circumstances are we putting farming in the game.
Yeah.
Because it was going to be too
complicated, but we added up like 9 little tiles to the player's house that they could plant vegetables in. And then that was like the beginning of the end. It was just...
Because that's what people latched onto. Everyone was like, oh, it's a farming game. And then he was like, okay, fine. It's a farming game.
I want to say there was like the before Mega Grant and after Mega Grant Snacko.
The before and after.
There really was like it was like
the Mega Grant art.
It was like the cute project your kid is working on, and it went from being like I was afraid to talk about it to being like cool, like this is cool now. I'm happy.
So with that sort of like comfort of having the Mega Grant, we were able to just continue in a more sustainable way. You get into a bad cycle of let's do this thing that is not going to benefit the project in the long term, but it's going to look good now.
Yeah.
And we need it to look good now because we need to show it to publishers or to people. When we got the Mega Grant, people started taking it more seriously.
They did.
We got emails back again from publishers or people who wanted to support the project. Next up for us is releasing the game. We just want to release the game. It's been our baby for 4 years, and we want to see other people playing it and enjoying it. We're so close, but it's so hard. If there was like a graph for game development, it would be like, wow, this is really cool and really fun, and then it goes like that.
Difficulty curve.
Yeah, and then it goes into like crying. I wouldn't want to do anything else. I
like,
cry about it.
It is a lot of pain, but it's also.
It's like good pain, you know.
It's the pain that makes you stronger. That kind of pain. Not like you slipped a disc kind of pain.
What the?
Hello guys, how are you? Tobias Rusjan here from Cyber Studios. We are a small indie dev team from Argentina. I started creating games in the late 90s using a software called Dev Game Studios. During high school, I kept coding, creating some basic games during my free time. In 2007, I started my first job in industry as a junior programmer, creating mobile games for another company. I learned a lot there and met great people. We went from Java to C++ and then C# in Unity. In 2011, I quit that job to start making my own games. So I contacted my uncle Ivan Rusjan to help me out with the money while I stay at my mom's house. In 2012, we officially started Cyber Studios with a team of only 2. We worked in the Doorway saga for 5 years, delivering 3 titles during that period. The team and quality of the games kept growing with each release, but it was always pretty tough since we were just a few guys doing a crazy amount of work. I did all the programming, but also design, 3D modeling, animations, and even sound effects. And that's only related to the game itself. Then there was all the direction of the projects, the marketing, paying salaries, and a lot more. We finished the Doorway saga in 2016 and started working on our most recent project, Hellbound. A 90s style first-person shooter I wanted to do since I started making games when I was a kid. So we moved to Unreal Engine 4 to get the best results in terms of quality for our new project. The team now was bigger and a lot more experienced. For the investment, this time we got a national government funding, a Kickstarter, and even an Unreal Dev grant from the awesome people at Epic Games. And finally, a publisher was also involved so we can complete the funds to finish the game. Hellbound was just released on Steam, but we are still making improvements and adding new content for the community. What I think always helped us to get the funds and attention we need for our project was to have prototypes in our hands. We always worked very hard to have something solid to show to the world, and not just an idea or a document with some references. You guys can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. We are Cyber Studios, and we wish you the best in your awesome projects.
Isles of Japan. Located in the Sea of Japan, these mountainous islands are bursting with tales that are as fascinating as they are ancient. This remote area is not only entrenched in stunning environmental beauty, but also relics spanning across thousands of years of civilization. From lush green forests to small villages and even large gold mines, the Isles of Japan were an ideal location for our scanning team to explore. So whether you're looking for a variety of surfaces or stunning works of art sculpted throughout history, this impressive collection is ready for you to drop into your project right now. Visit the Megascans library today where you can get these assets for free with your Unreal Engine account.
It's what we've waited for. Hi everyone, welcome to battle testing Unreal Engine 5 Next Gen system with Fortnite. My name is Paul Mader, I'm a technical artist at Epic Games, and I'm representing the team here today to tell you all about the things we did on Fortnite Chapter 4. When we started, we had all these amazing Unreal Engine 5 tech demos with new features like Nanite and Lumen. But we had none of these in Fortnite, and we wanted to change that. But as you might know, when you make a tech demo, it can be rather different than making and shipping a game with the same features. And we needed to prove these features. And we needed to do it in a way that fits the style of Fortnite. But we definitely wanted to do it in a way where people say, wow, this looks really great and very different from Chapter 3. So we wanted to go from this, which is Chapter 3 of Fortnite, to this, which is Chapter 4 of Fortnite. Nanite is one of our biggest new features. It lets us create highly detailed geometry. So of course we wanted to use it. Our props and hero meshes are modeled directly in a digital content creation tool. And our artists are allowed to use whatever techniques and tools they prefer. It is then exported into the editor. And once in the editor, we rely heavily on automated generated LODs for our fallback meshes. There's nothing out of the ordinary here. It's a very common workflow that most artists are familiar with. But Fortnite has a very frequent release schedule with lots of new content each season. Especially our building system is very complex and highly customizable. So a single wall, for example, can have different looks using different texture data assets. It could be a very detailed brick wall or a simple plaster wall. So we knew building all of these variations in high detail wouldn't work with our Fortnite pipeline. So we thought a displacement pipeline is the most likely to succeed. But with displacement in Fortnite, there come some requirements. We needed it to be crack-free, we needed to maintain our modular seamless tiling meshes, and it needed to work with our building system. Scalability is very important for us. We have a wide range from mobile to high-end PCs. And also, we needed to be able to update our old assets easily. A low memory footprint and a low impact on artists was also important for us. Then we needed to figure out how we are actually doing displacement. There are two common solutions. One would be a world position offset shader, which is great because it's fully dynamic, it updates instantly, but on the downside, nanite meshes are rather slow when used with world position offset shaders. And every mesh would need a very high tessellation by default. The second solution would be to model it directly inside of a DCC tool using displacement. The great thing about that is our artists would have full control over it. But on the downside is it would be a lot of work for our artists. And once it's in the engine, it's not very flexible. And that means iterating on it would be slow. So neither of those worked for us. We needed something that's in-engine, lets us quickly iterate, and has a lower performance impact and a lower memory impact. Then we had to solve the most common problems with displacement. If you do displacement on split vertices, you get cracks in the mesh. If you do it on an average normal, you get a distorted mesh. It's very difficult to UV unwrap, and it breaks modular seamless tiling meshes. We needed something like this, which is a mixture of direct and indirect displaced surfaces, with no splits in the geometry, and we maintain a clean tiling mesh. So we started out building a displacement prototype using Houdini. We generate a mask that determines which words are direct and which words are indirect displaced. Then each word that is indirect displaced looks up the distance to each other word that is direct displaced. And if it's in the same distance, it will copy the displacement vector from the direct to the indirect. This gives us the clean tiling, clean crack-free mesh that we wanted. This was a great proof of concept. But sadly, we don't use Houdini engine with our editor Fortnite builds. And our environment artists don't really use Houdini itself to model the environment assets. This meant this workflow would be rather slow. Around this time, a new feature called Geometry Script was brought to our attention. And with the help of our engineers, we were able to recreate the Houdini script inside of geometry script inside the engine. And it was actually great. It was really fast, and our artists were able to get started making prototype assets. But still, this involved quite some manual labor, and it was not the workflow we wanted. We moved all of this to C++ code, and Fortnite already uses a texture data-driven system for all our destructible buildings. This lets us blend up to 4 texture sets on a single asset in a single material element. All we did was we used this texture data asset and added another slot for displacement maps, and a value for magnitude and a center bias offset. This allowed our artists to only create the low poly meshes and the displacement map, and then procedurally generate in editor all the high detail meshes, using up to 4 displacement maps on a single asset. This system allowed us to optimize it even further. It only generates the minimum amount of unique meshes needed. Then our engineers added adaptive tessellation, which reduced the vertex count of our displaced meshes by a lot and reduced the overall memory usage. This is all handled under the hood. And our artists don't even have access to the high detail mesh in editor. The high detail mesh gets stored directly in the GDC and can be easily removed from platforms that don't even use Nanite. All of this lets us create these incredibly high detailed environments with a rather low impact on the artist's workflow. Next, we needed to figure out how to build trees and foliage with Nanite. Our current trees were one of the most expensive assets in Fortnite. So we knew this is going to be challenging. And previous Unreal Engine 5 demos had no trees or foliage at all because of missing features like world position offset shaders for animation and mask material support. And in general, Nanite is really good with solid, continuous objects, like rocks, for example. But smaller, non-continuous objects cause problems, like, for example, leaves. So we had no idea how detailed we actually can go with these trees. And we wanted to go from these to something like this, which was our prototype map. We started about 1 year before shipping Chapter 4. And we used the trial and error approach. We built lots and lots of trees, different types of trees, but mostly we focused on a single broadleaf tree. It was more important for us to have lots of variations of the same tree that we can easily compare to each other. We built any variation we could think of, from masked leaves to opaque leaves. Each leaf modeled was as cards with masks, and various detail from 6 million words down to 50,000 words, and various materials with different costs. Then we started profiling. We made a little blueprint that let us switch between all of our trees at runtime. This made it possible to profile everything at the same time and get data we can compare directly to each other. And we learned a lot from this. So what did we learn? Opaque materials render way quicker than any of the masked materials we tried. World position offset shaders work now, but they're expensive. And for the average density of our trees and overall performance, we had a budget of 360,000 words per tree. And that's actually not that much when you consider you have to model each leaf without the use of an alpha mask. Even so, we now had on the trunk and the leaves our opaque material. We found out that still splitting it up into 2 material elements is faster than using a single material element with a more expensive shader. And even so, we don't use masked materials anymore and don't have a masked material overdraw. Nanite has its own material overdraw problem, so keep that in mind when you build your trees. Shadow proxies can help close up this performance, but in a distance, they don't do much because Nanite will target about the same triangle count for the proxy mesh as for the real rendered mesh. And finally, when you model trees this detailed, definitely use a procedural modeling tool that's made for that. Each vertex counts with these trees. Our trees are mostly built with single leaves using about 8 to 10 words. But we use a few bigger clusters that have 30 to 38 words. we use them only in occluded areas just to fill in some density. Even so, they are higher in detail. They're actually safe on the overall vertex count of the trees because you don't have to spawn as many single leaves. And in total, we spawn around 30,000 leaves on one tree. Then we needed to optimize our world position of the shader for the animation. Our old pivot painter script was way too expensive for these trees. We needed something very simple without complex calculations inside of the shader. Our approach to that was using more lookup textures. These lookup textures were created in a Houdini script. The Houdini script takes the hierarchy that was created in the modeling tool, converts it to a skeleton, and then we run a vellum solver on this skeleton to generate the animation. This animation is then transferred back to the tree using UV mapping and the baking of the animation lookup textures. This is a very similar approach to our old pivot painter script. But instead of storing the pivots, we store the animation directly in the texture. This system is effectively manually GPU skinning with a one bone influence. And we bake out 4 textures with this, where U is the animation timeline, and V is the mapping of each branch. And all of these 4 textures give us all the transforms we need to animate our trees. And the result is really high detailed trees where each leaf is modeled and we have nice animations on them. But that comes at a higher memory cost due to the uncompressed HDR textures we need. Sadly, we also need to sacrifice individual leaf movement with this system. And it's definitely something we want to improve in the future. Our trees also don't react to the physics field. And our animation is currently rigid. And we would like to soften this out a little bit by using at least a 2-bone influence. Now that we know how our nanite trees are built, we also know it's exactly the opposite from how our old trees were built. And we still need our old trees for platforms that don't support nanite. This means we have twice the work for each tree. But it also means we're breaking a key feature of nanite, which is a continuous LOD chain. So we needed a custom setup for this. We added the possibility to import a custom fallback mesh into a nanite mesh asset, into a single asset. And this can be easily switched at runtime depending on the detail level. And because these 2 meshes are so different, we also needed a unique material for each of those. So we added the possibility on each material to add a nanite override material to it that is then only used on the nanite mesh. Then we had the idea that in theory, nanite meshes render way faster if they all use the same material. It needed to be a single shader, no use of material instances or anything. This was rather hard to pull off, but we managed to do it by using a blueprint that automatically converted all of our trees from a 2-material setup per tree to a single material for all of our trees using UDIM and array textures. Sadly, this didn't turn out as we thought. It was actually way slower. And yeah, because of the higher shader cost. But something good came out of this. We now had a blueprint that can run geometry script on all of our trees, and we used it as our pipeline tool. This tool automatically merges the nanite and the non-nanite mesh from separate asset into one asset, and then takes the collision from another separate asset and merges it into this asset. On top of that, it also automatically bakes the imposter using a modified version with geometry script. Even so, the imposter is only needed on the fallback mesh. The nanite meshes don't need an imposter anymore. And being able to batch process all of our imposter bakes saved us so much time. This used to be days of work, and now it's a matter of a click of a button. Then we moved on to figure out grass and smaller plants. We used the same approach as for our trees. We built lots and lots of variations, and we did a lot of profiling. We had a little Houdini script that let us procedurally generate grass meshes with different details and looks. And we pretty much came to the same conclusions as for the trees. For a grass cluster of about 150 centimeters in diameter, a vertex count of 1,200 verts worked well for us. But we still needed distance culling. And because vertex shader is again expensive on grass, we needed to disable the vault position offset in a distance. This meant we couldn't use our old system of fading out the grass in a distance using a vault position offset shader. So we needed to switch that to a pixel shader. And we fade out our grass by matching the color of the terrain and the normal of the terrain. Each blade modeled is again way faster than any cards with mask materials. And low nanite overdraw is even more important than for the trees. As you can see in the overdraw visualizer, when you have rolling hills of grass, it adds up very quickly with the nanite overdraw. Then we had to again optimize our vault position offset shader for the animation. For all grass and small plants, we use a single generic lookup textures with a baked offset in it. This doesn't look as good as a real rotation, but it's very cheap. We also optimized our wind speed and noise textures. In the red and green channel, we store a directional noise for the wind. And in the blue channel is an intensity noise. Then we store the wind speed itself as a MIP map. This allows us to blend between different wind speeds just by blending between these two MIP maps. And the result is really high detailed grass and where each blade is modeled, and we have nice animations. Fortnite is a few years old now, and we have lots of legacy content, and this needed to be updated. In general, non-nanite meshes render slower than nanite meshes, even with the same vertex count. And especially when virtual shadow maps are enabled, non-nanite meshes render way slower the larger they are. But nanite still has some limitations, like for example, per instance, vertex colors are not supported, and some materials are not supported, like translucency, for example. So based on these criteria, we made an editor utility blueprint script that we run on each of our maps and find all the meshes that we can automatically convert to nanite. With Lumen, we had for the first time realistic global illumination in Fortnite. But our content was not made for that in mind. With Lumen, we have a much higher range of exposure from dark interiors to bright exteriors. So we had to update all of our emissive materials. We used the inverse eye adaptation node to make our emissives independent from the exposure. That way, they always stay the same brightness. The same can be done with light itself, using the inverse exposure blend feature. This is great for lights that are used with gameplay and always need to be the same brightness, no matter what the exposure is. Beautiful lighting often doesn't line up with what's needed for gameplay. Player visibility is very important. And we used local exposure to balance dark interiors and bright exteriors. And then we added a little bit of lumen skylight leaking to it to avoid any pitch black areas. The bright and vibrant colors in Fortnite required us to have more control over the global illumination. For example, we had very extreme green bounce light from our landscapes. To fix this, we used the ray tracing quality switch replace node in our landscape material. And we desaturate the base color just by a little bit, and that got rid of the green bounce color. The great thing about this technique is it can be used the other way around. So it lets you light a scene much more than the surface would suggest. So here you can see a neon sign. On the right side, it emits much more light than on the left side. But the emissive itself is not blown out. But be careful with this technique. It doesn't affect screen space traces. So you want to avoid too big of a mismatch between the two. Now that we had this amazing lighting engine, we needed more control over it. And our old time of day system was very limiting. It only had a linear interpolation between 4 presets, and it was rather difficult to preview, and it has a very complex interface. So we switched our time of day system to a sequencer-driven system. which was great because we had full control over each second of the 24-hour day cycle. And for scalability, we were able to have a separate sequence for each platform. This allowed us to tweak the lighting exactly as we wanted it and needed it on each platform. This was great. We had finally instant feedback of the lighting we are creating, and it was a solid foundation for future improvement. We also got some quality of life improvement, like, for example, the in-viewport controls for time of day. But on the downside, this requires a lot of keyframes. It can be rather challenging to manage. And sadly, the system is a little bit slower in performance than our old system, but it was definitely worth it. In the future, we want to improve on this system and add subsequences for weather and limited time events. We also want to have a local volume support, and in general, we need to improve how editing large amounts of keyframe in sequencer works. Thank you. Thanks to the team. This concludes the first part of the talk. I'm handing it over now to Jamie for the second part of the talk.
Hi, I'm Jamie Hayes, Senior Rendering Programmer at Epic Games. I'm going to cover the improvements we made to UE5's next-gen systems and the challenges we faced bringing them into Fortnite Chapter 4. First, I'd like to talk about the work we did to integrate Lumen, UE5's real-time global illumination and reflection solution, into the game. Let's start with how Lumen was ultimately utilized to improve the visuals in Fortnite Chapter 4. In previous chapters, only distance field ambient occlusion was used for ambient lighting, causing interiors to feel cold as blue skylight leaks into the buildings. In Chapter 4, Lumen calculates global illumination at high quality, adding back the warm sunlight bounce and detailed indirect shadows. In earlier versions of Fortnite, reflections on next-generation consoles were limited to screen space reflections. This effect is limited to reflecting what's on screen and only provides good results on mirror-like surfaces. Lumen reflections provide accurate ray trace reflections on glossy surfaces, rendering metals and smooth materials correctly, even when they are indoors. Reflections on the water are sharper, and they extend all the way to the edges of the screen. We had to face some challenges getting Lumen to scale and fit the needs of Fortnite. Our previous showcases of the tech were well optimized, but were done so to meet a 30 FPS budget. For Fortnite, we were targeting 60 FPS on next-gen consoles, giving ourselves a modest 4 millisecond budget for GI and reflections together. After some early tests, we determined that Lumen software ray tracing was a better fit over Lumen's hardware ray tracing on consoles to make it our budget due to its lower tracing costs. However, Lumen hardware ray tracing is still used on PC. The approximate nature of software ray tracing introduced several challenges. The coarse and opaque nature of the global signed distance field presented some over-occlusion issues with the trees and foliage. We developed a new stochastic way to intersect the SDF, where a choice is made at each step of the ray march whether or not to intersect. This more accurately models the aggregate nature of the canopy. Lumen's software ray tracing also adds detail to the GI with screen traces. However, aliasing could be observed when these screen traces hit grass blades. We solved this by skipping screen trace hits when they hit foliage. Another problem we faced was that the lighting on objects reflected in the water was too low res. We were sampling this lighting from a voxelized structure generated from a higher resolution surface cache stored for each mesh. To resolve this, we developed a reverse lookup structure that allowed us to sample the higher resolution surface cache directly. One artifact we had to fix was streaking that would occur where screen traces are interrupted by foreground pixels. In this scenario, we fall back to Lumen software traces to continue the trace, which could result in a color mismatch with its neighbors. To resolve this, we sample screen colors at points where a ray is hit on screen and reduces the mismatch. We also made improvements to the noise of our global illumination. Because Lumen GI downsamples heavily in order to fit into budget, the resulting noise can be more noticeable, distracting from the game experience. We were able to reduce noise greatly by integrating NVIDIA's spatiotemporal blue noise, a technique that pre-optimizes noise patterns to cancel out quickly when accumulated over multiple frames. This gave much cleaner indirect lighting without requiring any additional rays to be traced. Now let's talk a bit about what we had to do for performance to meet our 4 millisecond budget. As I mentioned before, Lumen GI scales quality down for 60 Hz by heavily downsampling, down to 1/16 of a ray per pixel. This tends to be less temporally stable and can introduce noise in darker areas. Paul showed us earlier how skylight leaking was added to help illuminate darker areas. This also served to help to hide GI noise in dark indoor locations. Another sacrifice we made for 60 FPS was to scale down the quality of reflections. Reflections are reduced to half resolution except on water. Also, we added a separate roughness cutoff parameter for foliage, resulting in fewer dedicated reflection rays and relying more often on Lumen's rough specular approximation for this shading model. The difference was not very noticeable and saved us upwards of 2 milliseconds. Lumen's processing is composed of many interdependent GPU dispatches. This results in a lot of GPU time spent in synchronization when performed in line with other graphics work. On top of that, software ray tracing threads retire in varying lengths of time, causing the dispatch to have a long tail that leaves the shader cores largely underutilized. By putting Lumen's dispatches in parallel with graphics work on async compute, we clawed back about 0.8 milliseconds of GPU time on next-gen consoles. And this is what that looks like in pics. On the top, you can see the graphics pipe, and in the bottom, you see Lumen's many dispatches running in parallel on an async compute pipe. Next up, I'm going to cover how our team helped update the geometric detail of Fortnite Chapter 4 using Nanite. At the time we started on Chapter 4, Nanite materials were missing support for a few things: world position offset, pixel depth offset, masked opaque, and two-sided. This is because Nanite's rasterization was fixed function, meaning all its triangles rasterize the same way and at the same time. So what it could do fast and efficiently. However, these features require custom logic in the rasterization shader, so we need to make the rasterizer itself programmable moving forward to support these features. We set out to build an initial prototype to change Nanite's rasterization architecture to support material graph logic. We started with a simple masked material. The prototype was successful in proving it could work, but there was a long road ahead to make it production ready and efficient. We moved on to implement the new system with a couple constraints in mind. We wanted to keep the original rasterization path fast, meaning the new feature would not slow down existing content. Basic programmable rasterization should only be marginally slower than the fixed function version, and we also wanted to continue to perform instance and cluster culling work only once for simplicity and speed. The initial prototype was hard-coded to only support a single programmable material in the scene. So the next step was to add a proper rasterizer binning pass that would let us support actual game scenes composed of hundreds of materials. This enabled us to test out actual content, though we knew we still had room for improvement on the performance side. Here you can see our test project medieval game in a debug view, showing a unique color per rasterization material. Though we knew early on that we wanted to leverage Nanite in Fortnite Chapter 4, there was a lot of existing content in the game at the time that prevented wholesale adoption, mostly using world position offset like these animated props. As Paul mentioned, objects such as these tended to create problems with VSM performance, so it became important for us to get WPO working with Nanite and get these assets converted. These existing Fortnite assets were quite useful for testing while we were implementing WPO for Nanite materials. Buildings were the most obvious candidate for Nanite integration, as it is already proven to handle large cities with ease. Paul showed us how artists generate assets that have detail and definition worthy of Nanite, while still providing standard assets for non-Nanite platforms. So what did we do on the code side to help facilitate their workflow? The answer is Nanite displaced meshes. This is an ad hoc offline process we created in an experimental plugin that takes their lower poly mesh and some displacement textures and generates a high poly tessellated Nanite mesh. Here you can see the original mesh prior to displacement. And here is the result after the displacement build process. These displaced meshes are functionally equivalent to their non-Nanite counterparts, but add noticeable detail to the structure. These details also really help showcase our VSM tech, as they drastically improve self-shadowing and silhouettes. While this tech solution is currently tightly integrated to Fortnite's building workflow, we have plans to develop it further to make it more approachable for licensees in the future. For grass and trees, we added support to the landscape system to be able to both spawn and manually place Nanite meshes. Because they animate using world position offset, they relied heavily on the brand new and largely untested rasterization techniques. During development, the Nanite and TechArt teams worked closely together to continually iterate on the trees and grass to get them to final quality and performance. As previously mentioned, we decided early on in this process to avoid masked materials in the final iteration. This was mainly due to the added cost of rasterization. Masked leaves and grass would tend to cause excess overdraw in negative spaces. These materials also incur additional overhead in the rasterization shaders from having to interpolate barocentric coordinates and sample texture alpha per pixel. After converting our trees to nanite, an issue cropped up where the canopies of the trees would disappear in the distance, leaving them bare. This was due to the simplifier collapsing individual leaves down to nothing when generating lower levels of detail. To fix this, we added a preserve area option that will redistribute the surface area lost to simplification, meaning some leaves drop out as well as others get larger in the distance. With the addition of this feature to nanite, it was now more efficient to render the same tree meshes in the distance and up close, instead of the imposters we rendered for distant trees in previous chapters. Now I'd like to talk about some of the measures we took to improve nanite's performance to meet our 60 FPS budget. While profiling the game, we noticed that all building pieces were using programmable rasterization. Building pieces in Fortnite make a wobble animation effect when hit or shot. As a result, we were always hitting the slow path for buildings in the rasterizer, and we were constantly doing the calculation for this effect even when it was not moving. To combat this, we added a new project level setting that allows you to enable or disable the evaluation of WPO on a per object basis. Along with this setting, we added logic to the blueprint and code to only enable WPO for objects while they animate. This helps us detect when we can rasterize these objects using the fixed function fast path. You can see in this new visualization mode that the object is not evaluating while WPO holds still. This aerial view of the castle shows just how many objects previously had WPO enabled unnecessarily. This was especially bad for performance because the cost of another raster bin was compounded for each unique material being rendered this way. With the new logic in place, we reduced our raster bin count to usually a handful at any given time. Because most things rendered now as fixed function, rasterization was cheaper due to skipping the WPO calculation. Similar in spirit to buildings, we could see that even though the trees are constantly moving, it was hardly noticeable in the distance. So we added another per object setting to be able to disable WPO at a given distance from the camera. When set on the trees, their clusters get divided between programmable and fixed function rasterization using the fast path when possible. The landscape geometry itself also proved to be a performance issue. It was rendering as large non-nanite pieces, causing poor VSM performance. To fix this, we created an offline build process to generate nanite meshes for the landscape pieces. Note that we haven't gone as far as creating a high-resolution landscape solution yet. The process merely just generates a nanite mesh from the landscape at its normal level of detail, and then nanite takes over the rendering. I'd like to touch briefly on an issue with WPO that we're still working on. We currently can't easily account for WPO when culling clusters. Therefore, large WPO values can cause verts to fall outside of cluster bounds, causing parts of the mesh to pop in and out when the original bounds fall out of view or are occluded. For UE5.1, we used bound scale on the primitive component to arbitrarily scale up bounds as a temporary solution to help resolve these issues. However, scaling tends to make the culling bounds overly conservative, and it doesn't handle flat objects well. Coming in UE5.2, material authors can specify max world position offset displacement on the material itself to extend the bounds only by the worst case amount of displacement. Let's move on to how virtual shadow maps were used to improve the shadows of Fortnite Chapter 4. Firstly, why did we choose VSM over other methods? VSMs produce higher quality shadows than cascaded shadow maps. They also perform better than classic shadow map techniques when rendering nanite meshes. And unfortunately, since we don't currently have a solution for ray tracing nanite at its full resolution, ray trace shadows are not a good fit. In previous chapters, our sun shadows involved various techniques. Cascaded shadow maps were used near the player with a single far cascade in the distance that was mixed with distance field shadows. The player character had its own dedicated per object shadow map, and screen space contact shadows were added to provide high detail, even though they also added trailing artifacts. Virtual shadow maps improve the quality of our sun shadows up close and in the distance. They provide us with a single unified solution for near and far shadow alike. One of the biggest performance features of virtual shadow maps is the ability to cache portions of the shadow map that remain unchanged from frame to frame. We relied upon this feature heavily in previous demos to achieve our performance goals. These demos benefited from this because they featured a mostly static sun position and the majority of objects in the scene were stationary. However, in Fortnite, our performance suffered from page invalidations due to the amount of moving objects as well as the sun itself moving for time of day. We tried many things to continue to realize the performance gains from caching. We leveraged the new optimized WPO features to cull invalidations from objects whose WPO was disabled. This helped, but not substantially. We throttled the number of pages invalidated per frame based on priority. However, this created noticeable artifacts on page borders. We even considered rendering the trees in a base pose and then reprojecting them to their current pose to get self-shadowing. But we couldn't come up with a good way to separate the self-shadow from shadows cast by other objects. The bigger problem we'd have to solve would be to reproject the entire cache when the sun moves. The cost of reprojection itself is prohibitive, and the resulting artifacts would be too noticeable due to VSM's filtering scheme and high resolution. At the end of the day, we made the tough decision to disable caching for sun shadows, and we lowered the resolution to compensate. Without the help of caching, pure rendering performance became paramount. We emphasized a few times now that nanite objects are a better fit for VSM performance. This is because non-nanite meshes lack cluster culling, so whole objects must render multiple times when spanning multiple VSM pages. Therefore, we found large non-nanite objects to be the most costly. As I mentioned, landscape was a big offender. We still have some non-nanite objects in game, mostly characters, but they are few and small, so not as bad for performance. Since we converted so much of the scene to nanite, any nanite performance improvements in turn usually helped VSM performance as well. Here are some of the things we did to improve the visual fidelity of virtual shadow maps. One thing that we improved was the shadowing of subsurface materials like leaves. Previously, we were rendering back faces with a softer shadow as a rough approximation of light transmission. However, for leaves, the normals are bent outward to make the lighting over the leaf surface more spherical. So this would cause the lighting terms to flip back and forth on the surface of the leaf, creating inconsistent shadowing. The artifacts were not very noticeable on lower res shadow techniques with heavy filtering, but they were pretty glaring on VSM. To address this and to achieve a softer overall look in the shadow term, we implemented an alternative subsurface shadow mode that uses a single term that includes the rough transmission falloff, regardless of the shading normal. Additionally, we arbitrarily widened the shadow filtering cone based on the material opacity to give the impression of internal scattering. Fortnite's grass features blades that are stylistically larger than life, which meant that they cast an unrealistically large shadow. In turn, the artist wanted to be able to soften the shadow term for grass to simulate transmission. VSM unfortunately can't provide this. So we decided that grass shadows were best represented using screen space contact shadows only. The high-res nature of nanite grass tends to provide good detail in the depth buffer for this technique. This allowed artists to make grass shadows more subtle while also reducing the rendering costs. The last sun shadow improvement I'd like to cover is how we improved shadows cast on the surface of water. VSM makes use of the scene's depth buffer to determine which virtual pages are required. However, the water's surface is translucent and therefore doesn't render depth. As a result, water on the shadow on the water's surface would be low res and blocky. So we added a special water depth prepass to generate the missing depth samples. Now I'd like to talk a little bit about virtual shadow maps for local lights. Local lights such as lamps and ceiling lights in Fortnite received an automatic quality boost just by enabling VSM. It provided higher detail with fewer biasing artifacts. It also gave us more realistic penumbras as VSM makes use of the source radius light parameter to achieve shadows that are sharp at contact points and soft further away from them. Unlike with the sun, shadow map caching works well for local lights in Fortnite. They are often immobile with relatively static geometry surrounding them. Additionally, it's not as important to update them every frame since the visual impact is much smaller. A couple of optimizations were made to help out our local light shadow costs. Firstly, we categorize certain lights as being distant when their area on screen fits within a single VSM cache page. This enables us to render these shadows using faster methods. We also throttle updates to these shadows and rely on their cache, even when objects inside the shadow have moved. Secondly, we made some improvements to our one-pass projection mode to make it so that local lights render in a single pipeline draw call, instead of being interleaved with shadow passes. This significantly improved the performance of small local lights. Lastly, I'd like to cover how Fortnite Chapter 4 makes use of temporal super resolution, UE5's solution for anti-aliasing and resolution upscaling. Fortnite has a lot of pre-existing content, and it's important to maintain the quality of that content without artists needing to revisit it. With that in mind, we wanted to make sure that the art team was minimally impacted by the limitations of TSR, and we aimed to let them focus on creating new art rather than migrating previously authored art, while not regressing on detailed nanite content. With Fortnite targeting 60 FPS, TSR was no exception in needing a diet on its runtime cost. Considering the performance benefit it brings by rendering at much lower resolution, we were willing to give it at most 2 milliseconds of frame time budget. However, major, surprising, and unexpected R&D breakthroughs on what existing console hardware can actually deliver allowed us to shrink the cost of TSR much further than we anticipated. We found a way to exploit the scale-up performance of RDNA 2 GPUs with handwritten interdependent convolutions. And the ability to chain many more convolutions has amazing properties that allows TSR to become substantially smarter and shave off large GPU costs that are no longer required. More technical details on this are to be published in the future. We went from 3.1 milliseconds in the Matrix Awakens demo to just 1.5 milliseconds at equal quality, which is great news for our licensees, as we can now provide them higher TSR quality levels to use at their discretion and fit their needs, while still being able to remain under 2 milliseconds. Thanks to this and other GPU savings throughout the renderer, we were able to ship Fortnite comfortably above 50% resolution on PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X, leaving extra GPU headroom for live events that are often organized in Fortnite and can be more difficult for the GPU. On Xbox Series S, we had to reduce display resolution as well as other effects in the game to make sure that the rendering resolution remains reasonably high, on average about 68 to 75% of 1080p, to maintain enough information for TSR to converge to reasonable image quality on more GPU-intense scenes. That pretty much wraps up my part of the presentation. I'd like to take a second to thank the members of the teams whose contributions made this all possible. And at this time, Paul and I would like to open up the floor to any questions you might have. Yeah, the mic's over here to the left. All right, well, yeah?
I had one question. When you mentioned RDNA 2's changes for interdependent convolutions, was that just hardware changes, or did you actually have to change part of your code base to take advantage of those hardware changes?
We take advantage of special instructions that come in the instruction set architecture for RDNA 2 that helps us speed up those convolutions and make them shorter in time so that we can do more of them.
Could you give a quick example of like what some of those changes were? Or?
Unfortunately, I don't. I'm not the one that wrote that. Our programmer Guillaume, he's the one that normally does that stuff. He would be the one that has all the details, and at some point he'll be giving more of those details in a different talk.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So there was great content in your talk, but it wasn't recorded here. Do you have a similar talk recorded we can look at online?
I believe this one is going to be streamed.
It was live streamed, and it will be maybe tomorrow, I think, or later today, available on YouTube.
Perfect, thanks.
Hey, Paul, it's good to see you again. For the displacement for the legacy content, I was curious if you look at displacement from the side, if you guys were able to see what happened with the warping that happens You look at something from the bottom or top, or?
Oh, well, that was the indirect and direct displacement, right? That we added. Basically, we never have the warping because we make a mask where the sides just copy the displacement from the front, basically. So all the edgewards get displaced the same as the front. And that way we get like a hot cutoff where we
like
have no
even in a
gap.
brick?
We have what?
Like even in a small brick?
Yeah, it's perfect. There's no gaps or anything.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Hi. Hi. Especially around the improvements for rendering trees without imposters in the distance, how much of this is released right now?
This shipped in chapter 4, so it's in there now. It's live now.
I mean in the engine. In
it's that I think has been there since 5.1, but it's definitely going to be in there in 5.2.
Great, thank you.
You mentioned the VSM's improvements for local lights at like culling them and using the low resolution. I don't know what you exactly explained, but is that shipped in 5.2 for that fast path rendering for local lights at a distance?
I believe that made it into 5.1, so I believe it's already out.
Cool, thanks.
All right, well, if there's no more questions, I guess we'll let you guys go. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks.
It's what we've waited for.
Hello guys, how are you? Tobias Rusjan here from Cyber Studios. We are a small indie dev team from Argentina. I started creating games in the late 90s using a software called Div Game Studios. During high school, I kept coding, creating some basic games during my free time. In 2007, I started my first job in industry as a junior programmer, creating mobile games for another company. I learned a lot there and met great people. We went from Java to C++ and then C# in Unity. In 2011, I quit that job to start making my own games. So I contacted my uncle Ivan Rusjan to help me out with the money while I stay at my mom's house. In 2012, we officially started Cyber Studios with a team of only 2. We worked in the Doorway saga for 5 years, delivering 3 titles during that period. The team and quality of the games kept growing with each release, but it was always pretty tough since we were just a few guys doing a crazy amount of work. I did all the programming, but also design, 3D modeling, animations, and even sound effects. And that's only related to the game itself. Then there was all the direction of the projects, the marketing, paying salaries, and a lot more. We finished the Doorway saga in 2016 and started working on our most recent project, Hellbound. A 90s style first-person shooter I wanted to do since I started making games when I was a kid. So we moved to Unreal Engine 4 to get the best results in terms of quality for our new project. The team now was bigger and a lot more experienced. For the investment, this time we got a national government funding, a Kickstarter, and even an Unreal Dev Grant from the awesome people at Epic Games. And finally, a publisher was also involved so we can complete the funds to finish the game. Hellbound was just released on Steam, but we are still making improvements and adding new content for the community. What I think always helped us to get the funds and attention we need for our project was to have prototypes in our hands. We always worked very hard to have something solid to show to the world, and not just an idea or a document with some references. You guys can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. We are Cyber Studios, and we wish you the best in your awesome projects.
Industrial assets make up a diverse and large portion of the Megascans library. From filling up our gas tanks to shipping and logistics centers, these assets drive movement in our urban environments in more ways than we are aware of. It's with these assets that can provide the building blocks of your scene or be used to sprinkle in granular details to glue everything together. Quixel is dedicated to producing high-quality assets, and some of these assets to help get you started on your industrial projects are collections such as the Rubble Collection, where you can fill any environment such as aged industrial sites with highly detailed debris, broken bricks, and a plethora of clutter options. Want to build an organized logistics setup to store your supplies? The warehouse collection is full of boxes, barrels, crates, and racks, and is surely the right place to start your industrial project. Industrial assets and environments can be obvious, but they can also be subtle details that drive more realism and ultimately help fill your scene with extra fidelity. For example, here within Unreal Engine 5, I have the basis of a barrel house pieced together by using some of our modular assets, which you can find here within the built-in bridge user interface. Finding the right Megascans industrial asset from within the engine is quick and easy. Plus, dragging and dropping the asset directly into your scene helps speed up your design workflow and keeps you focused on your environment while it finishes importing in the background. These optimized assets helped me focus on this scene's design, composition, and details without the worry of any technical hurdles. Setting up a mega assembly to quickly form the barrel racks, adding conduit for lighting or even a fire suppression system, and all the little minute details along the way was a breeze to design this scene. We can use industrial assets to shape any number of environments, such as a storage facility, a construction site, a textile factory, or even a warehouse in ruins. With the plethora of industrial assets in the library, there are plenty of avenues you can take to address your scene, reshape your scene, or enhance your scene further by adding the extra details to help your designs shine. Industrial assets are just the tip of what is possible. Take your projects even further by checking out some other new assets such as the updated Zurich Shrubland collection, now with vast arid landscapes to go along with huge sandstone cliffs to give you all you need for a desolate environment. Create popular city centers with the 4th volume of the Neoclassical Modular Buildings collection with new, intricate details for walls, windows, and roofs. Lastly, we'd like to again thank you so much for your continuing support. With your help, we are able to direct our focus to the content you desire and ensure as much of that content is provided on a daily basis. Thank you for joining me in this update. I'll see you soon in the next one.
Where on God's green earth have we lived?
An ancient horror has awoken from its slumber and is hungry for blood. You keep lookout.
Look out for what?
Peeps of the war zone have uncovered what appears to be an underground storage facility.
It's the game that no one ever thought was going to exist.
We like doing all sorts of things that are not common. Depending on the layout of the engine, that can be very difficult.
Having made games for 20 years, I almost feel lazy in the amount of polys I can push through this engine and still run fast and efficiently.
Double Fine Productions has been around for 20 years now. We're here in San Francisco, California. We're about 70 people. We started making our first game in 2000, which was Psychonauts, our flagship IP. And we just made a sequel to that now. So that's the 20-year history in a little bookended nutshell there. Can you bookend a nutshell?
Beware the cows! Not all milk is enriched!
Psychonauts is a very special franchise for Double Fine. We learned how to make console games making that game, and a lot of the same team is still here 20 years later.
You'll need one of these.
Now we're talking.
It's kind of our legacy, to be honest. It's this strange game that would not normally get made, but we made it, and it's kind of the soul of the studio.
Bacon.
It's very, very important to the identity of the company, and we obviously took building a sequel to it very, very seriously.
The only reason we wanted to make Psychonauts 2 was because there are people out there who love Psychonauts 1. And so we knew that that group was watching, and we couldn't get the spirit of the Psychonauts wrong.
We wanted to make sure that we maintained the original feeling and character that the original game had, but at the same time, it was really important for us to modernize kind of how the gameplay felt.
Unreal was a good fit for Psychonauts 2 because it checked all of the boxes that we needed to check on the art side for sure. Allowed us to quickly iterate on levels and build a massive game with a pretty small team.
The Unreal Engine gives us a really robust content pipeline that allows us to tackle all kinds of different things, from gameplay to visuals, and allowed us to focus on adding new things and not have to deal with basic rendering functions, which if we were rolling our own engine, we would have to worry about.
Here goes nothing.
It also provides a lot of extensibility to the programmers. With full source code access, we can go through and modify anything that we need to, add any new features that we need, which given the kind of setup that we have for a game like Psychonauts 2, there's lots of custom stuff that we're messing around with.
One thing that was a boon to us is that we took the spline mesh actor and we made our own version of it called the multi-spline mesh actor, which allowed us to take a statically built object and organically populate it through the world based on a spline. If we hadn't had that bit of technology, there's no way we would have been able to make enough content to fill this game, and we wouldn't have been able to do that without Unreal Engine.
One of the things that's really helpful about Unreal is that using Blueprint, designers can mock up an idea for gameplay and see if it's fun or not before they actually request a feature to be coded by a programmer. So we can do a lot of experimentation, which is always good to test out ideas in a rapid way.
It's really nice because it acts sort of like as a common ground where designers, artists, and programmers can all contribute to logic that's stored in Blueprint.
Like a lot of studios, we had to deal with shipping a game in quarantine. I mean, I feel really fortunate to work in the games industry because we were able to work that whole time. A lot of people couldn't work during quarantine, but we could keep going, and we ended up shipping Psychonauts 2 from our homes.
Having full source code access was really, really important to us because we were able to quickly develop this custom application that we used in order to synchronize drive data cache when everyone started working remotely. And so being able to distribute that work across a lot of different machines saved up a lot of time over the last year and a half.
Having all of our files be in sync was the thing that helped us the most. Just having source control on this project was the only thing that kept us going. Without that, it would have been madness. Yeah, we wouldn't have been able to make this game without it.
Ew, the slime is so sticky.
After all we've been through, the ups and downs, it's been quite a roller coaster. And then to make a game that's been so well received at the end of that 20 years, it just feels really good because it feels like we, I don't want to say still got it, but maybe someone, we'll pretend someone off camera said that. Oh, still got it? Yeah, that sounds good. Still got it.
The xeric shrublands of Pakistan. Accounting for nearly 20% of the Earth's land surface, xeric shrublands make up the largest terrestrial biome on the planet. Receiving on average less than 10 inches of rainfall every year, the plant life in these regions must be as resilient as they are rugged. With an endless supply of distinctive vegetation and rock formations, the xeric shrublands of Pakistan was a hotbed of extraordinary finds for our scanning team to explore. Scanning a plethora of surfaces ranging from kilometers in size down to the smallest pebble and everything in between, the xeric shrublands collection will add a depth of detail to your scene in no time. Visit the Megascans library where you can find these assets for free with your Unreal Engine account.
女神転生のシリーズにおける魔界と呼ばれる世界観を、今回 UE4 の方で大規模なフィールド上で表現する。荒涼とした自然や荒廃した文明の名残、あとは神秘的なオブジェクトなどを軸として構成してきました。ピボットペインターが、自分では気に入っている機能の一つです。最初は草とか木の揺れを表現するのに使用していたのですが、先ほど言った神秘的なオブジェクトの作成にも大いに役に立ってくれました。で、あそこでさらにもう一個気に入っているものがあって、表面に文様が描かれているのですが、あれはバンプオフセットを使用して、一律にオフセットをかけるオフセットをかけることで、マスクを重ねて階層表現のようなものを表現できたのは気に入っています。
新女神転生シリーズらしいダークな雰囲気を継承しつつ、過去作にはなかったような表現で原画イラストを 3DCG で表現するということを目指しました。まずはイラスト的な表現をベースとして、アンリアルエンジンが得意としているフォトリアルな表現をプラスすることで現世代記にふさわしいような表現というのを模索しました。こういう試行錯誤をしていく、方法としてアンリアルエンジンのマテリアルというのはとても最適でした。特にその新女神転生シリーズの悪魔というのは多種多様な見た目をしているので、ちょっと専用のマテリアルというのが必要になることが珍しくなく、そういう場合でも柔軟にスムーズに対応できたというのが良かったです。マテリアルの機能としてマテリアルインスタンスも扱いやすかったです。親マテリアルの検索や、その親マテリアルの差し替えなどが容易にできるので、確認や調整などというのがスムーズに行えてとても良かったです。
今作の女神転生5でのイベントシーンの目標の一つにシネマチックなカットシーンを作りたいというのがありましたので、それを実現するためにはシーケンサーは欠かせない機能だったなと思っております。で、カメラライトの調整が非常にやりやすいので、デザイナーが心ゆくまでこだわりを持った絵作りができるというところがありました。モデルの方で仕込んでもらった内部的なパラメータの部分にシーケンサー上からアクセスして一つこの修正ですとかカットに合わせた調整というのを行うことが容易にできるので、そういった点で非常に助けられるところがありましたね。
さっきも説明した通り、3DS だったので前作は。なので、移行に関してはほぼ全て一新した状態です。前作から持ってきた機能は、外回りのツールぐらいで基本的には全て一新して、新天地で、新しく女神転生作るかっていう感じで進めたという形になります。であとはスクリプト周りはだいぶというよりも全て 新女神転生4で使っていたものは全て捨てた感じで、全てブループリントに移行しました。で最終的には、新女神転生4、前作で使っていた時よりも、ブループリントの方がスクリプトとしては優秀でしたので、最終的になんかスクリプターの方は前作よりもいろんなことができるという感じで、最大工数も全体的には前作のスクリプトよりもだいぶ下がったという感じになります。
Hello guys, how are you? Tobias Rusjan here from Cyber Studios. We are a small indie dev team from Argentina. I started creating games in the late 90s using a software called Div Game Studios. During high school, I kept coding, creating some basic games during my free time. In 2007, I started my first job in industry as a junior programmer, creating mobile games for another company. I learned a lot there and met great people. We went from Java to C++ and then C# in Unity. In 2011, I quit that job to start making my own games. So I contacted my uncle Ivan Rusjan to help me out with the money while I stay at my mom's house. In 2012, we officially started Cyber Studios with a team of only 2. We worked in the Doorway saga for 5 years, delivering 3 titles during that period. The team and quality of the games kept growing with each release, but it was always pretty tough since we were just a few guys doing a crazy amount of work. I did all the programming, but also design, 3D modeling, animations, and even sound effects. And that's only related to the game itself. Then there was all the direction of the projects, the marketing, paying salaries, and a lot more. We finished the Doorway saga in 2016 and started working on our most recent project, Hellbound. A 90s style first-person shooter I wanted to do since I started making games when I was a kid. So we moved to Unreal Engine 4 to get the best results in terms of quality for our new project. The team now was bigger and a lot more experienced. For the investment, this time we got a national government funding, a Kickstarter, and even an Unreal Dev grant from the awesome people at Epic Games. And finally, a publisher was also involved so we can complete the funds to finish the game. Hellbound was just released on Steam, but we are still making improvements and adding new content for the community. What I think always helped us to get the funds and attention we need for our project was to have prototypes in our hands. We always worked very hard to have something solid to show to the world, and not just an idea or a document with some references. You guys can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. We are Cyber Studios, and we wish you the best in your awesome projects.
Industrial assets make up a diverse and large portion of the Megascans library. From filling up our gas tanks to shipping and logistics centers, these assets drive movement in our urban environments in more ways than we are aware of. It's with these assets that can provide the building blocks of your scene or be used to sprinkle in granular details to glue everything together. Quixel is dedicated to producing high-quality assets, and some of these assets to help get you started on your industrial projects are collections such as the Rubble Collection, where you can fill any environment such as aged industrial sites with highly detailed debris, broken bricks, and a plethora of clutter options. Want to build an organized logistics setup to store your supplies? The warehouse collection is full of boxes, barrels, crates, and racks, and is surely the right place to start your industrial project. Industrial assets and environments can be obvious, but they can also be subtle details that drive more realism and ultimately help fill your scene with extra fidelity. For example, here within Unreal Engine 5, I have the basis of a barrel house pieced together by using some of our modular assets, which you can find here within the built-in bridge user interface. Finding the right Megascans industrial asset from within the engine is quick and easy. Plus, dragging and dropping the asset directly into your scene helps speed up your design workflow and keeps you focused on your environment while it finishes importing in the background. These optimized assets helped me focus on this scene's design, composition, and details without the worry of any technical hurdles. Setting up a mega assembly to quickly form the barrel racks, adding conduit for lighting or even a fire suppression system, and all the little minute details along the way was a breeze to design this scene. We can use industrial assets to shape any number of environments, such as a storage facility, a construction site, a textile factory, or even a warehouse in ruins. With the plethora of industrial assets in the library, there are plenty of avenues you can take to address your scene, reshape your scene, or enhance your scene further by adding the extra details to help your designs shine. Industrial assets are just the tip of what is possible. Take your projects even further by checking out some other new assets such as the updated Zurich Shrubland collection, now with vast arid landscapes to go along with huge sandstone cliffs to give you all you need for a desolate environment. Create popular city centers with the 4th volume of the Neoclassical Modular Buildings collection with new, intricate details for walls, windows, and roofs. Lastly, we'd like to again thank you so much for your continuing support. With your help, we are able to direct our focus to the content you desire and ensure as much of that content is provided on a daily basis. Thank you for joining me in this update. I'll see you soon in the next one.
Hey, hello everyone. I'm Raffaele. I'm the Senior Technical Product Manager for MetaHuman. Now, that's the top half. Before we begin, this is a 2-part talk. So after I'll be done with my half an hour, I do recommend you stay around because Matt's presentation is amazing. Now, it will be my privilege to take you through a tour of the MetaHuman framework. And let's get right into it. The mission statement for us is democratizing the creation of engine-ready, high-quality digital humans. Now, there's one bit that isn't obvious in that statement, which is that MetaHuman isn't a single piece of software or technology. Now, to communicate that, sometimes we refer to it as a framework. If you like the word better, you can also think of it as a content platform. Now, the point is that we do consider MetaHuman one product, but it is made of multiple collaborating parts, and many of them can be used independently or optionally. Now, the point of the talk is what is actually in this framework. But before we begin, it's worth going over the pedigree of MetaHuman. Now, at 2 years old, it might seem like a relatively recent product. It is worth noting that it is based on both bleeding-edge research as well as production experience from teams that have shipped a lot of content and technical demos. Now, everything that we ship or rely on is wholly owned by Epic and not reliant on external technology providers, and that makes it a fairly secure and consolidated technological basis. Now, since we occasionally get asked, this is actually a highly integrated team that is taking these things to the public. Our tools are continuously worked on by members of all of these groups. They all work in the same team space, they're in the same dailies, they work on the same code base. This is effectively an Epic product. Now, while MetaHuman itself isn't a single piece of technology, there is a very important key item at the heart of it. And that is that we have a large, varied, highly curated database of real data. Now, this, for us, is a continuing effort, and it spans from casting to fine-tuning the fit of each rig that goes into that database. Talent is cast so that we can increase the variety and coverage of face and head morphology that we have in it. Real people go through a very exhaustive scanning process that generates both 4D and photometric data. Now, that's a considerable amount of data that then goes through several steps, some assisted stages, some manual, some automatic, of a pipeline that generates meshes, rigs, materials, textures, a whole host of things. And finally, these highly curated items are the ones that are added to our database. Now, that is what gives us the ability to navigate and search what is effectively a continuous space of human features. Now, there's a couple of reasons why you will care about something like that. I mean, beside the fact that it's pretty cool. But the main thing is every increase that we have in the scope or the density of that database naturally makes all of our tools more powerful and the results far more varied and precise. Now, this being a tech talk, the idea is that you will be leaving with some useful information to understand when and how to leverage MetaHuman. I'd like to partition the problem space for the sake of this discussion, like in what we're actually trying to solve here, and start from disciplines and assets. Making digital humans hasn't just always been very hard work and a lot of hard work. It is also a wide variety of work. You need body meshes, head meshes, grooms, rigs, animation. Like, I imagine most of you know how much work it actually is. And assuming one has the resources and the time to produce these assets, they all need to be realized while being mindful of several qualities, and these need to be upheld. Fidelity, like if this needs to be a recognizable someone, this is especially true, what can you do to make sure it looks like that person? And there's a whole host of other things, right? Can the assets be edited comfortably? Do these assets fit your budgets, runtime or storage or what else? Are the assets manageable? Do you have all of the tools to establish various workflows? So there's quite a bit that needs solving. And once you've solved it, it is a long-term effort to actually maintain and let alone improve these solutions to stay on the bleeding edge of technology. So how do we go about it? Now, very quickly, we're going to go over what we have shipped or are about to ship inside the MetaHuman framework. Less than 2 years ago, we launched MetaHuman Creator. This is what put the name MetaHuman on the map. And when we say MetaHuman, most people probably think of this. It's incredibly accessible. It's very easy to use. It has a playful UX while remaining very powerful. And it is a web application, which makes it available to anybody with a browser, quite literally. Now, since launch, over 1 million users have created millions of MetaHumans, which goes some way to demonstrate that the scale and the strength of the backend is production ready. Now, just over a year after that, we released Mesh to MetaHuman. These pushed the engine integration. Before we had engine integration, it was the format of the assets that you will download, but this pushed it further. This is an engine plugin, and it gives users an entry point into MetaHuman directly from inside the editor. It requires that you run the editor because of that, obviously, but the workflow and the robustness mean that just about anybody can go from a scan or a sculpt to a great rig mesh in minutes. Not much later, we released DNA Calib, and this comes directly from Freelateral internal tools. It is part of what we actually use to produce rigs and such. It is for the more technically inclined users, and it gives access to the MetaHuman DNA file format, and that is the data format at the core of MetaHuman head meshes data. And for meshes, we mean static and scale both. Now, you can absolutely inferably leverage MetaHuman without using it, but if you care about pipeline integration and deep likeness for some things that might be even a little bit more than plain humans, these can help a great deal. And if you've seen the keynote, and I gotta admit, I'm super excited about this one. This is what you would have seen. Now, MetaHuman Animator is a very powerful feature set. It will be available inside MetaHuman for Unreal. So same plugin that we released Mesh to MetaHuman for. We have already heard from some of our testers, this has literally changed how they work or even what kind of work they can take on. We'll go over some of the interesting use cases we've heard about. Now, we'll talk a little bit about what we make available that is out of engine, because there are pipeline needs and some people might want to work out of engine. But it is important to note that Unreal Engine is the one place where you do get everything. Now, everything we do is eventually transformed into interconnected UE assets. It's important that this is not an all or nothing deal. You can opt into assets based on what you feel brings value to your project and replace the rest or tailor it to your needs. Now, leveraging the engine asset park as is also means that managing these assets that we will create for you, that some of our tools might create for you, doesn't require any extra knowledge. Using MetaHuman doesn't bring any unnecessary dependencies into your project and build. So, we're finally getting to those partitions. What assets do we provide, and what can MetaHuman help you with? We'll start with the easy things. You can choose from different body types, grooms, and a collection of clothing. These are grouped together because all of these are discrete, handcrafted assets, and they are available from MetaHuman Creator. They're discrete choices, or at least they're discrete choices for now. And at export time, the correct variants that you've picked are exported as assets. Any necessary work, like groom binding, linking the colliders, all of that is done for you. And all of these come with fine-grained LOD choices. There are currently 18 body types in MetaHuman Creator, and like most, we separate heads and bodies. So we've also taken care of seaming, LOD syncing, and all of that. Now, MetaHuman bodies were made mannequin compatible some time ago. They weren't at the very, very first time of release, but they are now, which gives you access to a whole host of animation from our samples as well as from third parties. Now, quick tip, if you wish to use MetaHuman only for the heads, which is fairly common, you will have to take care of seaming yourself. We strongly recommend that you pick a body type. Don't ignore this choice. Pick a body type that is close to what you think you will need, because that will actually save you quite a bit of time when it comes to seaming. For clothing, there is a curated selection of handcrafted items. We have tops and trousers and shoes. These are contemporary designs, so if you're doing a period or a sci-fi piece, the look might not work for you. I will still suggest you don't completely sleep on these. At a minimum, they can be a very good starting point for you to get skinning and LODing templates transferred to your cuts. We also make sure that all of these fit all of our body types. And because MetaHuman has become pretty popular as an asset platform, you can find a lot more from third parties. If you get something from a third party, to remember to check what body types they support, because it might not be all 18. Now, MetaHumans also come with several grooms, and that goes from the subtle pitch fuzz on skin to full hairdos. If there is one you like, great. If not, they're actually very good sample content, to be perfectly honest. It's definitely worth getting at least a few, inspect them, look at how the groom binding works, look at how the LOD sync works, because that is functionality that if you bring your own grooms into it, you almost certainly will want to support. And it's also worth noting, like, not all, but most of these grooms also have been carded across all LODs, so they're pretty performance sensitive. Now, materials and textures have a little bit more nuance than just discrete choices. Our texture creation is also data-driven. The images and the assets come from something that we call texture synthesis. And Some choices are currently discrete. That's a very small amount of choices that are discrete. But even those, like wrinkle maps and blemishes, actually come from our scan data, and when we generate the textures that you get, the maps that you get, they respond to the other parameters. So they do change based on other things that you set. But other parameters like the iris or the skin color actually originate from data and measurements, and they are in a continuum, and they are based on a statistical approach. So this isn't a plain color that is hooked there in the shader. Now, at export time, texture synthesis does all of the prepping, asset generation, does so at multiple resolutions. It's all the things that you would expect. It's very solid. All of the linking is done before the assets are packaged. And once they come into your project, which is what we were talking about before, they are straightforward to understand. They come in as normal textures attached to normal materials. So you can modify if and as you need it. There are maps for quite a few channels. And this is the bit where they are a little bit more than just simple group binding assets. Linkage can be more involved. Some of the maps, like the wrinkles, are actually connected to animation channels so that you have the right triggering when your character expresses something. Now, head meshes, and with that we mean static and skeletal meshes here. This is where things start becoming pretty special. Like all of our parts, you do get battle-tested topology, you get consistent assets, fine-grained LODs for everything. But authoring is entirely in a continuous space, and things open up here quite a bit. UX, this is creator, and UX is very playful and intuitive. And we feel that this is where that notion of having a continuous, seamless space of human features actually starts shining through. And it enables like very unique manipulation tools. This isn't just linearly or bilinearly interpolating between a bunch of meshes. This is literally exploring our database. You can start from 1 to 3 presets and blend into that space quickly, and that will get you a good starting point. It gets you the first coarse approximation of what you might want. You can then move on to details, and these are more localized controls. Now, this bit has a very plastic, proportional modeling kind of feel, but again, in actuality, what you're doing here is exploring our database. And these manipulators like fundamentally move you into this n-dimensional space of human features. So if you've ever used it, most of the time it feels great. Some other times it feels like it's quite not getting there exactly where you want it. As we expand our database, that will start zeroing in more and more and more towards exactly where you place something. Okay, so by design, this process in MetaHuman Creator is meant to be in a bound space. Every possible result from it is well-behaved and plausible. Now, what's worth noting here is that skinning, joint shapes, displacement shapes, they don't come from discrete presets. If they did, you would have some overly safe and boring deformation. Each head in our database comes with highly polished rigs. So when you generate a MetaHuman, the rigs and the shapes that go with it are also generated appropriately from that continuous space. So you're guaranteed that every single MetaHuman coming from there is individually fully expressive as well as well-behaved. Sometimes, though, you need to push the boundaries a little bit or zero in on some specific likeness. And this is Mesh to MetaHuman, which was what we put in the first release of the Unreal Engine plugin. And it introduced a very powerful tool, Mesh to MetaHuman. Now, we designed this to be very, very easy to use. But it adds considerably to how far you can push a MetaHuman head. Now, as it stands right now, you can start from any mesh, choose a few views, those are turned into frames, track the frames, feed our topology to that mesh, and then you can send that to our backend, which will do all of the rigging and everything. From there, you can choose to edit it further in Creator, or it will just appear in Quixel Bridge, and you can pick it up from there, which is why we're saying, in many ways, this is a new point of entry for MetaHuman, and it makes Creator, which remains like incredibly important, optional to your workflow if you decide that you don't want to access it. It's worth noting that when I say things like you need to track the frames or feed out topology, what I really mean is that you push a button and it usually just automatically works. Now, one way to think of this specific set of functionalities is it's as if it was a fine-grained search to look up your mesh in our semantic space and get the closest approximation possible of that volume that we can provide together with a full rig. Now, if Creator lets you explore within defined boundaries. Mesh to MetaHuman lets you push those boundaries by introducing a volume delta. Now, the image up there, it might be subtle, especially for someone watching these on video and not in person. But that subtlety makes a huge difference when you're trying to get really close to someone's specific appearance. So what happens here is that when you use Mesh to MetaHuman, first we take the mesh that was provided, then we look up a first approximation of that mesh in our semantic space. We record the difference between the volume of the mesh you provided and our find, and that is sent to the backend for rigging, and then the delta between the two is preserved, which is what you can see here. There are two things that come through from this image, I feel. And one is, if you look at when the slider is fully to the left, you can see that our find in our database was incredibly close to the volume of the actress that you can see here. But you can also see that like just a few millimeters around the eyes can make a huge difference when you need very specific likeness. Now, if the input mesh is a cube, and believe me, a cube isn't the worst that we've seen people try, the system is robust. It will still do its best to approximate it, and it will then record a large difference. The rig is based on our find, right? So if the delta is very, very large, the mesh is likely to misbehave in some areas or with some extreme animations. But when you're looking for something that is very human or human-like, it can actually take quite a bit of punishment and get you great rigs in no time at all. Now, while we were working on this, we were also working on our performance capture feature set, which is what you now know as MetaHuman Animator. So all along, we were designing the workflow and everything so that it could work from footage as well as from meshes. If you use Mesh to MetaHuman, there is no need to learn absolutely anything new. Instead of importing a mesh, you can import footage. If you have a high-resolution stereo couple, it will be just the one frame, plus one for the teeth if you're really keen. Or if you're using a plain iPhone, you'll be using 3 frames. You track them, you fit them, and you get a rig. There's no manual intervention in any of the things that we have shown, like in our keynote or in the things that you can see at our booth. Now, these head meshes are in large part encoded as what we call MetaHuman DNA, and this is an asset that's about to come, as well as data and files. It is the core data format for MetaHumans, and it contains all of the parameters for meshes, rigs, and their attributes. Now, that data, as a file, comes bundled with any MetaHuman you download, and it has some pretty useful engine integration as is, like literally drag and drop it and you get a rig, which is pretty cool. But it's also, now that we released DNA Calib, something that you can open and modify. Now, DNA Calib is part of that toolkit that Freelateral used to deliver assets at the highest level for years. It is definitely on the technical end of the spectrum, but it is not so far that way that a TA or a TD that's comfortable with Python wouldn't be able to fully leverage it. It's a C++ library that gives some degree of access to the contents of the MetaHuman DNA file. But it comes with both the source code as well as the precompiled binaries, which makes it pretty easy to deploy. It has Python bindings, which makes it very, very accessible. And it has a very extensive reference implementation in Maya. So this is a library that you can use from anywhere. You can use it from a command line if you want. But if you want to see an integration in a DCC pipeline that is not directly inside UE, we provide that reference implementation for you. Now, beside the obvious benefit of inspection, right? You open a file, like you get a file, you open it, you see what's in it. The DNA view were part of this. You can see the plugin as you receive it if you want to download it there. Allows you to look at our DNA file, and it gives you some first glimpse about what we normally encode in there, which is you can choose what LODs you assemble, LODs you assemble, like what properties do you want in them. So this effectively allows you to build up inside Maya or elsewhere, like just the assets that you want to work on. Probably more importantly, though, is the MetaHuman DNA editing tools. Like, this is what allows you to take these things and synchronously, through our commands, edit things such as the global scale or the global position of the head, remove joints, rename joints if you have specific pipeline needs and you don't like how we name things. It's a perfectly valid reason to start using these, even if it's just to rename things. Now, once you're done with that, in your DCC app or from a command line, if you're adventurous, whatever works for you, you can export FBX files. You can export that DNA file that will get bundled with the FBX. And for all intents and purposes, inside UE, that will behave like if it was a meta-human. The only thing you're losing when you're using something like this is that you started deviating from what you get straight out of Creator, but you do still get all of the functionality. Okay, so last and possibly the most significant part of our assets are our rigs. Now, rig logic is effectively the rig. Now, it's the core of our facial animation. It is parameterized in semantic space. And that means things like brow up and down, jaw up, down, left and right, and so on. It is responsible to blend, interpolate, and trigger all of the joint animations from expressions, displacement maps, map parameters connected to your material, all of that. It is all done from this one place. It is a single central node. It is thread safe, and it can animate as many faces as you need it to. This has been shipped with a very large number of titles. So this is one of those things that comes from that long production heritage. Now, it's also worth noting about this that this is probably the only thing that we would recommend that you actually include in your build. If you're doing linear content, you don't have the problem. But if you're doing interactive experiences or games, this comes as an actual thing that you will want to include in your build, because it is very, very good for both performance and the footprint of how you manage animation. Now, we know that not everybody animates everything in engine just yet, which is why we also have a Maya version of this node, so that you can have full facial rig parity between Maya and Unreal Engine. Now, animating a flat list of hundreds of parameters might not be everybody's cup of tea. So we also have a faceboard style control rig, and that is far more animator friendly. Now, this rig too is available in Maya and Unreal Engine, and it's connected to rig logic the same way, guaranteeing that you have full data parity when animating faces outside of UE. There's also a lot of work that we constantly put into this, which is part of the backward solving. If you use control rig, you might know it for a fairly powerful feature, which is it has forwards and backward solve. It allows for a lot of neat tricks. When you look at the row curves on our rig logic node, and you look at how they map to the faceboard, that is a non-trivial mapping. So we constantly maintain and improve that backward solving for you. You can seamlessly bake things from the faceboard to the row curves on rig logic, or backward solve them the other way losslessly. Like, you can do this many, many times, and your curves don't start deteriorating. Like, as you look at the character, it's still emoting and expressing exactly the same way. All right, so the whole point of a rig is that you want to put animation on it. At least normally that's how I think of it. We really should be closing with more details on what we revealed today in the keynote. MetaHuman Animator is a huge update to our Unreal Engine plugin. It is a true end-to-end system for performance capture, and it goes from your footage through the ingest, all of the steps, to final animation. It comes with everything. We provide camera calibration tools if you use stereo couples. iPhones are calibrated by factory. We take that into account. New assets that represent your devices inside the project, ingest through a convenient window, creating a full rig from just the footage, which is what I was talking about before, tracking and solving the actor's delivery from footage in the new performance asset, generating animation directly on rig logic or on the faceboard. And finally, taking that animation and applying it to the control rig faceboard, if you wish, through the backward solve. Now, that is literally everything that you need for facial performance capture. We think so, at least. And you never leave the editor. You do all of these with a handful of assets in the editor, nothing else. So we're almost done. I think these are some of the most salient points. Now, why rigs in semantic space pay off? Our rig parameters are in that space. That is to say, it is what is activating and where is that activation at in a normalized range, right? So you have like jaw up and down, 0 to 1, or things from 1 to -1. That is opposed to things like geometric or volumetric approaches, where someone might directly describe the position or the rotation or of the joints or of the solver points. The fact that this is in semantic space means that in practice, every animation will always work the same on any rig logic or faceport-based rig, which of course is all of the metahumans or anything that you do that you're okay rigging in that space. There's no crumpling faces, no poor lip or eyelid seals or interpenetration or anything like that. Now, your animation might resemble the actor or actress the most when it is on their performer rig, the one that we create in MetaHuman Animator for the solving, but it just doesn't break when you move it onto something else that might be their actual character. Okay, so performance capture requires real-world devices. We'll talk very quickly about that. If you're interested in high-end devices, we support stereo couples. If you want to be more on the compact side of things or on the lower budget side of things, we support iPhone 11 and up. Everything in between, basically workflow-wise, becomes possible. You can have some actors with stereo couples for your highest quality shots, or you can have actors with iPhones for ready pickups or things like that. You can set up audio booths with performance capture on a tripod. Like what you're seeing there is literally, the picture on the desk is literally what we use to test things. It's a tripod with an iPhone on top. You can have your performers work remotely by just sending them a small device, or they probably already own it, to be perfectly honest. And all you need to get back is some files, or they'll send you the device back. If you're head mounting, it will only provide you with a facial animation, and you're likely to get the neck from your suit. You don't want this to interfere. But if it's on a static mount, like a desk tripod, it will provide a very accurate estimation of the upper neck. Now, last few things. It's important to know this is a device-agnostic solution. We chose to directly support the iPhone because they're convenient, they're widely available, they're very uniform in specs, but we do nothing with it other than capture video in that. We're not using ARKit or anything like that. We support vertical stereo couples because they're some of the most reliable and available configurations, but we're not married to stereo in and of itself. We just do depth inference from it. So this release focuses on fidelity first and foremost. Part of this is the quality of the results coming from our approach and the way we solve data. We don't do any processing on device, and the result, the quality of the results scales very well with the quality of the data. We don't hallucinate any details. We're not against adding post-processing things later on, but we felt that for the first release, we wanted to do something where you get the animation that represents exactly the performance that was put into it. While we do scale well with the quality of the data, it is not done at the cost of resilience. So, of course, if your actor is covering their face, we're not going to hallucinate their eyes or something that is missing from the frame, but we recover from those things. You don't need to split takes, right? Having good lighting is nice, but this is entirely independent from what is happening in the background. You have bright lights, you have movement, it doesn't matter. It's perfectly resilient to all of that. Now, oh, sorry for that. The quality of animation. When we say quality, we don't mean it in some vague sense. We don't even refer to issues like noise. We're particularly well behaved there too. But what we mean is that the function curves that come out of these systems are very well behaved. Semantic space solvers can sometimes choose to interpret different poses that are temporally adjacent with different controls. And when that happens, you'll see curves crisscrossing. We don't have that problem, just don't. The animation that comes out of these is always very good. It's always highly editable. Okay, so last feature, audio to tongue, is what it sounds like. We solve basically solely based on video and depth streams, which makes it resilient to things like audio slips or missing audio and so on. Chances are in your shoot, you do have audio, so we should be making good use of it. Part of the solution is audio to tongue animation. It will reliably produce tongue animation from just the audio track in the capture if one is present. And last but not least, our output is a plain animation sequence. MetaHuman Animator for now is closer to content creation than it is to runtime. And we know that you want unencumbered projects and builds. So once you're done solving a performance and you're happy with it, all you have to do is export the animation. It becomes a plain animation sequence, and you're done. It's readily available, easy to be moved between projects. There's no need to do anything to it. All right, so that was a lot for half an hour, and I promise I just scratched the surface. We're on the expo area where you can see these live if you're interested. And with that, I'd like to get Matt in, and thank you very much for your time. I hope you have a great GDC.
Hi, how's it going? My name is Matt. I'm part of the advanced character team here at Epic. I'm pretty excited to be here today to show you some of the cool stuff we've been working on. So many areas of Unreal technology have advanced hugely over the years. We have Nanite and Lumen that allow us to represent highly detailed and beautifully lit environments. And with our awesome facial technology you've just seen and MedHuman Animator, we can recreate the subtleties of human performance and emotion. But we want to bring that same level of deformation quality to our character bodies. So currently, a typical body deformation setup for a real-time character is a combination of additional helper joints and sometimes corrective blend shapes that attempt to preserve the volume and silhouette of the character as it animates. In fact, our MedHumans use a helper joint system to do exactly that. But human biomechanics are extremely complex, and this type of setup is always going to be limited in what they are able to represent. So building a system that allows you to see the scapula moving underneath the muscles or the skin sliding over the rib cage as you raise your arm is always going to be a real challenge. So what we want is to bring our characters to life with the awesome muscle and flesh simulation that's available to us in Houdini. Now, these deformations look great, but the simulations are computationally very expensive. So what you see here is taking around a minute per frame to solve. So wouldn't it be great if we could have this level of deformation complexity but able to evaluate in real time? Well, what we are now able to do is to use machine learning to compress that simulation data into a format that can be evaluated at runtime. So you are looking at our ML character with deformations driven by full muscle, flesh, and cloth simulation from Houdini. It's running in real time and on PS5. It's taking around 1/10 of a millisecond on CPU for network inference, and as you see it here, around 1 millisecond on GPU for morph target evaluation. So this is a fully generalized model. We have not just trained it on the cinematic animation that we can see here. So this is our character. His name is Emil. He is an anatomically correct digi-double. He was authored from 3D scan data of head and body, and we also captured full body MRI data, and we used this to help build and validate our musculoskeletal system. This was taken into Houdini, where we work closely with our friends at Side Effects to set up full muscle and flesh simulation. Now, a lot of the Houdini tools we used are under active development. Even so, the results we're getting out of it are pretty awesome, and they're only going to get better in the future. And at this point, I also would like to thank our actor for giving us permission to use his digital likeness and for allowing us to create the simulation data that we use to train our different machine learning techniques. Now, each technique is referred to as a machine learning model. And this is a neural network that maps the value of some inputs to some output data. So for our particular use case, the inputs are joint orientations, and the output is the mesh deformation that matches our training data. For efficiency, we encode this deformation as a series of learned morph target shapes, and our network outputs the weights for these. So we have different types of model available for us to use in Unreal. Each uses a different ML technique, and each has their own strengths and weaknesses. There is not one single model that is appropriate for all applications. So we created 3 deformers in total using 2 of the models available to us. The neural morph model gives us really great results for flesh, but performs poorly for cloth. So for these areas, we used the nearest neighbor model, and this is able to better reconstruct the complex folds and wrinkles that we want to see forming as the character animates. So the total vert count for our character is around 315,000 verts, so it's fairly high res. Joint count is pretty lightweight. We have 91 bones, and this does include the fingers. Each of the models took around 50 minutes to train. So if you have a CUDA-enabled card, we can use GPU acceleration. So this makes training pretty fast. Now, we'll cover these models in more detail, but let's take a step back and try and get a high-level understanding of what they're actually doing. So each deformer begins with two versions of the same character asset. We have a very simple one. This is just a basic joint hierarchy and linear skinning. And this also becomes our skeletal mesh asset in Engine. Then we have the complex one. So for us, this was the muscle, flesh, and claw simulation generated in Houdini. But really, there are a ton of different deformations that you might want to learn, depending on your technical and creative goals. So the basic goal is to learn the delta, or the difference, between the complex and simple example across a range of poses, and then compress that information into something that can be evaluated in real time. This is the training process. The result of this is an ML network and a series of more targets packaged into our ML deformer asset. When we apply this to our simple skeletal mesh and animate it, the resulting deformation should closely approximate our complex training example. Now, we need to give the models lots of examples of the character in lots of different poses so it can learn what the deformation should look like across a wide range of animations. This is the training range of motion, or ROM, and it's perhaps the most critical element of the process. Now, it's important to note that these models can only learn static deformations. They're not able to learn dynamic properties. But the muscle, flesh, and claw simulation in Houdini are dynamic in nature. Muscles are affected by gravity and inertia, and folds in clothing will form differently depending on how you got into that pose. Now, this presents a problem, because it means we're potentially trying to learn conflicting deltas for poses that have shared characteristics. And what will happen is that these will get averaged out, and sometimes the ML result can lack a lot of the clarity and the detail that we want to see coming through from our source data. So how do we work around this? So firstly, in Houdini, simulation parameters that look good for a continuous test animation are not necessarily the optimal setup for generating ML training data. So the goal here isn't necessarily for the simulation to look good in motion, but to minimize the differences in result for poses with shared characteristics. So we want to encourage folds and wrinkles to form in the same way, for example, when the character raises the leg. We want to simulate muscles relaxing and contracting, and we want muscle-to-muscle collision, but we don't want the effects of gravity or inertia to be present in our training data. There is an additional complication here too, and that is that the random poses in our training ROM mean that the pose difference from one frame to the next is pretty substantial. Now, we can't simulate this sequentially because the resulting velocities are too high for the simulation. So to work around this, we implemented a 10-frame warm-up and settle into each pose. So for each pose in our training ROM, we animate into position over 7 frames, and then we let the simulation settle for 3 before saving out the frame. So these additional frames were generated procedurally in Houdini. So let's look in detail at the models. So firstly, the neural morph model, the local neural morph model, tries to generate morph targets while looking at each individual input. And this results in many small localized networks. The global model, on the other hand, generates a single, fully connected network. Now, there are some big advantages to choosing local over global, and this should be considered the default approach. First of these is performance. If you look at the network diagrams on the right, each line between neurons represents a computational cost. So you should be able to see that as we add more inputs, outputs, or layers, the cost increases rapidly for the global model, whereas the local model scales much better to increased network dimensions. Global mode, however, can potentially look further than just around the bone. So in some cases, it can be better at learning deformations that are the result of multiple inputs. To improve local model reconstruction in these sorts of cases, we implemented bone associations. And this allows the model to consider multiple inputs in specific user-defined cases. So for the upper body, we created associations between the clavicle and the humerus, and this significantly improved reconstruction in the shoulder area while retaining almost all of the performance characteristics of the local model. The other key advantage of the local mode is that it will converge to a well-generalized model much faster and with less training data than global. So for the upper body flesh, we trained on around 7,000 frames, but I estimate we'd need around 50% more to get a similar result using the global model. The nearest neighbor model specifically targets cloth reconstruction. So cloth in particular, it's a real challenge because it's highly chaotic and very connected in nature. Even with a careful simulation setup, more complex garments, the nearest neighbor model is going to outperform the neuromorph model every time. So this model starts with an initial PCA layer, and it's trained with a large set of random poses. So for the upper costume, this was the same set that we used for the flesh. Then on top of this, we add an additional layer of simulated fix-up poses. And these are taken from our target animation database. So this is the nearest neighbor data set. During animation, a nearest neighbor function evaluates the character pose, and it applies the closest shape from that set to the character. So on the left is the nearest neighbor model with just the PCA layer active. And on the right, you can see how the additional nearest neighbor set improves the fold reconstruction. So to help generate the optimal set of nearest neighbor poses, we have implemented a k-means pose generator. So given a set of target animations, so typically these would be your game or cinematic animations, and a max pose value, it will generate a set of poses that most efficiently cover that animation space. We simulated our clothing for these additional poses in Houdini, and then we trained our additional nearest neighbor set using this data. So before we dive into Unreal and take a look at the workflow, let's get a high-level overview of it. So the first step is to generate the training ROM animation. The aim of this is to provide the training process with lots of examples of what we want the deformation to look like in lots of different poses. So currently, the easiest method of doing this is to use our Maya PoseGen tool, and this will generate a random animation. The second step is to generate the training data using this ROM. So we're going to use this in two places. First, we're going to apply it to our simple linearly skinned character, and we'll export an FBX of this. Secondly, we're going to apply this to our complex offline character. So for us, this was the muscle and cloth simulation in Houdini. We're going to run a simulation for each frame, and we're going to output the result as an alembic. The FBX and alembic are imported into the engine. We set our training parameters, and then we train. And once completed, we're going to test the results using novel animation. So we should always test using different animation to that which we trained on. And this allows us to understand if a model has generalized properly and is going to be able to perform well with any animation applied. If at this point there are particular poses that are not reconstructing well, we can go back to the ROM, we can add poses to give additional coverage, and we can run through the training process again. So getting to a good result is an iterative process. All right, so let's take a look at this in Editor. All right, great. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create our ML deformer asset. So once we load this up, okay, so the first thing to note, up on the top left, this is where we can choose which model we want to use. To the right of that, we can choose between training and testing mode. So we're going to start out in training mode. On the right is where we add pointers to our assets. And then here is where we can set various parameters for our network and training process. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add the skeleton mesh. I'm going to add our training ROM as an anim sequence format. And then I'm going to add our training ROM that is the imported alembic. So this came from simulation. So the geometry cache for that is pretty big. It will take just a second to load. All right, here we go. Now, on the left, we can see our training base. So this is our simple linearly skinned asset. And on the right is our target. So this is the thing that we're trying to learn, right? And this is what came from simulation. If I scrub through, we can see a matching training ROM running on each. And during training, what we want to happen is for it to learn the delta or difference between the simple and complex and then compress that information into something that we'll evaluate in real time. And we can see that delta visualized here with these green lines. So once we're happy that we have two matching ROMs, we can start setting our network up. So the first thing to notice here is where it says include bones. This is checked. So we're going to train using bones as inputs to the network. We could train using curves if we wish. So if we're using bones, we can only consider orientations as input and not yet translations. Underneath here, where it says bones 91. So by default, it's added every joint in my skeleton as an input into the network. Now, to get the best quality ML results, we want to reduce the number of inputs to the network as much as possible. So the easiest way to do this is to start by clicking this animated bones only button. And it's going to populate a bone include list based on the animation. So you can see we start off with 91, we're down to 25. That's pretty good, but we can go further. So you'll notice here it has included the roll or twist joints. Now the transformation of these can actually be described in terms of other input to the network. So we don't need to include these as discrete entries. So I'm going to go ahead and remove those. Oops, missed one. Right, and now from our initial starting set of 91, we're down to 15 inputs to the network. And this is the minimum set of inputs we need to describe the deformation that we are trying to learn. All right, so this is a critical step. Underneath here is where we can set up bone groups. We mentioned that earlier. Down here, we can choose between local and global models for the neural morph model. We can set the number of morph targets, the number of training iterations. Here we can play with the network dimensions. So increasing the number of hidden layers gives the network the potential to learn more complex deformations, but it does come with increased CPU inference time. Down here is the morph target compression setting. So we can change these after training. Modifying these values does not require us to retrain the network. And finally, under here, we can apply a mask to paint masks out for the ML deformed deltas if we wish. And this uses vertex color channels on the scallop mesh. So I'm going to just set the max training frames to 50. This will not generate a usable network, but it does allow me to show you all of the elements of the UI as they pop up. Right, so once we're happy with our settings, we're going to go up to the top left and we're going to train the model. Now what's going to happen to start with is we're going to cache a bunch of information for those frames. Once that's completed, it's going to go into the training iteration loop. So on the left, we can see this training iteration number increasing. And on the right, there's this average loss number. So this number represents the error between the current state of the network and the target deformation we're trying to learn. Right? So a smaller number basically means you're getting a better reconstruction result. So what we want is, as the iterations go up, for this number to come down. Now, initially, it'll start dropping really fast, and eventually it'll flatten off altogether. Now, we don't have to wait for all of the iterations to complete. We can actually click cancel. It will extract our morph targets for us. Because I canceled it earlier, it asks me if I want to save the partially trained network, so I'm going to go ahead and click yes. Right. Now, as I said, 50 training frames is not going to generate a great result, so let's take a look at our actual flesh deformer. So once we've trained, we want to go into testing mode. Over on the left is where we add our testing animation sequence, so we just have the cinematic animation applied here. Underneath is where we apply the deformer graph. This is what's driving the skinning, the morph targets, and it's recomputing normals for us. And I can scrub through, and we can see the animation playing on our ML deformed asset here. We can modify the weight and see the contribution that the ML deformer is giving to our character. All right, so the next step, we want to set up a blueprint for this. I have a partially set up skeletal mesh actor blueprint. I've assigned my skeletal mesh to the component. Down here, I've assigned the control rig and our deformer. So adding an ML deformer to this is super easy. All we have to do is add an ML deformer component and then find our ML deformer asset and apply it here. Now, if your blueprint has multiple skeletal mesh components, the way you create an association to a specific one of those is by using this component tag here. We would add an entry and then simply type the variable name of your skeletal mesh component in here. We can also stack multiple deformers on a single skeletal mesh component. But I'm happy with this, so I'm going to click compile. I'm going to close this down. So I have this blueprint dragged into the scene here. If I open up the sequence, and enable the control rig. If I very simply, oops, why is that not working? Okay, I'm just going to switch. This is a live demo. Oh, dear. Oh, of course, yeah, it's a live demo. Right, never mind. What I really want to show you was we can manipulate the control rig. I can drag up the clavicle control. We can see the skin sliding over the abs. It's a fully generalized network. You can animate that. You can keyframe it in Unreal, and it looks great. I'm sorry, I can show it to you. So the most important part of this is the training ROM. So the models are good at interpolation, but they're really bad at extrapolation. So to take a simple example, if my game animation rotates an elbow from 0 to 140 degrees, we don't need an example for every degree of rotation in the training data, but it does need to encapsulate that full range. So if the model is reconstructing poorly, the two most likely causes are either you haven't used enough training data and the model hasn't generalized, or the animation is pushing the character outside of the pose space we trained on, and the network doesn't know how to handle that. So when this happens, the deformer doesn't just handle it gracefully, it won't just stop adding deltas, you're actually going to get some pretty nasty deformations. So it can be really easy to get caught out by making incorrect assumptions when you're setting up the training ROM. So you might have assumed, for example, a planar rotation for the elbows, but forgot that animators like to break stuff, and that performance cache data is often going to have small rotation values on all three axes. So if your training data hasn't accounted for these rotations, you're going to start hitting problems. So one of the issues we had was caused by excessive twist on the clavicles in our cinematic animation. So the training ROM assumed a total range of around 20 degrees, whereas the animation was pushing way past that to 70 degrees. So we can see this in our animation curves here, right? So on the left is our random data that we use for training, and on the right is the cinematic performance. And so you can see that the upper and lower bounds of the cinematic data extend outside of the training range, and we get the mesh collapsing in as a result. Now, in our case, we actually modified the animation rather than the training ROM, and this fixed our issue immediately. So for single animations, like in our case, it's actually pretty easy to debug this kind of stuff, because we can just bring the training ROM and the cinematic into Maya, and we can look at the anim curves, right? But we do need better tools in place to debug these kinds of issues against large animation databases. So currently, generating a random training ROM, like you see here, using our Maya PoseGen tool, is the easiest way of creating training data that we can be confident covers the full pose space of our character. So for each joint involved in the deformation, we're defining a min and max order rotation value for each rotation axis, and then the PoseGen tool generates a random animation based on those values. But this is kind of a blunt tool, right? It has no understanding of biomechanics, and we end up generating a ton of poses that are not physically plausible, and they're just not useful to train against. So here are some examples of this. So the tool has generated counter rotations along the spine. The biomechanical relationship between the clavicle and the humerus is not being respected. So generating training data can be a real challenge. So we want to make our training ROM as efficient as possible by reducing the number of bad poses. So in Maya, we set up a simple set-driven key system to drive the spine joints, and then we generated the random data using those attributes instead. So this ensured that the poses on the spine remain in a physically plausible space. We also ran a post-processing script to nudge the clavicle rotation values based on the orientation of the humerus. So by making the training ROM more efficient, contains less bad poses, we're able to use smaller training ROMs. So we are often asked about the structure of the training ROM. So does it have to be random? Can we use a continuous range of motion, maybe from a motion capture session? So the table above shows the dependencies between the model we can use and the type of training ROM. So frame model, we actually adopted a bit of a hybrid approach to this. So we used just under 7,000 frames of random poses. This goes the generalized model that allows it to perform well with a range of animations applied. We can even manipulate individual limbs using control rig, which I wish I had have shown you, and the deformations work really nicely, and the model is stable. We then refine that model with a small set of additional poses taken from various motion capture sessions. So currently, this is the approach I would tend to recommend, and that's to build a solid generalized model using your random data set, and then you can refine the result if you need by adding key hero poses from your gameplay or cinematic animation. Now, ultimately, we do want to reduce the need for using random data, and we want to move towards using smaller, more efficient structured ROMs of continuous motion. So we feel that this will offer a more intuitive approach for people to generate their simulation data, training data, rather. And it will also bring secondary workflow benefits when using simulation data as source. The local neural morph model offers some support for this already, and we do expect to ship an example structured training ROM with 5.2 release. So there are a few points to consider in the pursuit of getting better results. We've covered most of these already, really, but one important point is that your simple scalable mesh asset should still include twist or roll joints. So for those not familiar with rigging, these are additional helper joints that distribute twist in regions such as the upper and lower arms and legs, and it kind of removes that collapsing candy wrapper effect that we can see here, right? So without these, the delta that the ML deformer would need to apply to correct that pose is pretty big, right? So ML deformer is, in effect, a lossy compression. So with really large deltas like this, that error can become noticeable, and you might not get a great result. But by including the twist joints, the size of the delta we're trying to reconstruct is much smaller. Any error present is not going to be noticeable. So just to briefly cover performance, the table on the left gives a PS5 performance breakdown for each of the 3 deformers we used. To recap, we used the neural morph model in local mode for flesh and the nearest neighbor mode for clothing. The flesh layer running on the neural morph is super performant, actually, it's great. The nearest neighbor model has a slightly higher cost, and this is due to the additional nearest neighbor data set that increases memory usage and GPU time. On the right is a table of the network parameters that have the greatest effect on performance. So 0 delta threshold culls small deltas from the morph target set. This reduces memory and GPU time, but in some cases can introduce artifacts. Compression level is fairly self-explanatory. Higher numbers affects memory usage, but could introduce artifacts. Increasing the number of more targets gives the potential for better reconstruction results, but with a higher memory and GPU cost. And as we mentioned earlier, increasing the network dimensions gives the potential to learn more complex deformations, but at the cost of increased CPU inference time. Now, for the nearest neighbor model, PCA coefficient number and nearest neighbor data can be seen as broadly analogous to the number of more targets, and this affects memory and GPU time. So to sort of wrap up, given the right training data, the reconstruction and performance characteristics of the current models are actually pretty good. So the main challenges right now are around workflow and generating the training data. This has a big impact on accessibility and scalability. So what we have shown here today is achievable for a hero character, but we need to make workflow improvements to extend this out to secondary characters. We need alternatives to random ROMs. We need models that are less sensitive to being slightly outside of the trained space. We need support for multiple pairs of anim and geometry caches. And we need better debugging and visualization tools to help find the solutions to problems when things aren't working. We will be releasing this as a sample project with 5.2 later in the year. We will also be including all the geometry caches and all the source data. That includes the full musculoskeletal model that you guys can learn from, take apart, and hopefully repurpose for your own ML deformer projects. We would love for you to come and chat to us at a booth. You can get hands-on with this demo. You can change cameras, switch between musculoskeletal, flesh, and clothing layers. You can pause the action, and you can see the deformation result both with and without ML deformer running. And finally, I just want to thank everybody that worked on the project. I want to thank Side Effects for their help and support. You guys are rock stars. And thank you to you guys for your attention. Thank you.
Over the course of my journey, it's nice to see that there's a new generation of Mozambican filmmakers that are kind of looking up to me, and this to me is very satisfying because I'm hoping to inspire the local community to be able to tell their own stories the way they want to tell it. Hi, my name is Nildo. I'm the owner of FX Animation Studios, and right now we're working on what will be the first animated feature film coming from Mozambique called Kibwe, which is part of the Troublemakers project.
Kibwe is an animated movie about this young girl who grew up not knowing about her parents, and most of the things about her past were hidden from her. So now she's going on this amazing adventure to find out about herself.
Kibwe is a project that's being done mostly by me and my wife. She is in charge of set modeling, and she also co-wrote the script with me. And I'm directing, movie editing, animating. I'm even the mocap actor. And we also were able to hire a local storyboard artist, which helped us a lot in storyboarding and the concept drawings. One of the main struggles that we've been having over the years is that whenever we talk about our projects with potential investors, they don't take the project very seriously.
No one would believe that a Mozambican company, especially made by young people, would do this. So we struggled a lot with funding. That's why all this time we've been funding ourselves. Whoa.
Wow. So for us, having the mega grants basically legitimizes our project. And because of that, our search for further funding will be easier in the future.
We don't have much time. We go through the lake, around the dam.
Kibwe is a very important project, mostly because the animation industry and movie production here in Mozambique is basically non-existent. Our local TV station would mainly show us content that comes from abroad, and we felt that our kids needed something that they would be able to identify themselves with. We tried our best to make our characters look as African as possible and as Mozambican as possible. And for us, that's why this project is even more important.
She always says one day she'll tell me everything.
We don't want this movie to be just made in Mozambique. We would like for it to be made in Mozambique by Mozambican people.
Working with local talent for us is very important because it means that we can prove to everyone that it's possible to find quality talent locally, and we don't have to outsource it to anywhere else. Most productions that are done here are basically done with the help of foreign investment, and that can most of the time compromise the vision of each project, and we don't want to have that compromise. Receiving the EPIC Mega Grants was a light at the end of the tunnel. It allowed us to tell the stories as we envisioned them to, and this for us is very important. We want to be able to put Mozambique on a map, and we want people to know where we are and who we are.
Isles of Japan. Located in the Sea of Japan, these mountainous islands are bursting with tales that are as fascinating as they are ancient. This remote area is not only entrenched in stunning environmental beauty, but also relics spanning across thousands of years of civilization. From lush green forests to small villages and even large gold mines, the Isles of Japan were an ideal location for our scanning team to explore. So whether you're looking for a variety of surfaces or stunning works of art sculpted throughout history, this impressive collection is ready for you to drop into your project right now. Visit the Megascans library today where you can get these assets for free with your Unreal Engine account.
Earlier this year, we released Unreal Engine 5, making the next generation of real-time technology available to the public. We've created many new tools and features that make working in real time faster, more efficient, and more collaborative. Let's take a look at a few of the tools in Unreal Engine 5. First off, you can create games and real-time experiences with massive amounts of geometric detail. By using nanite and virtual shadow maps, UE5 can intelligently stream and process only the details you see. Each of these buildings are film-quality, multi-million poly assets dropped directly into the level. Thanks to nanite, we don't have to bake details into normal maps or manually author LODs. And to display these assets in their best light, we've developed a fully dynamic global illumination and reflection system called Lumen. It's easy to create scenes where indirect lighting adapts on the fly to changes in geometry or direct lighting. You no longer have to place reflection captures, author light map UVs, or wait for light maps to bake. With Lumen, there's more time for creativity. There's a totally new way of making audio in UE5. We like to say that Metasounds is to audio what the material editor is to texturing. Here we see a graph that creates a metasound. First, an audio file is randomly selected, then it's procedurally modified, and finally rendered for playback. With Metasounds, you get total control over the project's sound design, so you can drive next-generation procedural audio experiences. UE5 has animation authoring tools built in. With these artist-friendly tools, you can create rigs and share them across multiple characters with Control Rig, then pose and animate them in Sequencer. There is an entirely new retargeting tool set that lets you easily reuse existing animations, even across characters with different skeletons and proportions. Next-gen consoles have demanding rendering requirements. With temporal super resolution, you get built-in, high-quality upsampling that delivers high-resolution frames at the cost of low-resolution renders. Here we see native 4K frames on the left and 1080p frames upscaled to 4K on the right. As you can see, there's hardly any loss in quality. One of our ongoing goals is to make the creation of open worlds faster, easier, and more collaborative for teams of all sizes. The new world partition system changes how levels are managed and streamed, automatically dividing the world into a grid and streaming the necessary cells. And lastly, UE5 has a significantly extended modeling toolset, so you can perform many modeling tasks directly in the editor. There are tools for mesh editing, polygon creation, UV layout and editing, Boolean operations, and more. And all of these are available not only as standard tools, but also through geometry scripts, which can even be executed at runtime. It's all built in. With Unreal Engine 5, you're ready to push the boundaries of what's possible.
At Game Love Brisbane, the culture is everything for our studio. We've got a really relaxed team and a great group of like-minded, super talented developers.
Game Love made Oregon Trail games before. Specifically, the Brisbane studio hasn't. So this was our first experience with the Oregon Trail.
How we kept the heart and soul of the original Oregon Trail was, really just at the start, going back and playing it and breaking the game down screen by screen. We took that and then, dove into researching what those actual locations were on the trail. Really just understanding where the original developers, what they were trying to get at.
Trying to keep as much real history in the game as we could was really key. So we really wanted to base everything in reality. And it kind of naturally lines up, right? Because the original did the same thing. It was just simpler. We basically tried to look at it as if we were making it for the first time, following the same guidelines as the 1985 version.
We noticed in the original there wasn't a lot of Native American representation. It's funny, the original developer in a Reddit, he actually called it out as well and said that if there was one thing that he could add back into it, it would be to tell more of those stories.
In early development, we broke out 4 key pillars, which were authenticity, nostalgia, replayability, and player choice. We took those 4 elements and sort of based all of our decisions around those and made sure that if we were including a mechanic or making a design decision, it matched to one or more of those pillars and sort of didn't damage or go against any of them.
We wanted to keep this very based in reality and make it very convincing. So I would look up what types of foliage turned up in certain areas of the environment, and I would go on Google Maps trips to make sure that I was following the terrain very accurately.
We're reading these travelers' journals, and they would describe these massive landscapes where you've got these huge prairies that just go for days. And then when we added the sky system and the little bumblebees and things like that, it really just brought it all to life.
The 3D environments, while we wanted to make them really beautiful and lush, didn't look too realistic compared to the 2D characters that we had moving around the environment. So we chose a very flat graphical art style for the texturing to keep the background in the background and let the characters kind of shine.
So when Unreal first came into Gameloft Australia, it was just such a smooth process. Quite quickly and easily, the team were able to pick it up and get started. And I think what's really amazing is like that global community for Unreal. Like there's just so many resources that the team could pull from and learn.
Being able to work in engine like I could with Unreal was really important, and also all of the natural environment landscaping tools that Unreal has really sped up the process because we had a very small art team for creating the environments. So speed was everything, and Unreal's foliage tools, all of their mesh painting tools were really important for creating a very fast pipeline for creating a lot of content quickly.
Working with blueprints makes everything much faster. Development and iteration process, iteration time between what you want to create and what you see is much quicker. So to create visuals, to create materials, to create post processes, anything that needs a lot of iteration is much easier to do through blueprints than, let's say, in C++ or other languages.
Blueprints gave us the flexibility to just create content very quickly and then iterate upon it very quickly as well. We have, I think, just shy of 400 events in the Oregon Trail. We wouldn't have had even half that with any kind of lesser system.
When we started using Unreal, it just made such a huge difference for our art team. It just meant that they could, finally be hands-on. I'm not going to name names with the other engines, but this one really just allowed the artists to jump in and create without boundaries.
That bomb suit he wears, I've seen bullets just bounce right off.
Moab, Utah. Located near the border of Colorado, Moab is home to not one but two of America's national parks. Filled with magnificent plateaus, breathtaking arches, and stratorocks that vanish into the horizon, Moab, Utah became an obvious choice for our scanning team to capture. The Canyons of Utah collection contains over 100 assets ranging from massive rock formations, small boulders, and arid vegetation. These assets were heavily used in the groundbreaking demo Valley of the Ancients to reconstruct the surreal and majestic beauty of the Moab Desert. The Canyons of Utah collection, along with thousands of other assets, are free to download right now with your Unreal Engine account.
Growing up with fantasy stories and fairy tales and mythology, I'd always been wanting to tell stories. So my background's in filmmaking. I started off as an art director, and I would make storyboards as well, and I really love anything visual. So mainly my interest in New Zealand was about building fantasy worlds, and I just found inspiration everywhere, from the forests to the mountains, some really picturesque places. I look at street lamps, traffic lights, and all sorts of like glowing things around us. And I'm like, what if there's like a tiny little fairy living inside there? Could that be a good story? I asked myself, what's a good format to tell this story and find the right medium for that? And so I set out on a quest to do that. So the Green Fairy project started out as a virtual reality prototype experience. I wanted to converge film with game engines and tell an immersive, interactive story. It's just made possible by having a good team to put that together.
Our goal is just to make something that we all enjoy, we're all excited about, we're all passionate about, and just share it with the world. We just wanted to dive into that content more and tell more about the Green Fairy and more about this fairy world. So we ended up doing a vlog style set of videos with the Green Fairy. We looked into doing a book made for kids. That same story could be shared with a younger audience and they could experience the same story in a different medium.
It started to become this really cool transmedia project. The New Zealand Film Commission was very interested in the work that we were doing. We had the idea to use the rendering capabilities of Unreal Engine and output animated episodes of this character and story world. We were able to actually take that nationwide to be broadcasted on live TV on Saturday mornings for kids.
Voila! The Green Fairy.
We applied for more funding for a second series of the Green Fairy, and that one got declined. So we first heard about Mega Grant from a local company here in New Zealand, and they said it's awesome, you just apply, and if you're lucky enough, you'll get an opportunity to get some cash, and it will really help you towards your project. We were in a bit of a slum, and we were also just not getting enough opportunities to work on more of our creative work. So just taking a stab in the dark, I just applied on the application.
We were losing a little bit of our magic, and somehow out of the blue, Brad gets this email.
Hey, you've got a grant. Do you want to accept it? We were like, yeah, we do. Hearing that Unreal was going to help us fund some of this creative work that we've been longing for, it blew us out of the water. Like we didn't expect any of it to come, and it came at just the right moment, and it gave us a chance to really put our best foot forward and do the thing that we were passionate about.
You're able to just kind of go back and see like, hey, what's really important about what we're doing?
I think it just reignited that flame.
Hey everyone, we're back to talk about Verse, the new programming language that we've been designing for the metaverse. So Verse is about solving the larger problem of the metaverse. Verse is launching an Unreal editor for Fortnite, but we have much longer term and bigger plans for it. But essentially it's aiming to provide a programming language solution supporting development of many kinds of games and other real-time 3D simulations, supporting a full development cycle of tools and content creation for the metaverse. I'd like to say a little bit about what we see this as ultimately, because the metaverse is more than Unreal Engine is today, and it's more than Unreal Editor for Fortnite is today. But it's about social interaction in a shared real-time 3D simulation, right? The metaverse is about the experiences people are playing today in Fortnite and Roblox and a whole lot more, and what this becomes as it evolves into a medium for billions of people. And we're talking about the metaverse as a long-term open economy. And so when we talk about what we're shipping with Verse today, we're really shipping one thing, but we're designing for a much, much longer term set of features and set of aspirations for this thing. And the metaverse, importantly, is not just another app platform, right? When you release an app, you use a bunch of libraries, but you compile one piece of code, you ship it, and it doesn't change again until you release a new version. Whereas the metaverse, we think, will be the combination of millions of objects written by millions of different developers, a lot of code, a lot of content. It's constantly being updated, in which vehicles from one developer together with characters from another developer have to work together, even if those programmers have never met each other or never tested their content before. So we're talking about a programming world that's quite different than the ones of the past, and one which requires a very robust framework supporting these sorts of usage cases. And so the metaverse needs a special kind of programming foundation, right? We want something, first of all, that's really easy to learn. We want it to be somebody's first programming language, just like JavaScript is to web programmers today. We also want a language that enables us to catch problems at development time before we've shipped content to millions of users. The costs of shipping a problem once it's already shipped are much, much, much higher than catching bugs. So we want a strongly typed language that we can count on the compiler to guide us on what the problems with the programs are before we ship them. We also want a language that's really conducive to writing lots of modules by different authors which can work together and evolve over time while maintaining backwards compatibility. So this open world interoperability is a big design goal for the entire system. We're also thinking of a programming framework which can eventually scale to massive simulations. You know, Fortnite Battle Royale is 100 players together in a single shard, but in the future we might be able to get 1 billion users together in a single shard, and we want a programming model that can support that. We also want a language, and we've been putting a lot of effort into building a specification with enough rigor that it could be a future open standard that's agreed on and widely implemented by companies all around the industry, just like JavaScript is in a web browser today. So Verse is our attempt at this, and we're aspiring to create strongly typed language that's very recognizable to programmers who've used any of the mainstream popular languages today, whether it's C# or Python. We want something that's not too scary, but is at the leading edge of compiler technology and be able to catch problems at compile time. So there are several other principles guiding this, and we're kind of learning from the mistakes of the past. We want a programming foundation that is just code, where you're not writing code in one language that constructs queries in another language and converts them to strings and sends them off to a database and then parses the result, where a whole lot of different languages are interoperating through some clumsy interfaces. We want a single language where you can just write code that gets your job done. We also want a language that can scale to transactional programming in the future. If you think about a simulation that might scale far, far beyond the capabilities of a single node in a data center, transactions are the core technology that supported databases scaling up to huge data sets and to huge concurrency. And transactions, we think, will be the future programming model that enables code to scale up without becoming complex. We also are aiming to build a language that can do everything, supporting code in multiple paradigms, a language for data also, just like JavaScript has JSON for describing data, Verse has VSON, a subset of language that can describe data accurately. And even things like markup. There's a markup language embedded in Verse. It's not usable today, but it's in the specification. It will evolve in the future. And even more advanced features for the future. We've also put a lot of effort into building a language that's, to a certain extent, timeless. We have this question, what happens if we met some aliens for the first time and compared our programming languages? Well, I think we'd find that we have a lot in common, but they probably don't have 32-bit or 64-bit integers. And so we want a programming language that's free of kind of the temporary constraints of current systems. And to do this, we recognize that we're building in a very long-term evolutionary environment where we're designing a language for the very long-term future, and we've codenamed that MaxVerse. And we have a massive specification written out on paper for what we want the language to eventually be. And we're working to that step by step in what we call Betaverse. This is the beta version of the language that's launching right now. It has a limited subset of those features, but we have a nice, clear path where step by step we can get closer and closer to the ideal so we don't end up painting ourselves into a corner as we evolve the language, as so many others have done in the past. And we're holding ourselves to very rigorous backwards compatibility standards. Now, these are going to be relaxed during the Verse beta, but when we get to the open metaverse, we really need a programming foundation where your code does not break every time a new version of your metaverse browser comes out, or that doesn't differ between different browser engines. You want something that's very stable and very reliable as a foundation for all of our long-term development plans. And so now to talk about the specifics of the language, I'd like to invite up Phil Peslow, the Director of Language Engineering at Epic. Phil?
Hey, everybody. So I'm super excited to show you verse by example. So let's just jump right in. Let's say that you want to define a value, constant value called x, and set it to the value 42. This is what it would look like. And here we've given it the type int. Although it is also possible to write this without the type. If you just say x colon equals 42, the compiler will figure it out that this is an integer. And here we're defining a constant value. Later on, I'll show you how to define values that are mutable, like mutable variables in most other languages. Here's an example of an array. Again, here I've given the type. So the type is square bracket int, which means an array of int. And the value is the three integers 1, 2, and 3. Of course, I can also do that without specifying the type, and the compiler will just figure it out. So let's get into something a little bit more complicated, functions. Verse supports a function syntax that is very similar to mathematics. So here's just a one-liner function. It'll take an x and return x plus 1. You could also put the x plus 1 on the next line. Verse supports syntactically significant indentation like Python and Haskell. So if you have an indented function body below the function signature, everything that's indented stays part of the function body. And the same is true for other block scoping constructs in the language. The language does also support squiggly braces, so you could put the function in squiggly braces if you don't like syntactically significant indentation. Verse functions can be overloaded. Here's an example of a function foo that takes either an int or a logic. Doesn't even have the same return type in both cases, could be a completely different function body. If you call foo with 0, it calls the first foo and returns a string. If you call foo with true, it calls the second one and returns nothing. Next up, modules. Modules are a great feature for encapsulation. The easiest way to make a module in verse is using the directory structure. Within your project, if you have verse files in a subdirectory, that subdirectory becomes a module. But you can also use modules directly in your code, and this is how you would do it. You use the module macro. Again, syntactically significant indentation means that the A and F members are part of that module. So here I've defined both members public, which allows code outside of the module to reference them. Verse also has structs. Structs are great for just passing around clusters of values with named properties. So here I have a struct that just has one member A of type integer. There's a couple of things going on here that I want to point out. First of all, our naming convention, which is not enforced by the compiler, is that we use capital case for values and lowercase for types. For multiple words, we use snake case for types. So maybe it would be foo underscore bar instead of just foo. And we use camel case, uppercase camel case for values. It's not enforced by the compiler, so you can do whatever you feel like, but this is what we recommend. Another thing happening here is that I have given the A member a default value of 42. So if I instantiated foo without specifying the value of A would be 42. But here, as you can see on the second to last line, I'm instantiating foo with A being overridden with the value 43. So then later when I say x.a, I get 43 instead of 42. Verse also supports classes. Classes are more powerful than structs. You can have subtyping. You can have functions. Classes also have, class instances also have identity, kind of like they do in Java and other object-oriented languages. Here I've just created a class that has no supertype called bar. I've given a field A with default value 42 and a function. And I've instantiated bar and again overridden the default value of A with 43. This is what it would look like if you did subtyping. Subtyping is the syntax for subtyping is you say class with a parenthesized clause. Whatever's inside of those parentheses is the supertype. So here bar is the subtype, foo is the supertype. Functions are virtual member functions and classes are virtual by default in verse. And we require that you use the override specifier when you are intentionally overriding a virtual function. So here we've overridden f in bar to do something different than it would have done in foo, and in order to placate the compiler, we've placed the override specifier on f. Now let's talk about mutability. So far I've shown you a bunch of features where there's immutable variables, and that's not appropriate for all use cases. So Verse also supports mutable variables, and the mutable variable support is really awesome. Here's a really simple example. All I have to do is say var, and x is now a mutable variable. This means that I can change its value whenever I like. The way that I change its value is using the set keyword. Var and set, very simple. So here, var x starts out with the value 42, then I set it to 43. Later, when I say y colon equals x plus 1, the x value that it's reading there is 43, not 42. So y will have the value 44. The mutability features allow for something we call deep mutability. So here I've created a var map. So it's a mutable map that maps int to int. X starts out being the empty map. The way that I insert elements into the map is using set. So I set x subscript 42 equals 100. That makes it so that x now has a mapping from 42 to 100. Similar syntax can be used for appending to an array. So here I've got a mutable array, starts out empty, and then I push the value 42 at the end of it. That's what pushing to the end of the array looks like in Verse. Now let's talk about another feature, which is tuples. Tuples are like a very lightweight way of just taking a bunch of values and passing them around together. Here I've created a tuple that has an integer, a string, and an array. I can also give this thing a type if I want. So that's what that would look like if I spelled out the type. Tuples are mostly used as function parameters. That's the main way that you'll encounter them. So for example, if I say that there's a function f that takes two parameters x and y, what I'm really saying in Verse is that it takes one parameter, and that parameter is a tuple of type int. So if I create a tuple like 1, 2, I can use that as a parameter to this function that takes x and y, and the tuple will be flattened. But parameters are actually a little bit more complicated than tuples. They also support optional named parameters. So here, z is an optional named parameter. It's named, so what that means is that if I wanted to pass a z to function f, I would actually have to say z colon equals instead of just passing the value. And they're optional. If you don't pass a z, it gets its default value. In this case, the default value is 42. Now let's talk about generics. Verse has a very powerful generic type system. If you've ever programmed in C++, Swift, other modern languages, they also support some variant of generics. Here is a piece of code without generics. So I've created a class called thingy, and it's got an x that's an int and a y that's a string. Let's say that we wanted to add a little bit of generics to this. Here's what it would look like. So instead of defining thingy as a value that is just a class, I've defined it as a function over type. So thingy is now a function that takes a type and returns a class. And the class that it returns is a class where the y member has the type t that you passed into thingy. So here you can see that instead of instantiating the object by saying thingy and then the squiggly braces, I'm instantiating it by saying thingy and then in parentheses string and then the rest. So I'm instantiating, that tells us that we're instantiating a thingy where the t is a string. And finally, on the last line, I've made the function generic. So in the original version, the function just simply took an object of type thingy. Here, it's taking an object of type thingy with a generic type. And because I'm using the where clause, the t is inferred. So if I call the function f with some object of type thingy for any type, you can just call this function, and type inference will infer that t is whatever type you were using. Because of our aspiration to have Verse be the language of a unified metaverse with everybody's code all in one namespace, Verse supports a global unified namespace with paths. The top level of a path is a domain. So here are examples of using paths in Verse today. This is basically the Verse include statement. We're pulling in the verse.org simulation module into our scope, and then we're pulling in the Fortnite.com devices module into our scope. And these paths are not strings, they're actual, they're syntactically recognized within the language. And you'll see more and more of paths in the language as we develop it out. All right, now let's talk about where verse really diverges from other languages. Verse is inspired by functional logic programming, which means that instead of relying on Booleans for conditions, it relies on success and failure. So here I've written a verse program that first says that x is 100, and then says that x is 200. That's a contradiction, so the program will fail. And in fact, failure is the way that you do comparison in verse. So if you run a piece of code within the condition of an if statement, what you're doing is you're asking verse to run that code to see if it succeeds or fails. If it succeeds, then you take the then case. If it fails, you don't. So here the x equals 200 will fail because x already has a value and that value is 100, and so what will not be printed. Same thing happens if you use inequalities. So greater than is a failable expression. If it succeeds, then the if statement will print what. In this case, it'll fail. You can also abstract failure out using the decides effect. So here I've defined a function f with the decides effect, and it decides if x is greater than 100. I can call this function f with the square bracket call syntax. Square bracket call syntax in verse means I want to call this function to see if it will succeed or fail. If it succeeds, you'll get the value. If it fails, well, you have to be in a failure context. And in this case, I'm calling f from within the condition of an if, which is a failure context. So this is the same thing as if I had said x greater than 100 inside of the if condition. And again, this will fail because I'm calling f with 0, and 0 is not greater than 100. This decides thing is an example of effect specifications in verse. In verse, you can specify for any function what kinds of effects it's capable of. By default, functions have a certain set of effects that you'll find useful for most cases, but sometimes you will use effects like decides to broaden the power of the function. In this case, I'm giving the function the additional power to fail if it wants to. And in a little bit later, I'll show you another effect that is popular in verse. Okay. Now, this concept of failure is closely tied up with transactions. So if you run a failure context, in this case, the if condition is a failure context, that failure context will either succeed as a whole or all of it will fail. What this means is if you run this code and x is not less than 100, then this effect that you performed will actually never happen. I mean, it'll happen, but behind the scenes, we will roll it back as soon as we realize that this failure context is failing. Now let's look at another effect, the suspends effect, which is the way that you create coroutines in verse. If you've ever programmed with JavaScript async functions, coroutines in verse work sort of like that. So here I've created a coroutine, and the reason why I've done that is I want to wait for user input. So this wait for input presumably is another suspense function that I'm calling, and it might suspend for maybe multiple frame ticks or something. So if you want to wait for input, if you want to wait for another frame tick, you got to be in a suspense function, and you've got to call something that'll wait. But our coroutines are way cooler than JavaScript async functions because we've brought in all of the power of ScookumScript's structured concurrency. So here's an example of how you create coroutines in verse. On the left is the block construct, which doesn't really create coroutines. It just runs whatever the coro 1, 2, 3, 4 in sequence synchronously. But if I say sync, then these 4 coroutines will be run concurrently to one another, and the sync clause will return once all of them are done. And keep in mind that any of these things could be waiting for input, could be sleeping, could be doing whatever they want. Race is another construct. This one's really fun. Race means run a bunch of coroutines, and whichever one finishes first wins, and the other ones are canceled at that point. Rush, similar. It runs until one of the coroutines finishes, but then the remaining coroutines that took longer are allowed to finish asynchronously after the rush statement returns. Finally, the branch statement creates just a single path of asynchronous execution. So here, coro 1, 2, 3, 4 are running one after another, but concurrently to the code that used the branch. To make the race construct and this idea of canceling coroutines even more powerful, we have a defer statement. You don't have to use it in a coroutine. Here's a simple example where I'm printing hello world even though the code is out of order. The reason why this works is if you have a defer statement, then the code within that defer statement will run when the scope that you're in exits, no matter how it exits. So here, presumably after print hello, you'll return or something. So then we'll print hello, and then we'll print world, because printing world was deferred. So this is a goofy way of printing hello world using defer. But this is where the construct actually becomes useful, and that's if you use it with race. So as I said before, race will run the various coroutines. In this case, there's two coroutines. One coroutine is the one created by the block construct, which defers thingy and then does something slow. And the other coroutine is the something fast coroutine. As you recall, race will run until whichever coroutine finishes first. And then the other coroutines are canceled. But the defer statement ensures that when that first coroutine is canceled because it was too slow, it will run the thingy function immediately upon being canceled. So this lets you manage cancellation in your code in some way. So it's not just that your coroutine goes away, you can actually run some cleanup code. Now let me get into my favorite feature of Verse, which is the for loop. Here is a very simple for loop. I'm just using the for loop here to iterate over an array. This does what you would expect. It iterates over the elements of some array and prints all of them. But the for loop is kind of like a query. Because of the functional logic power of the language, it can do some of the things you would expect from a query language. So for example, I can throw in an additional condition here. This will print all of the elements of some array that are greater than 100. Or this will print all of the elements of some array that are not equal to 100. And you could layer these conditions on top of one another if you wanted to. Just before I show you some more crazy code, here's another simple example. This will print the integers from 1 to 200, except for 100. All right, now let me show you the really cool example. So this example is taken from a Minesweeper game that we wrote during one of our that one of us wrote during one of our Verse game jams. So to set up Minesweeper, you have to compute the adjacent mines for every cell in the Minesweeper table. And that's kind of annoying to write, because you have to iterate over all of the x-coordinates of the map, then the y-coordinates, then you have to kind of iterate around whichever cell you're in. And of course, you could be at a cell that's adjacent to the edge, so then it doesn't have all of the adjacent cells you'd expect it to, so you have to do some bounds checking. In Verse, you can write that entire loop just as a single loop without any nesting. The way you do that is first, we use the y arrow cell row colon cells construct to say, I want the index in the array and the element in the array of cells. So y is the index in cells. Cells is a two-dimensional array. And cell row is the element. So the cell row ends up itself being an array, a row of cells. But without even having to go into a deeper loop nest, I can, within that same for loop, say, well, I want to grab the x coordinate and the cell out of cell row. So again, x ends up being the index into cell row. Cell is the value at that index. So now with just those two statements, within the rest of the scope of the for loop, I have the x index into this two-dimensional array, the y index into the two-dimensional array, and the entry. But wait, it gets better. I can then use the range construct to loop even more within the same loop. Here, I'm looping over all of the adjacents, so all 9 adjacents, by just simply saying x minus 1 dot dot x plus 1 and y minus 1 dot dot y plus 1. And then when I access the cells array, notice that array accesses use the square bracket syntax. The square bracket syntax is a failable expression. When does it fail? Well, it fails if the indices are out of bounds. So because all of the things in the for loop clause are failable conditions, that if they fail, the loop just doesn't consider it, this means that the loop will automatically skip the out of bounds cases without you having to say anything about it. So that's how you write the Minesweeper setup in Verse, just in a single loop without having to use any crazy nesting, thanks to Verse's functional logic power. And with that, let me talk about some future plans. So We're going to bring lots of additional language features on top of what's already there. So right now, it is still a smaller language than what we hope for in the future. As Tim said, right now we're shipping Betaverse, and we're working incrementally towards the Maxverse vision. Additionally, although right now the language is only built into UEFN, we eventually want to build it into Unreal Engine as well. And this isn't to replace Blueprints. This is to augment Blueprints. So if you love programming with Blueprints, keep doing it. If you want to program in a scripting language, Verse is coming. We also want to release the language implementation under a permissively licensed open source license so that other people can use it for whatever they like, whether it's a different game engine or something not even game related. The current implementation is still early days in terms of performance, so expect lots of performance improvements to come. Also, right now we're shipping a relatively simple gameplay framework with Verse, but we're going to grow that and ship a much bigger framework in the future. And on that note, let me turn it over to Tim Tillotson, our gameplay engineer director.
Thanks, Phil. Let's talk about the Verse API. So much of what I will share today is really forward-looking. We have a lot of plans of what we'd like to do, a lot of things we prototyped. The API is currently in beta and will be for a long time. We strive to have a public, stable API, but we reserve the right to change things throughout beta as we need to. If we deprecate things, we'll try to do it like we do with UE. We'll do it in phases, or we'll provide some easy way for you to kind of upgrade your code. So this is kind of a comparison with the game metaverse to the World Wide Web and how we envision it. At the high level, we want to make creating user games and simulations as easy to do as it is to create web applications today. But to do that, you have to have kind of this common set of APIs you're building on top of. And so initially, though, those APIs often start out very custom to the browser or the simulation engine that's created. So we saw a lot of things with web browsers. You would find kind of very custom APIs, but eventually you find an open spec that many of them implement, so it's easier for people to write applications against. We envision the same thing will occur here in the games and simulation space. And eventually, you'll have users build their own custom community APIs on top of that. And so we start with this phase where we have proposing kind of your individual standards that you implement that solve the problems you need to solve. An example is Quick was implemented by Google and Chrome back in 2012 to speed up how the browser talked to their web search engine. And then that became the basis for HTTP3 almost a decade later. So we're proposing Verse as an open standard, and we'll hope that also becomes adopted along with many of the other 3D standards we have out there for scenes and 3D models. Much like the JavaScript VM empowers a lot of the web content logic, the Verse VM we envision will empower a lot of the game simulation type logic. And we open it up for others to use in those same game simulation engines as well, beyond Unreal. And we also want to abstract a lot of the hardware-isms so you can focus really on making the games and what you do best. So talking about the API we have today, really the initial API is built around Fortnite Creative. And so these are just a variety of the different genres that people have created games in inside of Fortnite Creative today. And the scriptable device is kind of how we're first connecting Verse to Unreal and to Fortnite. As you look forward over the course of this next year, we want to allow you to also script components so you can build up individual objects and build scenes and build much richer, deeper experiences. We also plan to add a bunch of features which will enable new things that are more challenging to do today with the limited API we provide. Looking forward a year or two, we also want to make Verse performant and work on gameplay systems so it's easier to do things like physics, custom vehicles, those kind of deeper, high-performance operations. But long term, we really want to make Verse able to run AAA games. And so there's a lot of work we have to get here. And before we'd recommend people using Verse and UEFN and say a AAA game, we want to do that inside of Fortnite ourselves. And so we've got years of work ahead of us to do that. But there may be places where a AAA game would want to say, OK, let's make a limited experience to expose our IP to the millions of Fortnite players. And so a lot of opportunity here for us to decide what's the right time for you to jump in and try out Verse and then use it in your games. So there are a few differences between UE and UEFN on how our guiding principles work. First of all, a lot of times in UE, you have to go and decide what you want to replicate, write a lot of code that kind of connects pieces together. With UEFN and Verse, everything is replicated from the get-go. So it's simple to approach, very easy to kind of jump in an hour of code, write something that is playable. We want to be able to constantly evolve. So Fortnite, we update every 2 weeks. We want to be able to update games very quickly and let people kind of iterate in that space with their players. You want to have this world where people can publish something and someone else can use it and kind of have this back and forth iteration occur, much like happens in the web space. And so this really rapid iteration of game content is what we want to enable in this space. So at a high level, we divided the Verse API into 3 namespaces. There's verse.org, which contains kind of the game-agnostic APIs that we will submit as part of open specs. There's unrealengine.com, which contains kind of the spatial math UI, those types of things which are very specific to the Unreal Engine. And then there's Fortnite.com, which is the APIs that are largely specific to how Fortnite wants to do certain things like vehicles or characters. And those will largely always be kind of contained inside of Fortnite and UEFN. So this represents roughly the high-level overview of where the APIs exist today. So if you download the Unreal Engine for Fortnite, this is where you'll see kind of the APIs exist. Inside of verse.org, you'll see math, containers, colors, and things that are agnostic for a game engine, but are generally in use in simulations like player and team. UnrealEngine.com, we have things like diagnostics. Most of our diagnostics today and debugging really is kind of this printf-based diagnostic debugging. We pipe that from the servers down to the editor, so you can at least see it in real time what's going on in your game simulation. Long term, though, we have other plans to improve that quite a bit. The Fortnite API right now is really around these creative devices. We have a few things we've exposed with characters and vehicles, but there's a lot more we want to express in the future here. And in the very near future, we plan to expose the ability to script AI. So I want to look a little bit further out what we plan on doing this year as well as in the future. And so I went to one of the indie showcases last night where you get to play a lot of games. And I would say there's only a small percentage of those you could build in UEFN today. And that's because a lot of them want things like persistence. They want things like basic input and camera control. And so these are the type of features we want to add over the remainder of the coming year. But the majority of our internal tech focus is going to be around this scene graph. We want to let people build prefabs. We want to let people customize weapons and abilities. We want to let people put scripts on objects, build out scenes. And so enabling this really rich environment for people to kind of share and build content. And then adding things like debuggers, performance profiling, and also analytics so you can see what players are doing with your game. So a little bit detail into what we're looking at on the scene graph and some differences with maybe other scene graph implementations that are out there. The most important is we are looking at how we can have a public API that you basically say, here's the things I want other people to be able to query in the scene graph. And these are the things that I want to keep internal so we can iterate on internally and change it next version and not have to worry about breaking anybody who's using our API. On the research side, we're looking at things that you find in UE like level instances, layers, variants, other ways in which we're composing content today, and see if there's better ways we can merge and undo those operations, both in design time as well as at runtime. Ideally, so you can make changes to your scene dynamically, much as you have like web styling today on web pages. So I'm going to walk through kind of a demo of adding verse code to a Fortnite creative game, or in this case, a new UEFN game. So you create a new verse device by inheriting from creative device. In this case, I've created an escape sequence device. And the Fortnite creative devices today are just this bundle of logic that you kind of drag into the scene as an object. In this case, you'll see kind of this little console here that represents your script. Inside of the script, you can add editable properties. In this case, we have a player spawn that shows up as a property in the scene that you can then modify on a per instance basis. So once you've created that class, then you can override the onBegin method, or in this case, because it has a suspense effect, it's a coroutine, and then add your own custom logic. In this case, we'll spawn an escape sequence that the player will then run through. So in this case, a little bit into the race method that Phil talked about, I have the escape method we run, and then we're also waiting for the player to respawn. And so in this case, the escape sequence shows a message, and then if the player respawns, we run the defer block to hide that message. And so you'll see in the game later, little demo that I run through here, that pretty much any place in that we should be able to have the player respawn, and the defer blocks will cause it to kind of reset and be ready for the player to start that sequence again. And so these defer blocks can be composed in nice ways so that you'll notice they actually go back up the stack. And so the last defer block that was run or placed on the stack will be the first one that's run. So little caveats about the scope of this demo. This is based on the Verse Parkour game template, which is in UEFN today. All the code and level edits are made entirely by me, so lots of programmer art. A lot of things aren't polished like an artist would do. I've imported a few small sounds and VFX. But I expect that the experience will show you here is roughly what an experienced developer who knows UE, knows the tool set inside of UEFN, and is familiar with verse code will be able to do in roughly a day or less. So here we tell the player to go grab the stolen files, give them a little indicator to show them we're on level, and the way for them to enter that area. So once they've grabbed the files here, now we delete the file and then spawn some AI to harass the player, and then wait for them to enter the rooftop area. Once they've entered that rooftop area, we spawn some more AI to continue harassing the player. We start the building on fire, and then wait for them to trigger one of these other conditions. In this case, they've entered the safe area, and then prompt them to enter the getaway vehicle. This could be many branching conditions you have in gameplay code. I've only done a simple one right here. So once they jump on the car here, the getaway vehicle, I basically have a little scripted animation we play. I play a custom cinematic cutscene here as well. And then give them the option to jump in a helicopter. And if they do jump in this helicopter zone, we'll place them in the seat of the helicopter and wait for them to enter the level outro area. And then when they do, we play the outro cinematic. So that's just a small sample of what's possible with Verse and UEFN today. And this is part of just a much larger ecosystem. You know, please see all the other UEFN announcements they've made about ecosystem and other things that we're enabling in Fortnite. We have years of development work planned. I've only talked about a very small portion of what's on our slate. But really, we want to iterate with Verse and with UEFN as you as a community. You know, now the tools are out there. There's so much we have planned. We really want feedback as we go through and iterate in this space. So I'll give a shout out to the team that has worked with us over the last couple of years to bring these things to you. And then we'll turn the time over for a Q&A. And invite everyone else back out on stage here, along with Andrew Schneidecker, one of our Verse developers.
So let's see, yeah, go ahead. There's a mic. Where's the mic? There it is. All right. Could you go over the mic? Just so everybody else can hear.
Yeah, folks who just want to line up with the microphone to ask questions.
Hi there. I'm just curious to see where Verse fits in the current Blueprint C++ ecosystem, because you have. I've heard rumors that you're basically sort of pushing Verse as a third wheel to complement both of them rather than replace C++. Is that true?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, a good example is in UEFN we can't expose native code like C++ to the platform owners. And also, deploying C++ on servers is dangerous. There's a lot of security holes in C++. So Verse is a very we plan it to be a very high-performant language that we can run on our servers. And so it can do a lot of the things that today you can only do in C++ in UE.
All right, thank you.
So I actually had a bit of a syntax question earlier about the decides keyword. I noticed that the function that had decides, essentially if it failed, it was going to evaluate as false if it was in some kind of a decision context, I think is a word that you used. My question is, so what's the purpose then of the logic type? I saw that it sort of is like the replacement for a bool. Wouldn't a function that decides, why doesn't it just return a logic type instead of having the decides keyword?
If it returned a logic type, then after calling the function, you'd have to use question mark to turn the logic into success or failure. So the convention is if you're returning Boolean, you almost always make the function decides. But logic is still useful if you want to carry around, say, an array of Booleans. Then you would use logic.
So then, so is there traditional Boolean types in Verse? Or because you were saying that in an if statement, it's essentially if it succeeds, then you do the code, and if it fails, then you don't. So is there a traditional Boolean type in Verse, or is it all just this failure and success?
there's no Boolean type that feeds into control flow, right? So if you're doing an if, then the if is based on the success or failure of the expression in the condition. But there is a traditional Boolean type in the sense that logic can be true or false and can be passed around as a Boolean.
And I just have one final follow-up question. So does this success and failure system sort of seems like it replaces the traditional like exception system present in languages like Java and C#. So in this case, we wouldn't really have try-catch blocks. It's that the whole language is built around success and failure. So if you have an exception, it just it acts the same way as if the expression failed. Is that correct?
It's similar. The difference is that with exception handling in most languages, if you look at a function, the points in the function where an exception can happen are implicit, right? Like you call a function foo, could it throw an exception? But here in verse, if you call a function for the purpose of determining if it decides or fails, you have to call it with the square bracket syntax, you have to be in a failure context. So there's really no completely implicit control flow here. You can see all the points in your program where a failure could happen and the code you're running could terminate early.
And then I imagine it's a lot more performant than traditional exception handling in other languages.
Oh, yes, yes.
Thank you very much.
I had a question about under the hood. Is all of this compiling to native or running in a virtual machine or what?
Right now it's compiling to the Blueprint VM. That's not the long-term strategy, but it works great now.
And is there any plan for supporting like FFI, foreign functions, or anything like that?
For the purpose of us building our framework, yes. When it's released as part of Unreal Engine, yes. You just won't get FFI if you're in UEFN because of the security downside of letting you ship C++ code to our servers.
Thanks.
Hi, just a high-level question. When you set out, architecting this language, what was it about existing languages that was uneconomical or insufficient for this application you're calling the metaverse? Very high-level question.
There's really one driving force. It's that we thought it would be very hard to retrofit an existing language to support the full usage case requirements of the metaverse. The two big constraints here are, number one, we need a language that can scale to massive open world programming where potentially millions of modules by different authors evolve over time, independent of each other while maintaining interface compatibility. To do that, well, you need an expressive type system that goes rather beyond what even C# and Java have done. Another big consideration was a desire to implement transactions as the solution to concurrency in the future. If you look at how all existing MMOs and other games with massive simulations have dealt with concurrency, they just push a huge amount of error-prone work on the programmer, where you're both writing local game code to run on your current node, but you're also sending messages to other nodes in a data center to tell different nodes to do different things, and you're kind of writing your own manual negotiation protocols for making cross-server transactions or cross-server communications work. And it's all very error-prone, unscalable, and seems like a completely unworkable solution for something as open-ended as the metaverse. And so we looked at transactional memory as the solution to that. There's 20 years of great research going back to the Haskell programming language on transactions. We felt that the task of retrofitting an existing language like C# would just not be practical. And we also looked at practical language engines such as Unity's efforts to adopt C# and recognized that unless there's something that's really dedicated to solving these problems, and it becomes incredibly hard to maintain a third-party integration to a language ecosystem like that. So that, plus just a general desire to clean up some of the foundations of programming, led to the decisions that got us here. And the desire to adopt logic programming features, some of this fancy failures, control flow stuff that we've talked about, and the new iteration primitives. There's a lot of expressive power there. We've only barely scratched the surface of what's possible. And over time, that will become more and more apparent. And I think we'll kind of be a direction that future languages and even existing languages adopt more and more. And we thought it would be good to do that once and cleanly rather than trying to retrofit it over time later.
Hi, so it sounds like the verse VM is either in partial work or not started at all, but will that be as permissively licensed as the rest of the verse language spec? And if verse is a compiled language, is it going to be compiled to a IR form, or is that going to translate into something more where the verse VM is directly interpreting it?
Good question. So we intend to release the verse VM with a permissively licensed open source license that would make it easy for anybody to use it in their products. So that's one thing. As for what it will compile to, we're still in the research phase of deciding to what extent it can be ahead of time compiled versus to what extent it will benefit from more the Java style just-in-time compilation. And simultaneously, we're going to make sure that it has a really fast interpreter for all those cases where native code or JITting just wouldn't have been practical.
Okay. And secondly, on the language lifetime, because you talk about a timeless language or a language that has heavy extension, what is the support for macros or things like quotations and splices in a safe language like, say, Scala, where they have heavy support for language extension to allow for some internal DSLs that allow for some of that extendable functionality that you might want to see in a language like this? Because if you really want it to be code as one, you need support for embedding other types of formatted data.
Yeah, so on the front of macros, Reynolds, the old computer scientist, wrote down the Reynolds abstraction theorem, saying basically, if a language has the capability of doing something cool for itself, it had better open up a facility for abstracting over that feature for users, right? So we have expressions, so we'd better have variables so you can abstract over values, and we have formulas, so you'd better be able to write functions to abstract over values, and macros are a way of abstracting over syntax. So we think that's important. We have just kind of a straw man plan for going all the way down the macro rabbit hole in the future with kind of the scheme-inspired hygienic macros. C++ programmers are horrified to hear about macros, but actually there are languages that have done macros in a completely clean way that avoid the pitfalls of weird string splicing operations and accidentally aliasing names. There's a really great methodology for that from other languages. We have a plan for the whole thing, and we're not sure exactly how far we want to go down that path. We want to at least get to the point where users, if you saw like the for loop here in verse, well, that's a special construct we made on arrays, but like the for loop you saw in these slides is actually just using a native macro. There's a syntax for the macro. It's, some name, parentheses, some values, squiggly brackets, some expressions. And that's the format for a macro. And so it's already designed to accommodate macros at a fairly fundamental level. We'll definitely expose macros for creating iterator-type constructs and conformers and containers of all sorts. So if we can write a fancy syntax for arrays and you create a cool tree type, you should be able to write a fancy syntax for trees. But we're not sure how far down we'll go. It gets a little bit dicey to pick apart the abstract syntax tree of a language and casing over special cases in a macro. And when you get down into those domain-specific languages, they're just built from ad hoc syntax. You kind of have to ask, is this really a language, or have we just done crazy tricks to stick other languages in the language? So I'm not sure exactly how far we'll go, but we'll definitely go pretty far.
Okay, thank you.
Are there plans to be able to implement blueprint nodes like you can do with C++ with verse?
We've thought about that, but we don't have like a concrete plan of exactly how we would do it, what it would look like.
Okay, cool, thank you.
That's a great idea.
Just one of the things we're thinking through as we're developing all of this is the long-term integration plan for verse into Unreal Engine and how it coexists with blueprints. Right now everything's layered on top of the blueprint virtual machine, so you could theoretically make these things interop more so than we have. But one possibility is to, as we're building this new higher performance virtual machine, layer both blueprints and verse on top of that, so blueprints become kind of a visual form of the same language that's verse and do more to align those. And we've also considered other visual programming directions along those lines. That's an active research topic that we're going to be experimenting with quite a lot over the course of the next year or two.
Thanks for the talk, really interesting. I like your transactional approach. It reminds me a lot of Clojure's implementation, if you've seen that one. One question I had was, you seem to be leaning pretty heavily into kind of pure values and pure functions, and I was wondering if that was aimed towards multi-threaded scalability in the future, because I know Haskell and languages like that have derived a lot of benefit from that kind of being their basis.
So for us, the basis is that we're actually going to make transactions over mutable state fast, hopefully. So the language doesn't quite force you to write pure code the way that you would in Haskell. It invites you to write very traditional object-oriented imperative code. So I don't think that we're viewing the pure features of the language as a performance optimization for transactions, although they certainly could be if you use them that way.
Okay, and a second question, if that's okay. Have you looked at, because you're talking about all of this code sharing for like thousands and millions of users, have you looked at kind of alternative forward-looking ways of kind of storing and sharing that code? Things like what Unison is doing with kind of hashing abstract syntax trees and sharing things that way for providing kind of greater scalability than traditional kind of text-based sharing provides.
Yeah, there are really two ways of doing code sharing as we see it in the metaverse. The traditional way is you want to use a bunch of libraries. Great, well, you copy those into your directories, and now you have a separate copy of the library, and you can modify them however you want, and they never change, and now they're kind of your problem to maintain. Yeah, that works for some things, but we think the much more common approach to sharing in the metaverse will be different authors deploy their own modules and expose them as public components of the metaverse. Right? You've seen in Verse there are public and private declarations and variables. Well, in the metaverse, like, we take those things for real. If you release a public module, that means any other programmer in the entire world will be able to access your module by its path. You'll have like a path that might start at Fortnite.com right now and then go through your creator name and then have some directories underneath it. Well, that's your module that you've released publicly. And the intention is that the Verse publishing system has backwards compatibility constraints. If you publish a version of a module that says it adheres to some type signature, it exposes some classes and some variables, then all future versions of that module must be backwards compatible with that public specification you made. You're kind of giving the public a promise that your public interface will not change. And in that way, modules can evolve over time while remaining in place and being addressed in place. And we think that that's a really interesting way to allow the metaverse to evolve, where lots of authors are collaboratively adding lots of different features and capabilities and each accessing their things in place. And especially when you get into shared state. If one person creates a scoreboard that supports lots of different types of games and other users tie into that, you're not creating your own copy of that scoreboard. You're talking to the global scoreboard. Right? So the other idea in the metaverse is that eventually global variables will really be global variables. There's one in the whole world, and everybody could access it if you exposed it that way. Right? So the intention really is to have a programming language framework that writ large. And like what we're shipping right now doesn't implement this concurrency model or this shared data model. We have long-term intentions to move in that direction with the idea that the metaverse to the programmer looks kind of like this massive computer that runs very, very fast because it's a whole data center or many data centers full of computers, but otherwise looks single-threaded because this transactional memory system is sequencing all of your gameplay updates through it as it goes. And everybody's code could potentially interact with anybody else's code, and optimizing your code is really about maintaining data locality. So there's a lot of really long-term thinking about all of this that feeds into how these systems, especially modules, will interact.
Interesting. Thank you.
Thank you very much for showing amazing, and like some of the questions have already been answered, but just want to confirm, like if I understanding correctly, the things like the first to compile to the bytecode and be processed by the Blueprint engine. And if so, like, do we have any data of the comparison with some popular script we are using in Unreal, like Python and Lua, and something like you mentioned, like if it run into the trap of the global lock, like Python, we are just doing it, we are just been tracking it for years. But it sounds like it will be like still a global lock there, right? Like it's the restriction of Blueprint engine or...
So we're running on top of Blueprints right now, but that's not the long-term plan. So the long-term plan, the Verse VM that we are building is just going to be multi-threaded from the start, basically.
I see.
And the key thing that saves us compared to Python is, number one, Verse is not nearly as dynamic. It's not like an object is a dictionary. So concurrent updates to the object from multiple threads are not as challenging for us to implement as they would be for a Python implementer. And the other thing that saves us is we have transactions. So because transactional semantics is woven deep into the language, even if updating a language required updating a dictionary, we would just simply do it in a transaction and avoid all of the locking problems that you have in Python. That being said, right now, the performance, I don't actually know off the top of my head how it compares to Python or Lua, but it's still early days. So the performance now is not really predictive of what the performance will be.
Okay, thanks, very helpful.
Hi, I'm really excited. First question would be, have you given any sort of thought to maybe not functional logic programming, but more functional programming concepts like, you already have the effects system, which is awesome, but have you given more thought into like linear types, dependent types, and I did see earlier in the talk that you just briefly mentioned proofs. So is there any thought into like those more like supercharging the compiler that way with those functional concepts?
Sure. I'll talk about some of our forward-looking thoughts and all of that. First of all, yeah, there's an effect system in Verse, and there are a bunch of different effects, and you can combine effects. And when you say what things a function can do, and when you write a function that promises to have no side effects, then the compiler really checks that and gives you an error if you violate the promise you're making. Right, so the effects are actually part of the open world type signature of a function, are enforced by the language. And the effect system enables you to say, well, this is a transacts function. That means this function can read and write from memory. But all that reading and writing can be done within a transaction because the transaction system under the hood can speculatively run this code and either commit it to the global heap or it can abort it and have no changes made at all. There's different points in the effects lattice where there's pure functions, which have no side effects at all. And so you can write pure code like you can in Haskell. And then there's even total functions, functions which are guaranteed to produce a result in finite time given the right amount of memory. There's a lot of thinking and planning there around the type system, which is, well, it's a big topic that could be it could have its developers conference of itself. But we plan to go a very long way with the Verse type system in building a type system that is statically verifiable and is more powerful than typical type systems you see in languages today. One aspect of it, which you saw a little bit of already, is dependent types. Instead of templates and as in C++ or generics as in C#, you can just write a function that takes a type as a parameter and returns a class as a result. And a generic function like that, it's just a normal function, and types are just normal values. And the compiler over time will do more and more compile time reasoning about complex sets of value constraints. In C++, you have this idea of constext, where you can have a function that can run at compile time. If you give it a constant parameter, it will return a constant result. Well, Verse ultimately we've designed a much more thorough system for taking that idea even further. It extends to type checking, dependent types, and some very interesting other features. I guess I've only just given a little hint of it. I can't really go into a lot more detail there, but there's going to be some very interesting stuff happening. And I guess I should just mention, since you opened the door,
Sorry.
There's a, no, this is a really interesting topic. It's funny, very few practicing programmers know about that, but there's this idea of proofs as programs that's one of the big topics in type theory, if you have ever taken a type theory class, that if you have a type system that's designed in a very particular way, then what looks like normal types in C++ becomes actually a much more expressive and powerful thing at compile time. A type system that's designed in a very certain particular way can actually express proofs about what can happen in a program as it runs. And for example, you can write a sorting function whose return type is promising to return an array of sorted integers. Like that, you can represent that at the type level, and then a type checker can actually type check when you write the function. You weave in some proof code along with your function declaration. You can actually prove to the compiler that your function actually sorts integers. So if the compiler doesn't beep, then your sort function is guaranteed to be bug-free. That's kind of one of the really interesting topics of advanced computer science. And I think parts of this are on the verge of going into the mainstream. And this is an area that a lot of the Verse research team, some of the greatest programming language luminaries in the world have joined EPIC over the last few years, like Leonard Augustin and Saipan Payton-Jones, Ranjit Jala, and some other of the best, most incredible language folks in the world have just collaborated academically on the Verse paper in recent times, like Guy Steele from Scheme and JavaScript and other previous language efforts as a contributor to the Verse paper. We're putting a lot of thought into how to build a language and a type system that's not just some arbitrary programming language designer's fantasy, but is based on these really solid foundational underpinnings of proofs as programs and of type theory, so that what we're building is not just another arbitrary, funny programming language, but it's something that really has a direct relationship to mathematics and logic and proofs in a way that, as I talked about at the start of the talk, if we met up with aliens when you compared our programming languages, I think if the alien civilization is sufficiently advanced, then they'll have actually explored and filled out all of these kinds of language features. You don't find in C++ or Java or C#, but you do find in a lot of research languages. They'll have sorted that out, and hopefully Verse is one of the languages that will contribute to bringing these ideas into the mainstream.
Thank you so much. Hopefully this one is a bit quicker, but I assume right now because it's, you gave me a lot of time.
Let's
so
just, we're a little bit over time, but let's just get another 10 minutes of questions since it looks like there's a lot of questions. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to call that audible. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks. I'm wondering, I saw on one of your slides you talked about the idea of a metaverse browser, and I just wanted to understand a little better where you see Verse running. Is it on client devices or on the server or both, and how is that managed?
Eventually both.
Yeah, and magically so. So the idea, I think the core idea of what we look at as the metaverse should ultimately be not just a whole bunch of different servers running like the web servers do around the world, which have no relationship to each other, right? The metaverse should have the potential of being one continuous seamless environment in which everybody participates and any code and any object anywhere could potentially interact with any other object anywhere else. And to keep performance in check, you just have to optimize code using certain patterns. And in that view of the metaverse, you really want the servers that are contributing to the world simulation, whether they're in one data center now or distributed or decentralized in the future, you want all of the servers to be negotiating a single coherent world state as they go. And that implies all of the game logic running on the servers to produce kind of a definitive world state. But now, of course, that actually sucks for practical gameplay because you have 80 to 100 milliseconds of lag from client to server in a lot of cases. And you really can't tolerate that amount of latency and character movement. And so what everybody's been doing, John Carmack pioneered it with Quake World in 1996. Unreal Engine implemented it in 1998. All game engines have been running a predictor-corrector model where the server is running the definitive version of the world state, but then clients are running some local copies of that in order to predict ahead what the next state of the world will be so that you can hide all local latency and player movement and simulation of vehicles. And the server is correcting that. So sometimes you see some jittering in the objects. Well, that's when the server's, the client's making a prediction and then the server's coming in and correcting it later on. But the way this has been done in Unreal Engine 1 through 5 has been fairly ad hoc. We expose some functions with explicit declarations saying this code runs on the client, this code runs on the server, and you write your code very, very carefully to make sure all of those functions are running in the right place and are negotiating the world state. This is something we really want to automate in the future so that you have one definitive code base, and from the programmer's point of view, the programmer ought to be agnostic on where the code is running, but code that is contributing or receiving player input or other local things ought to be predicted locally on the client side, and then corrected by the server side. And rather than this being done manually by programmers writing specifications, the language runtime ought to handle this automatically. That's the vision. We hope that we can implement this. Not everybody's convinced, but for the right now, for UEF and this current version of it, it's Epic written code running on the client and then user written code running on the server. And if we want something to be predicted really well on the client side, then Epic at the moment has to write that. Because it turns out it takes a lot more rigor to get a scripting language that can be trusted to run on the client side. You have all of the security considerations of like JavaScript in a web browser, plus additional console considerations. So we want to get there, but we're at least a year away, perhaps quite a bit more.
Thank you. Yeah, so I really like everything I've seen. One thing that hasn't really come up in conversations is memory. I assume that Verse is garbage collected, given that it runs on Blueprint VM now, et cetera. It's a functional logic programming language. Are there any concerns about space leaks or GC pauses being a performance issue in the future? And have you, no one's mentioned Rust, but I'm going to mention it now. Have you looked at other memory models that are maybe more inspired by a Rust ownership model or something else?
Sure. So in terms of space leaks, even the ownership model wouldn't help you there.
True.
If you allocate too much stuff, that's on you. In terms of GC pauses, that's an engineering problem. And so I think that that's how we're going to approach it rather than moving the burden on the programmer the way that Rust does.
Yep.
That's right. Right now, there's a garbage collector that will run from time to time, and it might cause hitches. Yeah, that's the current version of it, but this is a problem we'll be solving more and more over time as we implement the new VM. And the aim of Verse is to just let programmers write as simple code as possible to solve their problem. We don't want programmers to have to worry about memory ownership annotations as they write code. It's just another thing that's not all that critical if the compiler and runtime can solve that problem for you.
Okay, first off, this was really interesting. Really interesting project. Is set a transaction when you're setting a variable?
Set itself is not a transaction. It's just one operation within a larger transaction. The way to think about the transaction scope in Verse is you're always in a transaction until you suspend. So like in the example where you called wait for input, if that thing actually waits for input, that's a transaction commit followed by a new transaction starting after the input comes in. But if you just write a bunch of code that doesn't have any suspensions in it, that's all within a single transaction and completely atomic.
Oh, okay, so that makes sense. So that means that that transaction, all of the state changes within that transaction, when they propagate to all of the other people that are sharing the same state.
Yeah.
Okay.
All or nothing.
Every actor tech basically is its own transaction. So there's no concurrency yet, but in the future, every actor tick could try to run in parallel. And when a bunch of actor ticks don't have any read-write conflicts as detected dynamically, they could all commit. And when some have conflicts, then some would have to be aborted and retried. And that's the whole idea of transactions. But when you have one actor updated and it talks to another actor and that collides with a third actor, you could have a pretty large chain of events happening all in a single transaction scope.
Okay, thank you. Second question, functions first class, yes?
Yes, mostly.
Okay.
Right now.
All right, thank you very much.
And this is the last question, sorry. Go ahead.
Hearing about all of this, it sounds really cool, and it reminds me of Unreal Script back in the day, which, if I am remembering and understanding correctly, was ultimately deprecated because it was such a big task to keep it updated and keep it up to date, and there was C++, which had kind of solved a lot of the problems already. So what kind of new problems is Verse trying to solve that isn't already being solved by another language? Like, I have some ideas based on listening, but I just would be interested to hear what you guys consider the new problems that aren't already solved.
You know, when we moved from Unreal Engine 3 to UE4, we made a really hard decision to get rid of Unreal Script. We realized that in order to keep up with the expectations of modern languages, like generic types and all of these other features that were popular in C++ and growing into C#, you need a world-class language design and implementation and research team. And we had like one guy, and so that just wasn't a possibility. And so falling back to C++ was kind of the natural thing to do. And it worked just fine for AAA developers, but it was not a great outcome for indie devs who found it just harder than writing in a scripting language. The solution in the Verse era is a language that really advances the state of the art in a number of areas, with logic programming, with this work on transactions, and with other aspects of a programming model that we think is more appropriate for the metaverse. And thanks to Fortnite's success, we were able to assemble a world-class language implementation and design and research team. And we have that here in the halls of Epic, and we have collaborators all throughout academia who are committed to contributing to making this work. So we feel we have everything we need now to make a really successful go of it, and we think this is a good thing to do. It would be very unfortunate if the move to the metaverse left us with a bunch of rather messy, untyped, non-concurrent programming languages as the foundation of it.
And
one more?
Oh.
Last guy in line?
I think we have to wrap up now. But we can continue conversations in the lobby or the show floor. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks.